तो आप तमाम दोस्तों को क्या लगता है कि किस किस्म का खेल यहाँ पर पेश किया जाएगा और कौन सी टीम का पलड़ा भारी रहेगा? आप दोस्त कमेंट करके लाजमी से बताएंगे। और जिन दोस्तों ने अभी तक वीडियो को लाइक नहीं किया उनसे गुजारिश है कि वीडियो को लाजमी से लाइक कर लेंगे और चैनल को तो लाजमी से आपने सब्सक्राइब करके बेल नोटिफिकेशन को ऑल पर ऑन करना है, ताकि हम जब भी आपकी खिदमत में लेकर आए नई किसी मैच की स्ट्रीम तो बर वक्त आप हमारी हौसला अफजाई के लिए हमारे साथ मौजूद हों। तो तमाम दोस्तों का दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करते हैं। जो प्यार आप दोस्तों ने हमें क्रिकेट ओनेस पर दिया, उसी प्यार के यहाँ पर क्रिकेट ओनेस लाइव पर हम आपसे उम्मीद रखते हैं। तो जिन दोस्तों ने अभी तक चैनल को सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया वो चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करके बेल आइकन को लाजमी से प्रेस कर लें। आपको बताते चलें कि पाकिस्तान वर्सेस बांग्लादेश वुमेन T20 क्वालिफायर मैच भी आज दिन में खेला जाएगा। तो मैं भी हम आपकी खिदमत में वो मैच भी लेकर आए और इसके साथ साथ शाम को न्यूजीलैंड वर्सेस इंडिया T20 मैच भी आपकी खिदमत में लेकर हाजिर होंगे। इसके साथ साथ आपको बताते चलें कि आने वाले तमाम मैचेस जो होंगे वो आप हमारे साथ मौजूद रहकर उनसे लुत्फानंदोज हो सकते हैं। तो तमाम दोस्तों का दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करते हैं, बेहद शुक्रिया आप तमाम दोस्तों का जो आप क्रिकेट ऑन इस लाइव पर हमारे साथ बने हुए हैं और इस उम्दा मैच से आप अभी आपसे चंद देर बाद जो है लुत्फानंदोज होने जा रहे हैं। बहरहाल बताइएगा। तो यहाँ पर आपको बताता चलूं कि गाल इंटरनेशनल स्टेडियम में एवरेज फर्स्ट इनिंग्स 368 रन है, जबकि एवरेज सेकेंड इनिंग्स 306 रन है। हाईएस्ट टोटल यहाँ पर 638 रन है, जबकि लोवेस्ट टोटल 73 रन हैं। तो दोनों टीमों का अगर हेड टू हेड जो आखिरी खेले गए 10 मुकाबले उनमें जो रिजल्टेबल मैचेस थे उनकी बात की जाए तो 4 मैचेस जो हैं वो नतीजा खेज साबित हुए। उनमें से 3 मैच श्रीलंका जीतने में कामयाब रहा, जबकि एक मैच में वेस्ट इंडीज की टीम फातेह रही है। जबकि यहाँ पर आप रिसेंट फॉर्म दोनों टीमों की देख सकते हैं अपनी स्क्रीन पर भी। श्रीलंका की टीम ने अपने आखिरी 5 मैचेस में से 3 मैच ड्रॉ खेले हैं, एक मैच वो जीतने में कामयाब रहे हैं, जबकि एक मैच में उन्हें शिकस्त का सामना करना पड़ा। जबकि वेस्ट इंडीज की टीम ने एक मैच ड्रॉ खेला है, जबकि 3 मैच लूज किए हैं, सिर्फ एक मैच में वो कामयाब रहे हैं। तो ये दोनों टीमों की रिसेंट फॉर्म है। तो यहाँ पर आपको बताते चलें कि यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं दोनों टीमों के स्क्वाड्स। तो पहले श्रीलंका का स्क्वाड आप मुलाजा कर लें। तो ये आपको स्क्रीन पर नजर आ रहा है। तो जिन दोस्तों ने अभी तक हमारे इस चैनल को सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया वो जल्दी से इस चैनल को लाजमी से सब्सक्राइब कर लेंगे। ये हमारा सेकंड चैनल है, क्रिकेट ऑनिस हमारा मेन और चैनल है, लेकिन मजबूरी के तहत हम उस पर आपके साथ लाइव नहीं आ सकते, नहीं शेयर कर सकते। तो आप तमाम दोस्तों से माजरत। ये वेस्ट इंडीज का स्क्वाड अब आपकी स्क्रीन पर प्ले हो रहा है। तो आप तमाम दोस्तों को क्या लगता है कि किस किस्म का खेल यहाँ पर पेश किया जाएगा और कौन सी टीम का पलड़ा भारी रहेगा? आप दोस्त कमेंट करके लाजमी से बताएंगे। और जिन दोस्तों ने अभी तक वीडियो को लाइक नहीं किया उनसे गुजारिश है कि वीडियो को लाजमी से लाइक कर लेंगे और चैनल को तो लाजमी से आपने सब्सक्राइब करके बेल नोटिफिकेशन को ऑल पर ऑन करना है, ताकि हम जब भी आपकी खिदमत में लेकर आए नई किसी मैच की स्ट्रीम तो बर वक्त आप हमारी हौसला अफजाई के लिए हमारे साथ मौजूद हों। तो तमाम दोस्तों का दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करते हैं। जो प्यार आप दोस्तों ने हमें क्रिकेट ऑनिस पर दिया, उसी प्यार के यहाँ पर क्रिकेट ऑनिस लाइव पर हम आपसे उम्मीद रखते हैं। तो जिन दोस्तों ने अभी तक चैनल को सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया वो चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करके बेल आइकन को लाजमी से प्रेस कर लें। आपको बताते चलें कि पाकिस्तान वर्सेस बांग्लादेश वुमेन T20 क्वालिफायर मैच भी आज दिन में खेला जाएगा। तो मैं भी हम आपकी खिदमत में वो मैच भी लेकर आए और इसके साथ साथ शाम को न्यूजीलैंड वर्सेस इंडिया T20 मैच भी आपकी खिदमत में लेकर हाजिर होंगे। इसके साथ साथ आपको बताते चलें कि आने वाले तमाम मैचेस जो होंगे वो आप हमारे साथ मौजूद रहकर उनसे लुत्फानंदोज हो सकते हैं। तो तमाम दोस्तों का दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करते हैं। बेहद शुक्रिया आप तमाम दोस्तों का जो आप क्रिकेट ऑनिस लाइव पर हमारे साथ बने हुए हैं और इस उम्दा मैच से आप अभी आपसे चंद देर बाद जो है वो लुत्फानंदोज होने जा रहे हैं। बहरहाल आप तमाम दोस्त वीडियो को लाजमी से लाइक ठोक दें। तो जिन दोस्तों ने मुझे यहाँ पर क्रिकेट ऑनिस लाइव पर अभी ज्वाइन किया है उन तमाम दोस्तों को दिल से वेलकम करता हूँ। आप तमाम दोस्तों को बताता चलूं कि आज वेस्ट इंडीज वर्सेस श्रीलंका गाल इंटरनेशनल स्टेडियम गाल श्रीलंका में पहला टेस्ट मैच का आगाज होने जा रहा है और इस मैच का आज पहला दिन होगा। तो देखना ये है कि आज का ये मुकाबला जो स्टार्ट हो रहा है किस किस्म की यहाँ पर क्रिकेट खेली जाएगी और कौन सी टीम बेहतर खेल पेश करने में कामयाब रहेगी। आप दोस्त भी कमेंट करके लाजमी से बताइएगा। तो यहाँ पर आपको बताता चलूं कि गाल इंटरनेशनल स्टेडियम में एवरेज फर्स्ट इनिंग्स 368 रन है, जबकि एवरेज सेकंड इनिंग्स 306 रन हैं। हाईएस्ट टोटल यहाँ पर 638 रन है, जबकि लोवेस्ट टोटल 73 रन हैं। तो दोनों टीमों का अगर हेड टू हेड जो आखिरी खेले गए 10 मुकाबले उनमें जो रिजल्टेबल मैचेस थे उनकी बात की जाए तो 4 मैचेस जो हैं वो नतीजा खेज साबित हुए। उनमें से 3 मैच श्रीलंका जीतने में कामयाब रहा, जबकि एक मैच में वेस्ट इंडीज की टीम फातेह रही है। जबकि यहाँ पर आप रिसेंट फॉर्म दोनों टीमों की देख सकते हैं अपनी स्क्रीन पर भी। श्रीलंका की टीम ने अपने आखिरी 5 मैचेस में से 3 मैच ड्रॉ खेले हैं, एक मैच वो जीतने में कामयाब रहे हैं, जबकि एक मैच में उन्हें शिकस्त का सामना करना पड़ा। जबकि वेस्ट इंडीज की टीम ने एक मैच ड्रॉ खेला है, जबकि 3 मैच लूज किए हैं, सिर्फ एक मैच में वो कामयाब रहे हैं। तो ये दोनों टीमों की रिसेंट फॉर्म है। तो यहाँ पर आपको बताते चलें कि यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं दोनों टीमों के स्क्वाड्स। तो पहले श्रीलंका का स्क्वाड आप मुलाजा कर लें। तो ये आपको स्क्रीन पर नजर आ रहा है। तो जिन दोस्तों ने अभी तक हमारे इस चैनल को सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया वो जल्दी से इस चैनल को लाजमी से सब्सक्राइब कर लेंगे। ये हमारा सेकंड चैनल है, क्रिकेट ऑनिस हमारा मेन और चैनल है, लेकिन मजबूरी के तहत हम उस पर आपके साथ लाइव नहीं आ सकते, नहीं शेयर कर सकते। तो आप तमाम दोस्तों से माजरत। ये वेस्ट इंडीज का स्क्वाड अब आपकी स्क्रीन पर प्ले हो रहा है। तो आप तमाम दोस्तों को क्या लगता है कि किस किस्म का खेल यहाँ पर पेश किया जाएगा और कौन सी टीम का पलड़ा भारी रहेगा? आप दोस्त कमेंट करके लाजमी से बताएंगे। और जिन दोस्तों ने अभी तक वीडियो को लाइक नहीं किया उनसे गुजारिश है कि वीडियो को लाजमी से लाइक कर लेंगे और चैनल को तो लाजमी से आपने सब्सक्राइब करके बेल नोटिफिकेशन को ऑल पर ऑन करना है, ताकि हम जब भी आपकी खिदमत में लेकर आए नई किसी मैच की स्ट्रीम तो बर वक्त आप हमारी हौसला अफजाई के लिए हमारे साथ मौजूद हों। तो तमाम दोस्तों का दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करते हैं जो प्यार आप दोस्तों ने हमें क्रिकेट ऑनिस पर दिया, उसी प्यार के यहाँ पर क्रिकेट ऑनिस लाइव पर हम आपसे उम्मीद रखते हैं। तो जिन दोस्तों ने अभी तक चैनल को सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया वो चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करके बेल आइकन को लाजमी से प्रेस कर लें। आपको बताते चलें कि पाकिस्तान वर्सेस बांग्लादेश वुमेन T20 क्वालिफायर मैच भी आज दिन में खेला जाएगा। तो मैं भी हम आपकी खिदमत में वो मैच भी लेकर आए और इसके साथ साथ शाम को न्यूजीलैंड वर्सेस इंडिया T20 मैच भी आपकी खिदमत में लेकर हाजिर होंगे। इसके साथ साथ आपको बताते चलें कि आने वाले तमाम मैचेस जो होंगे वो आप हमारे साथ मौजूद रहकर उनसे लुत्फानंदोज हो सकते हैं। तो तमाम दोस्तों का दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करते हैं, बेहद शुक्रिया आप तमाम दोस्तों का जो आप क्रिकेट ऑनिस लाइव पर हमारे साथ बने हुए हैं और इस उम्दा मैच से आप अभी आपसे चंद देर बाद जो है लुत्फानंदोज होने जा रहे हैं। बहरहाल आप तमाम दोस्त वीडियो को लाजमी से लाइक ठोक दें। तो जिन दोस्तों ने मुझे यहाँ पर क्रिकेट ऑनिस लाइव पर अभी ज्वाइन किया है उन तमाम दोस्तों को दिल से वेलकम करता हूँ। आप तमाम दोस्तों को बताता चलूं कि आज वेस्ट इंडीज वर्सेस श्रीलंका गाल इंटरनेशनल स्टेडियम गाल श्रीलंका में पहला टेस्ट मैच का आगाज होने जा रहा है और इस मैच का आज पहला दिन होगा। तो देखना यह है कि आज का ये मुकाबला जो स्टार्ट
සයිබර් පිස්සුද ලයි ශීක් බම් මම ෆෝර්ඩ් එක වැදුණා බං අමතක වෙලා විකට් එක කෙලින්ගෙන බෝල්ට මට අමතක වෙලා අන්න මැතිව්ස් කෙලින්ගෙන බෝල්ට ෆෝර්ඩ් එක ගහන්න බං ඒක වැඩ නැහැ කියලා මතක නැතුව ලයික් කමෙන්ට් ෂෙයා කරන්න අනිවාර්යෙන් ඇන්ජි මාවා ආල් විකට් ගත්ත වෙනකොට අපේ කීයක වැඩ කරන්න ඉතින්ද මේක මොකද කියලා අදහස් දා ගන්න ඕනේ මම මොකද කරන්නේ ආඩේ බලන්න බටන් එක ගන්න නැහැ නේ බයික ජොයිස්ටික් හදාගත්තයි දැන් ආයෙ වැඩ නැහැ ආයෙ ගලවන්න වෙනවා කොහොම සයිබර් එක පිස්සු කිව්වේ ආසම් ප්ලේ අවුට් නේ දිමුත් බම් ෆස්ට් ඕවර් එකේ අවුට් නවා කියන ඔය චාරකමල් ෆස්ට් නේ සෙකන්ඩ් ඕවරේ නේ බෝලර්ස් අතරම කැච් එකක් ගියාම පොඩ්ඩක් එජ් වෙලා හැලෙන්න එපා අනිවාර්යෙන් මම ෂෙයා කරා අඩේ නෑ නේ මල් ෂෙයා නම් පෙන්නන්නේ නෑ කොල්ලෝ ගේම් එක මම ස්ටීම් එකෙන් බයි කරා මල් ස්ටීම් ප්ලැට්ෆෝම් එකෙන් තාඩි කීපර් ඉස්සර හොඳටම කරනවනේ හොඳටම කරනවා අද මොකක් කරගන්න ඕන ස්විච් එකේ මොකක් කරගමු ඕම් පොලේ ගහන්න අපේ රිමෝට් එක මම එහෙම කරන ඒතකොට බබා වැඩ ඒතකොට පොලේ ගන්න බෑ දුකයි අන්න ඒතර ස්ලිප්ලා දුන්න දෙනෙක් ගෙනාවා අද වැඩිලා ලයිව් එක දාන්න ඉන්නේ හැමදේම 10ට විතර ගෙන් කරන්න වෙන හොඳේ පොඩි ගමනක් යන තියෙනවා බුද්ධි මල්ලි පියන්තයි නෙක්ස්ට් ෂෙයා කරලා හොඳේ लाइट के එහෙම අවුලක් දන්නේ නැ සුපුන් channel thank you heartfelt අද පාටි අද ඔබ පාටියක් තියෙනවා අන්න වතුර අරන් එනවා ආඩෝ නෝ කුසල් ජනිත වතුර ගේන්න බා හරි වේදනයි මට ඇයි කුසල් ජනිත වතුර ගේන්නේ අඩෝ ග්ලව්ස් දෙක වතුර බීපි එන්ජි ජොයිස්ටික් එක මල්ලි 10 ඉඳන් තියෙනවා මල්ලි එක ගණන් වලට රෑ නෝද ලයි රෑ ලයි දාමු अरे बोल सार प्रैक्टिस ना तनी मार रोज ඉතින් මනම්මල අනේ නැහැ මේ පාටියක් තියෙනවා ඒකේ ෆොටෝ ටික ගහලා දෙන්න කිව්වා ඒකට යන්න ඕන අයියේ දැන් 10ට කර එන්න කිව්වා මම 10ට තමයි ලෑස්ති වෙන්න ගන්න තාම කැමරාවේ බොඩ් ටිකක් නැහැ කැමරාව හම්බුනේත් නැහැ පාර බං ඒක නම් කුසල් වෝට් මොරලා ඕනි බා PS4 එකක් මං ගත්තා PS4 එක වැඩද මල්ලි මේ PC එකට අවුලක් නැතුව අර ඇඩ මේ මොකද කන්වර්ට් එකක් කරානේ මේක කරන්න වෙන්නේ මේක නම් මල්ලි 8000 ගණන් දුන්නා මේක අන්න ඒසේ රන් රේට් එක බහලා බං මගේ ෆෝන් එකට මට පිස්සුවල කමෙන්ට් කරපු තනු මේ වෙලාව ඉන්න විදිය ලෙජන්ඩ් එක ගහමු හෙට බලමු දෙමල්ලි හෙට සමුදන හෙට වැඩ රැට් තමයි ලයිව් දාන්න වෙන්නේ ලයික් කමෙන්ට් සෙට් එක ලයිව් ලයික් කරමු දේ යා ෆොටෝග්‍රැෆිස් කරන ජොබ් කොට ඕල් රවුන්ඩ් දන්නවනේ හරි නොකරන දෙයක් නේ ඒක පාර එන්ජිගේ මේ බ්‍රැඩ්මන්ගේ උස බලපන් පුංචි බ්‍රැඩ්මන්ගේ උස මම ෆොටෝග්‍රැෆිස් කරනවා අයියා PS4 එකෙන් PlayStation මල්ලි ෆොටෝගේ මං ඉස්සර කැම්පස් ඉන්න කාලේ කරා අයියා දැන් නම් නැහැ මේ දැන් මේ අර කැම්පස් එකේ බැච් එකේ මේ මාත්ලේ කොල්ලෙක්ගේ පොඩ්ඩක් ෆන්ක්ෂන් එකක් තියෙනවා ෆොටෝ ටිකක් ගහලා දෙන්න කිව්වෝගේ ඒක හරිස් මල්ලි good morning ආරේ එහෙම වුණොත් අපි හවසම ඇවිල්ලා මේ මැච් එක ඉතුරු ටික ගහමු ෆස්ට් ඩේ එක කොහොමද ඉවර කරමු ඉස්සරයි කරේ දැන් නැහැ දැන් වෙලාවක් නැහැ නේ ජොබ් එකයි මේකයි එක්ක නැත්තම් ආසයි පැතුම්මා 41යි ඈ ලයික් කරන සෙට් එක ලයිව් ලයික් කරමු මචං ෆලෝ කරන සෙට් එක ෆලෝ කරමු කනිෂ් කෝලේ නැකි ශාසල් අඩේ අශස් කවුද රේට් එක මත නැහැ ණය කියලා කරා ප්‍රොෆා නයිත් නතර කෝඩ් එක වදින නෑ බා PC controller PC එකට wireless connect කරන්න පුළුවන් අද්දාක් ගන්න යූස් එකක්ද කරේ මන්ද මල්ලි යූස් එකක්ද ගත්තේ 5 chance එකක්ද? පැතුම හතර කළද අනිවාර්යයෙන්. අන්න තඩිගුඩි පොස් තාම ආවේ නැහැ බෝල් කරන්න මචං. පාර. පැතුමගේ පාරවල් බහින අඩේ බහින්නේ නැහැ නේ. අඩ ගියා. බෑබගේ ගියා. අද මැච් එක හේෂාන් මල්ලි. යූස්ඩ් යා. මාත් බලන්න ඕන. අද මේක ඉතුරු ටික අපි මේ ෆස්ට් ඩේ එක ඉතුරු ටික හවසට ගහමු මොදේ. මම දැන් එන්ඩ් කරන්න ඕන හින්දා 10ට 10 කාලෙ විතර මම එන්ඩ් කරනවා. ඩිවිලියර්ස් සම්දීම දෙමු අපි මැච් එක දෙමු. ඒට අනිත් දිහාට ගහමු මොදේ. ඩිවිලියර්ස් නේ එක. ඉක්කු සෙන්ඩ් හાર્ට් වලට. පැතුම 58ට 45යි. කරන්ට් එක ගියා හරි වේදනයි එහෙනම්. හොඳටම කරලා කරන්ට් එක. මැච් එක 10ටද 10 අමාරුද? 10ට 10 අමාරුට මට ඉච්චර මීටුන්නේ නැහැ. ෆලෝ කරමු මචං ෆලෝ කරලා සෙට් එක ලයික් කරලා සෙට් එක ලයික් කරමු. ඕෆ් සීසන් එකේ එහෙම තමයි ඉතින්. ලයිව් මචං ෆලෝ කරමු අපිත් එක හැමදාම සෙට් වෙන්නේ කැමති එල්ල කොල්ල කෙල්ල සෙට් එකේ ෆලෝ කරලා දාගෙන යන්න හොඳේ. 10ට මැච් එක මම හිතුවා 10 අමාරු කියලා. ඇෂස් එකක් ගහමු 10 ටික අල්ලලා. හරි 50යි නේද කොල්ලා. ලස්සනයි බං ග්‍රිට් බැට්මන් ෂොට් ටික. පොරේ ෂොට් ටික ලස්සනයි ඈ. මාර ලස්සනයි ඩ්‍රයිව්ස් ටික බං. බලන්න ගියා මේ ඕල් රවුන්ඩර් එක. ආයෙ දන්නවනේ. කරන්ට් එක ගියා ආයෙ ආවලා. එච්චරන් එච්චරයි. ඉතින් එන්නම් කොහෙද යන්නේ පුතික මල්ලි. එතනනේ උට ඕනේ. මොකද්ද? මේ පාර ඈ. අඩෝ තාම බෝලේ අලුත් බං අර. තාම බෝලේ අලුත් කියපන් අර. රතු පාට දිලිසෙනවා බං. කතුම 60කට 49 මචං ඈ. පෙප අනු thank you heart වලට කෙල්ලේ. මාස්මලි thank you heart වලට. අල්දු thank you shares වලට කොල්ලෝ. මැච් එක මම හිතන්නේ ගාලු කොටුවට කියලා බලන්න පුළුවන් නේ. එජ් අවුලන්නේ කොහෙන් හරි බහිනවනේ. දෙකයි අරු මේ පැත්ත දුවදී පැතුම මැද බා. හරිම වේදලයි. 50යි 50යි අද ඔය විදිහට පැතුම 50 ගහලා ගන්නෑ. කොහොමද ගැම්මක් නේද? අන්න ස්ලිප් ලොකුඩ. පැතුම වැගන් විලේ බලව 1-6යි. 4 කීපයක් ඇදලා තියෙනවා. හයිපර් ඔන්න ප්‍රොෆාම් නමාරියක් බාන්න. ඔය ගෙදරේ. උස්සලා ගහමු එකක් ගහමු. මම හිතන්නේ ස්පිනර් කරලා අපිට පාරවල් වලට යන්න වෙයි. ආන්න ඇවිල්ලා ඩයල් එක. හරි උඩ පොස්. අඩෝ ෆෝඩ් එක වැඩ කරන්නේ නැහැ බං. අඩෝ ෆෝඩ් එක වැඩ කරන්නේ නැතුව වාට වේදනාව දෙයි බං. අඩෝ මට ෆෝඩ් ගහන්න නැහැ ෂොට්ම තමයි ගහන්න වෙන්නේ. මම මාස් දෙන්නේ දිව්‍යාංජන. මිරාන් ගොඩ දවසකින් දැක්කේ කොහමද? මෙන්න තඩිගුරු පුස් ආවා. මෙන්න එකට තුනක් ඕබා. මේ මට ෆෝඩ් ගහන්න විදියක් තමයි බටන් එක වැඩ කරන්නේ. හැම වෙලාවෙම හැම බෝල්ට පාරව ගහන්න විදියක් නැති නේ බා. අවුලන්නේ. බෝලේ කැපෙනවා ගාල්ලේ. පළවෙනි දවසේම කැපෙනවා මචං ඈ. පළවෙනි දවසේම බෝලේ කැපෙනවා. හොඳටම කැපෙනවා ඈ. තඩියේ බෝල් කරන් තඩියේ. අනු thank you heart වලට අනු. චීටන් කාලා කන්දු. එයි එහෙම කියන්නේ අනුර. මේ ඔළුවේ සයිස් එක හැටියට පේන්නේ නැද්ද බං? අඩි මම හිතන 7ක්වත් උස ඇති මුනේ. අනිෂ්කමලි දවස් 257යි නයිසා. කෙම්ම කොම්ලු. පාර. nice save. කයිනේ. මහවුරුක දාගත්ත. 10 කට 10ට වගේ කරන්න ඕන මල්ලි. මට පොඩි ගමනක් යන්න තියෙනවා. අපි හවසට දාමු ලයිව් එක හොඳ ඉතුරු ටික. 10ට කොහොම මැච් එක පටන් ගන්න ඕනේ. මුං ගායි ස්පිනර් කෙනෙක් නැහැ නේ බං. මු විතරනේ ඉන්නේ නේ. වෙන ස්පිනර් කෙනෙක් නැහැ නේ. පොළවේ 10 සැකලස් තෙන් කිතන මල්ලි. එම්මක් තමා. පාඩෝ. ඒ මදෑ පාරක් ගහන්න ගියා. අඩෝ ඇන්ජි පාඩුයි ඈ. ඇන්ජිගෙන් මම පාරක් ගහන්න ගියා. කොහෙද යන්නේ තනු? අඩෝ වැදුන්නේ නෑ මම පාර. ෆෝන් නොගහ ටෙස්ට් එකක් දිනනොත් යා ඉතිහාසයක් දෙනවා. නෑ මම හවුස් එක හදා ගන්නවා. ටොස් එක දිනන ශ්‍රී ලංකාව. ශ්‍රී ලංකාව බැට් ෆස්ට්ලු. අපේ ලයිව් එක වගේම තමයි. ශ්‍රී කපරාල් මම හදීසලා මැතිව්ස්ගෙන් පාරක් ගස්සන්න ගියා බා. මැතිව්ස්ගෙන් පාරක් හදන්න ගියා බා. ඉස්සරහට බැලලා. අනේ චන්දි අපි විකට් කීපර්. කැනි බාල්. අවුලක් නැහැ සෙකන්ඩ් ඉනිං එක ගහමු. සෙකන්ඩ් ඉනිං එක ගහමු කොහමද? ආඩෝ පාර. ලස්සන්ට වැදුන කණුවලනේ. මත් කියන්නේ එම්බ ලයික් කරන සෙට් එක ලයිව් ලයික් කරමු මචං. අද ඇන්ජින්න කොල්ලෝ. ෆලෝ කරමු සෙට් එකක් ඉන්නවා ෆලෝ පාරක් දාගෙන යමු. ළඟින් ගියේ. තනල් දවස් 93යි ගෙම්මක් හොඳේ. ෆලෝ කරමු සෙට් එකක් ඉන්නවා මචං. ෆලෝ පාරක් දාගෙන යන්න පිටේ දිගටම සෙට් එකක් කැමති අය. මාරෙන්න. අන්න ජන්දිමාල් ෂොට් එක. අර වහින්න නැද අතර? හරි වේදනයි යඩේ හතර බැස්සේ නැහැ කියපන්කෝ. ආ ජන්දිමාල් යාරු දෙන්න එක පැත්තට දුවනවා බා. හරි වේදනයි. ඇන්ජින්. ඒතකොට ගින්ගින් නෑ. මම ළඟපොන් ගෙවල් ළඟ. හලෝ කොල්ලන් තියෙන්නේ ආන්ඩ්‍ර. ඉස්සෙමල් දවස් 154යි. ආයි. ඊට පටන් ගන්න 10ට දිල්සම්. ඔෂ දවස් 131යි. එම්ම කුම්ලනේ. දවස් 59යි. නයිස්. ඊමේ පැන්ජින් 100ක් ගෙවුවා. අපි සෙකන්ඩ් ඉනිං යල්ලු. අපේ පැතුමෙන් ගොඩක් දුරට 100ක try කරමු. දැන්ට පොර 51යි. යා. වහීද? මග නවතීද එකක්? යන විදියට නවතී වගේ. පැතුමත් එක දුවන්න බෑ බං. නැති දාල් පරවා ගන්න පායි ඒක තමයි. ඒ තමයි RD එකේ. පාරවල් හදන්න. ඕකේ. මොනලි. ඕකේ. නෑ ඉම්පැක්ට් අවුට්සයිඩ්. ඉම්පැක්ට් එක අවුට්සයිඩ්. ඩිස් එකේ ඉන්න බෑ. ශ්‍රී ලංකාව ටොස් එකෙන් ශ්‍රී ලංකාව බැට් කරනවා නේ. එනවා. ඒක හොඳයි. අරුගේ සයිස් එක අරු සෙට් එකත් එක බලන්න. මූනිකන් කොට බෝලයක් දැම්මොත් එහෙනම් පැතුමේ ගොළුවට තුලින් යයි බෝලේ මං හිතන්නේ. හරි යුනිවර්ස් ඩේ. මුගේ වෙන ස්පින් එකේ නෑ නේද මූ විතරනේ ඉන්නේ නේද ඊට පස්සේ පාස් බෝලර්ස් වලින් ඉන්නේ එයින්ද ලොකු වුලක් නේ හැබැයි මුන් තව කවුරු ස්පින් එකේ කරන් යයි නේ මම ගාල්ලට මොකද වික්ටර්ගේ සයිස් එක උ පැතුමත් එක්ක ළඟ තියලා බලන්න ඕනවා බෝල් කරන්නදී බලපන් පැතුමත් එක්ක බෝල් කරන්නදී පැතුමත් එක්කගේ සයිස් එක බලපන්කෝ පැතුමකින් භාගයක්වත් නෑ බා හරි වේදලයි කන්දිමල් සීට් පැක් ගහුවා කේස් ඉන්නවා ආ චේස් නේද චේස් නේද පැතුම 55 තඩි ඇඟේවත් වතුන පැතුම කෑවිවත් වෙනවා ඉරාවට මුන් අනිවාර්යෙන් එකෙන්ඩික් ෆාස්ට් බෝලර් සෙට් එක ගේනවා මම ෆාස්ට් බෝලර් එකේ ගේනවා මම නේ එක පැත්තකින් මැච් එක ලයිව් බලන් ටීවී එකේ තමයි මල්ලි බෑ අපි බස් බැට් ඔව් අසුදු චිචි මොකද වෙන්නේ මල්ලි ලයිව් ලයික් කරලා ගමු මචං ලයිව් ලයික් කරලා සෙට් එක ලයිව් ලයික් කරමු ෆලෝ කරමු සෙට් එක ෆලෝ පාරක් දාගෙන යමු නිපුන් thank you heart වලට කොල්ලෝ. YouTube එකේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් channel එකේ දුනක් දන්නේ නැහැ බා. පාරේ. I can see I don't know සිරාවට පාතිය මොලේ අඩෝ congratulations හොඳේ. අඩෝ ඒක nice shot බා straight drive එක. පිරිබා good morning නයින් වලි. ඊ T10 සුතුන්නේ වනේ කිනේ. ඔව් නේ යකෝ අර රසලු යාර අර මොකද මුරස්ද මොකද යා ගහපු ගහිල්ල. නේ? පට්ට එක. පැත්ත ගහිල්ල ගහපු මුන්දින අවසන් හෝල් එකට. දැන් අපි සිටේ මචං ලයිව් එකට heart reaction එකක් දාගෙන කු ඉක්මනට heart reaction එකක් දෙන්න බලන්න. heart reaction එකක් දාගෙන එල්ල කොම්ලොක් කැමරා ටික. මාද ලයිව් එක පැයකින් විතර එන්ඩ් කරනවා. අපි මේක ඉතුරු ටික අවතර ගහමු දෙ. පොඩි ගමනක් යන හින්දා. Hey gemmakka මේ කට්ටියම ෆලෝ කරපු දාම ෆලෝ කරලා සෙට් එක ෆලෝ කරලා ඉහළ සෙට් එකක් තියෙනවා හැමදාම මේ විදිහට ආතල්ලේ මැච් එක බලන්න කැමති සෙට් එක ෆලෝ පාරක් දාමු නේ ෆලෝ කරන් දන්නේ නැතේ ඉන්නවනේ මචං ඔයාලා ෆෝන් එකේ මේ ලයිව් එක ටච් කරලා මම හිතන්නේ යටින් එනවා ෆලෝ කියලා බටන් එක අන්න ඒක උබන්න ඒතර අපිත් එක හැමදාම සෙට් වෙන්න පුළුවන් LPL live පාරක් යමු මොනවත් මැච් ලයිව් දෙන්න බෑ මචං මොකද මට අයිතියක් නැහැ නේ එහෙම දුන්නොත් එහෙම පේජ් එක ඩාම් වෙලා ඩූම් වෙලා යනවා ඒක කේස් එක මදුසංක ගොඩ කාලින් කොහොමද දැන් නයිස්ලි ප්ලේ ගැම්මක් තමයි අන්න උන් ඉතර ෆීල්ඩර්ස්ලා ටික නන්ලි දවස් 141යි නඩිදන කප්පට හරි ඇන්ජලෝ පෙර අපේ එක කිල් හරි රේවතා පොඩ්ඩක් වෙනවා කිරුණ හයි ඔවින් good morning කොල්ලෝ කට්ටියටම good morning අද මැච් එක 10ට නිපුන් මේ ෆෝවර්ඩ් ගහන්න නැති වැඩි හිතන්න බෑ මගේ ෆෝවර්ඩ් ගහන බටන් එක වැටෙන්නේ ඒකයි ෆෝවර්ඩ් ගහන්න නැත්තේ අර පේජ් එහෙම තමයි කොල්ලෝ එහෙම දෙන්නේ ඇයි එහෙම දුන්නේ නැත්නම් මේ එයාලගේ පේජ් ඩිලීට් වෙනවා Facebook එකෙන් එහෙම දෙන්න බෑ Facebook එකෙන් අල්ලලා පේජ් අයින් කරනවා ඒකයි නිකන් බොරුව රිස්ක් එකක් ගන්න ඕනේ ලෝර 40 ගානක් ක්‍රිකට් ටීම් එක රුපියල් කොහමද 8000 10000 අතර ගානක් වෙනවා බං අද කවද 25ද 21 නේ තව දවස් 4යි ඔයින් මලි thank you ෂාස් වලට අන්න ගැප් එකෙන් මචං පාර පැත්ම කොහොමද ගැප් එක හොයා ගන්න වේ අඩු 4 යන්නේ බා එපා පැතුමත් එක තුන දුවන්න ගියොත් එහෙම කණු ලෙෆ්ට් එනවා ඒක ඩිරෙක්ට් කරනවා මොකද පිච්ච් එක දෙන්න මොකද වඩන්නේ ඉතින් උන්ට අවුරුද්ද ලෝ කරවල වෙලා පැද්ද වලින් ලයිව් එක තමයි thank you මන්සංක thank you මේ තඩියක බෝලම් බවුන්ස් වෙනවනේ ලක්නොත් කියන්න ඕනේ අනිවාර්යයෙන් කියමු අන්න ඇවිල්ලා කේස් මුත් ඔෆිස් පින් නේද කේස් කාර්යය බෝලේ කැපෙනවා අර පැතුව පොඩ්ඩක් මේ පුට දුරන්න පුරුදු කරන්න තියෙන්නේ බා රුල 45 කියන 9 10 10ක් අතර ගණක් වෙනවනේ 9ක් 10ක් අතර ගණක් වෙනවා ලයික් කරමු මචං ලයිව් ලයික් කරලා සෙට් එක හොඳේ
And I've enjoyed every moment of it, and I consider it an absolute privilege and honor to have seen some of the best cricketers in action, see the game evolve into the different stages, but Test cricket still remains the pinnacle.
Indeed, 27 years in the business from 1994 until now. So let's get down to business. Dimut, you've got the coin.
Heads.
Heads is the call. It comes up as a tails. Dimut, you've won the toss. What are you going to be doing?
We're going to bat first.
Pretty obvious decision. Tell us about the thought process in making that decision.
I think the wicket is pretty good. Seems like we know how behaved the goal track is. It's going to be a 10 later parts, so that's why we want to bat first and put a good total on the board.
Craig, disappointed that you won't at least have the opportunity to bat first?
Yeah, unfortunate, but you know we got a job to do, so we know we got to go out there and work hard as a team.
Dimut, you've named your team in advance of this match. Satisfied that the bowling attack that you've chosen will be suitable for these conditions?
Yeah, of course, I think we playing especially 3 spinners and we have some part-timers as well. But I think we covered all the part and as a batsman we have to take the responsibility and put a nice score on the board.
Craig, you've got a debutant opening the batting with you, yet another partner. What do you tell someone like a Jeremy Solorzano coming into his first test match?
Well, you know, for me, it's just to back himself, you know, back his plans. You know, whatever he did to get here, you know, continue doing it. And, you know, he's a disciplined fella. So it's just for him to enjoy it, you know, to the fullest, enjoy that first game, you know.
And Dimut, final question for you. Is there any concern about rustiness, that you haven't played a lot of test cricket, a lot of first-class cricket for quite some time? Do you think you and your team are ready?
Yeah, I think it's a bit hard, you know, but we used to it a long time ago. But I think we were practicing really hard last couple of days. I think we were enough condition ourselves to play these 2 matches.
Craig, how much of a setback was it not to have that warm-up match in Colombo?
I won't say it's much of a setback. I thought in those 4 days we got in some good sessions. I mean, my time in the middle is always good, but we have some good practice games in Antigua. So, you know, the guys really looking forward to the challenge.
Gentlemen, play well in this first test match of 2 here at the Gol International Stadium. Sri Lanka have won the toss and they'll be batting first.
Well, let's take a look at the teams. This is Sri Lanka batting first, and 2 left-arm spinners they have. What are your thoughts on that?
An interesting call there by Sri Lanka, picking up 2 left-arm spinners and 2 genuine fast bowlers after a while in goal. So that's very interesting. So 2 left-arm spinners, both have performed well. I think both deserves a go together.
Yeah, and they also have an off-spinner, all-rounder. So batting slightly short with the all-rounder batting at 7, but otherwise it looks a pretty experienced side. The West Indies. I'll let you talk through this.
Solorzano is making the debut. Rest of it, I think, apart from Blackwood and Chase, not much experience. But you know, West Indies, when they turn on, they can be, really, really good on their day. So I'm hoping that West Indies will do a good job with the ball and come out batting the second innings.
Yeah, there is a debutant, as we do speak of, and we do know he's going to open batting with the captain, and this is a big moment for him. I believe he's going to get his first test cap, and to be handed over by the coach, Phil Simmons, who's having a few words, possibly motivation, good wishes, and in any cricketer's life, it's a very big moment. Solorzano getting his debut, his cap, and he'll be pretty proud of it. He will display it, and yeah, why not? Why not? It's a big moment for the young man,
isn't it? I mean, I remember when I got mine as well. It was the best day in my life. I'm pretty sure Solorzano will cherish this and hopefully get some runs in his test debut.
Yeah, just to try and show you what this series will eventually pan out to be. It's 2 test matches, because we do have this first test happening here and then the second test after a break. Both games are in Gaul. So the West Indies will be really up against some spin if this pitch decides to take some turn. We do know that Gaul is a dry pitch. But look, we also need to talk about Ranjan Madugala. 200 games as match referee. 1,000 days of watching test cricket.
Wow, massive, isn't it? I mean, what a gentleman. He's a role model and ambassador for Sri Lanka. So I'm pretty happy for him as a Sri Lankan, proud moment for all of us.
Right, it's time now for the anthems.
brought us here to this region. But through it all, we have risen above. Through our like a raging fire. As the sun shines, you know. Rally round the West Indies, now and forever.
Formalities almost complete indeed for Mickey Arthur, the Sri Lankan coach. It will be the last time this fortnight that he'll be working with this Sri Lankan team, getting what they wanted, winning the toss, batting first and getting the opportunity. Amir Sohail, as I welcome you in our commentary box for the start of play, looking to put runs on the board.
Yeah, that was the name of the game, looking at the state of the pitch. Yes, it had a bit of moisture, but with the sun baking down, it's going to evaporate quickly. And for the first 2 days, It'll be a perfect opportunity for the batters to put runs on the board and grind the opposition. Both the sides have plenty of spinners in their lineup. And a proud moment for that youngster. Lozano carrying that West Indies cap.
A daunting challenge indeed for the West Indies. Young man coming into the team, modest numbers, but he's got the opportunity to make a name for himself. But for Sri Lanka, they've never lost to the West Indies in a test match in Sri Lanka. So for Craig Brathwaite and his men, it's a huge challenge that they face here.
Name of the game for the West Indies captain and the bowlers to make sure to not allow Sri Lanka to go past 300 runs. If they're able to do that, well, that'll be a challenge for the Sri Lankan side in this test match. Both the openers making their way to the centre. Captain Dimut Karuna Ratne along with Nisanka. Both are able batsmen, possess good technique, know how to handle different situations, and most importantly, once they're in, go big, especially their captain.
Got a habit of getting big scores on this ground. The West Indies fans saw Pathum Nisanka in Antigua, March into April, and looked an impressive player. Early stages of his career, already 100 under his belt, a 50 under his belt. For the West Indies, as they get set, they'll certainly not want to repeat what happened here 6 years ago when they spent 2 days in the field, conceding almost 500 runs, then lost by an inning. So they've got quite a bit of work to do here. There's no question about the challenge that they face in these conditions. The feeling very much for Sri Lanka to bat and bat as long as they can. These ideal conditions, ideal weather as well. We had quite a bit of rain in midweek leading up to the test match, but it's bright sunshine now, and as per usual for the West Indies, Black Lives Matter, putting up the right fist, taking the knee, remembering the issues of discrimination, racism, and as we see what is happening all over the world, issues of discrimination have certainly come to the fore. And for the West Indies, with the West Indies history, it's really paramount that they be at the vanguard of this Black Lives Matter recognition in the game of cricket.
Yeah, they were lynched for a long time. Didn't hamper them. Kept fighting. Made their place in this world. All in readiness for the test match to commence. Starts off with a wide one down the leg side. A bit of moisture in the surface. And these fast bowlers, they have to make sure to make use of it. And to be able to do that, they have to fall into a rhythm quite quickly and maintain good line of length. Have a look. Devoid of any grass. Darker in color, which tells you it has retained a bit of moisture.
Not getting the radar working right, and there'll be a lot of focus on Shannon Gabriel because he's been chosen as the frontline fast bowler ahead of the experienced Kimar Roach, which might surprise a lot of people back in the West Indies late on a Saturday night, early Sunday morning back in the Caribbean, because Gabriel struggled for fitness and form in the 2 test matches against Sri Lanka in Antigua. He looked really short of work in those couple of test matches, but clearly the think tank, including the captain Craig Brathwaite, the coach Phil Simmons, they are satisfied with the work put in by Gabriel, that he's playing ahead of Roach.
That's better. Yeah, it did surprise me, but I didn't find Kemaru's name in the final 11. And off late, he's been bowling well. He's been amongst wickets. Umpire Ruchira Guru and old friend Kumar Dharmasena. He has become a veteran in Test match cricket as an umpire. Plenty of experience for him. Maybe he's preferred because of his awkward action. And he hits the deck hard. Strength. A bit of bounce from any surface. Well, plenty to do for him in this test match.
Well, he is consistently, when on form, the fastest of the West Indies bowlers. Can certainly unsettle with that genuine pace. The question is, on what is expected to be a pretty bland surface here at goal, will he be able to sustain that effort over an extended period? First runs, boundary to the vacant third man.
If there were any nerves, disappeared for the batter. Nisanka wasn't in control, but he'll be happy that he's off the mark. Sri Lanka off the mark as well, up and running.
That's got to be disheartening for a fast bowler, Amir. Fifth ball, brand new ball, you take an outside edge, it goes nowhere in the air, into the slip cordon.
Yeah, you have to give credit to the batter who played the ball with the softer hands.
Spoken like an opening batsman. Just a bit of inside edge past the short leg. No inside edge, in fact, leg by. First over of the test match is completed. It's 5 without loss.
James, do you want the marker? Do you want the marker? Down to square leg. That's your center.
With Karunaratne at the top of the order for Sri Lanka, looking to lead the way. Batting first for the West Indies, a debut for Jeremy Solozano. Bit of surprise with Shannon Gabriel preferred as the frontline fast bowler. The only other fast bowling option is Jason Holder, the former captain. He's going to be using the new ball from commentary end here at the Galle International Stadium.
Jason Holder is a stickler for accuracy. Balls within himself. His strength is just push the ball back up the length, get the deviation of the surface. And he has served West Indian cricket quite well.
Well, he's had quite a journey in the 6 years since the West Indies were last here. Played the first test match of a 2-test series here at Galle. Second test at the Pisara in Colombo. Kemar Roach left in the sidelines. Bit of hesitation before they go through for the single, but it was always there. This must be a surprise. Look at those numbers. He's led the West Indies attack for such a long time and has really come into his own over the last couple of years. Recovered from injuries, led the way in the defeat of England in 2019 in the Caribbean. Man of the series.
Slightly towards you.
231 wickets. That's experience and that's ability.
Correct.
And after that much of experience, if you are made to sit out, can be painful. Have a look. There was a bit of bit of movement in the air, and well negotiated by Nisanka. For full face of the bat. Left-handed batsman for the first time on strike. Well behind the line.
Mentioned earlier, he got a big 100 against the West Indies in goal. When Jason Holder was captain, it was his first series as West Indies Test captain. It's been a real journey, as I mentioned, for him, because he was made West Indies Test captain virtually with just 1 year of Test cricket under his belt. Thrown in at the deep end at the age of 23 to be captain of the team for the 2015 World Cup.
Yes, West Indies cricket has become very good at experimenting. One has to admit that. Debutant, Mazzano, proud moment. Wearing a profound smile. And why not? Dream came true for him.
Receiving the cap from the head coach, Phil Simmons, his fellow Trinidadian. No doubt offering words of encouragement. Phil Simmons, an opening batsman himself, who would have followed in the footsteps of that legendary pairing of Gordon Greenidge and Desmond Haynes. When you have that challenge of following in those footsteps, it's always going to be difficult, and that has been the story for the West Indies when we talk about the decline from that dominant period, 1980 to 1995. It's been a real struggle to get a really established opening pair, consistent opening pair during that time.
Decent over from Jason Holder. 6 without loss.
This is the West Indies squad, a bit of a talking point that they didn't pick a team with additional reserves in this time of COVID-19. They went with just the 15. No place for Jaden Seals, for Kimar Roach. West Indies more or less keeping all their options open with the squad that has been selected, but it's the frailty of the batting that is a major concern. As we mentioned, Kimar Roach, Jaden Seals not selected. It would have been very different in Caribbean conditions on the faster pitches that they experienced in St. Lucia and then in Jamaica when they played South Africa and Pakistan. The West Indies batsmen really struggled against the pace of South Africa and the Pakistan, especially Shaheen Shah Afridi.
Yeah, he's getting the wrist behind the ball now. Gabriel.
Let's take a look at his effort in that first over. Struggling for a consistent line early on. They're looking for that extra pace. Not getting the batsman to play, and certainly as an opening batsman, you wouldn't mind having to leave a lot of those deliveries a bit all over the place in that opening over. He's got to establish consistency. He's not going to get a lot from this pitch. He's going to have to bend his back on this sultry, steamy morning here in goal and try to get something, try to get an early breakthrough for the West Indies.
Yeah, he gathered himself after those wayward deliveries, the first 2 ones. Now his gather is good. Wrist behind the ball. His front shoulder is not dropping. That's why he's been able to pitch the ball in the right areas. Run-up is fine. Rhythm is there. Much better gather, and that's why he's been able to pitch the ball around off stump. Coming back to the point you made, West Indies has been struggling after that legendary pair. Desmond Haynes and Gordon Greenwich. What a pair that was. It was a great mix, wasn't it? Very enjoyable. A bit of... One was an aggressor, the other one purist. Relied on solid technique and beating the batsman with pace on that occasion. Shannon Gabriel. I think West Indies cricket was associated with flair. I think most of the players, they have vacillated between flair and the technique and got lost in translation. Technique is very important. Flair comes with it. Once you improve your defensive technique, you're in a better position to serve your country, any team you're playing for, or good delivery. Beaten all ends up. This is the line he should be looking to bowl consistently.
Maybe troubled by that extra bit of pace, because he was certainly beaten for pace with the previous delivery, and there wasn't a lot of foot movement here, just wafting at that.
It happened because of that extra pace. Didn't allow the batsman enough time to get behind the line of the ball, hence just hanging his bat. Working up some pace. Shannon Gabriel. All goes well for West Indies in this test match.
He was working on a maiden over there, Shannon Gabriel. But a single to end the over. It's 7 without loss.
It's no ball.
In fact, we're going to have an additional delivery. He's had his problems with no balls over the years, Shannon Gabriel. It's cost him a few test wickets.
And in this heat, you have to reload. That's where over management and spell management becomes very important test match cricket in these conditions. And especially with the advent of T20 cricket, no ball is a free hit. No bowlers, they've got to be very precise.
Couple of runs to end the over with the no ball and the single, extended by that no ball and the one delivery. 9 without loss. Sri Lanka looking for a solid start in these ideal batting conditions here at Galle. Back-to-back test matches at this venue in the south of Sri Lanka. Fishermen heading out. Maybe they're heading back. They usually head out very early. We were talking about the West Indies as we see Dimuth Karunaratne setting a stall out for lengthy occupation of the crease. About finding that balance between flair and style and technique and somehow getting lost along the way. And yet we often get carried away with that flair element of your Viv Richards and your Gordon Greenwich and Desmond Haynes and so many outstanding players, the great Sir Garfield Sobers, who once coached Sri Lanka. But behind that flair was a very solid technique, a real grounding in the game. Whether you talk about batting or bowling, the fundamentals of the game were always paramount.
Totally agree with that. You know, if you talk about Sir Vivian Richards, talk about Gordon Greenidge, Desmond Haynes, all those great names, technique was solid. And it allows you to wield a lot of authority if you're a well-organized batsman or a bowler. And if you don't have the technique, well, your dream is going to be short-lived anyways. See, for a batsman, opening batsman, is highly imperative to know where your off stump is. You should know how to leave the ball, force the bowler to bowl within the stumps, and that's where you have your chances to score runs. And that makes you a reliable batsman. Have a look. Just watches the ball onto his bat. See, that's what, as an opener, you're required to do. Force the bowler to bowl within the stumps. Just bat and ball and runs. Nothing extravagant so far from these two batsmen, but they're going about the job quite nicely. Just angling the bat at the last moment. Earned a few runs.
Well, he'll certainly want to continue the form that he showed against Bangladesh. Over 400 runs in 2 test matches. That was more than 5 months ago. Just over pitched. Should go all the way. Just straying and paying the price there, Jason Holder.
Well in control. Didn't try to overhit the ball. He was looking to play away from his body, but one thing he did, good over there, presented full face of the bat, and that's why he was able to hit the ball into the gap. This should give him a lot of confidence. First boundary for the left-hander, Sri Lankan captain Runa Ratne.
Excellent delivery to end the over. Getting his own back, Jason Holder, 15 without loss. So very important for Sri Lanka to establish a solid foothold. They hold the initiative over the West Indies, their historical duels. They've got the experience of Karunaratne at the top of the order. Angelo Matthews, former captain. Dinesh Chandimal, former captain. Lakmal, wealth of experience.
The one good thing Sri Lanka did over there, playing 5 frontline bowlers. When you're looking to play on such a surface, you need bowlers to pick up 20 wickets. That's positive call from the captain. He's very well organized, Karunaratne, just making sure to move the bat away at the last moment from the line of that delivery, just pulling the bat towards his bat. But was a good delivery. This, we spoke about a bit of moisture in the surface. If I was the captain, I would have been tempted to bowl a spinner here. A bit of moisture offers a bit of spin. With a pronounced seam, he'll definitely stuck in the pitch. He'll get stuck.
Well, that might almost be a first for the West Indies. to open the bowling with a spinner?
I think now is the time. He might have been thinking about that.
Maybe using himself, because he got 6 for 23 against Sri Lanka at the Pisara. But of course he's got Rakeem Cornwall, frontline spinner, wheeling the arms over, the big man at slip. Maybe to get an early bowl. You probably read it right there, Amir.
And if the captain is thinking it's going to be a great call, especially with the pace Cornwall bowls, can bring a lot of botheration for the batter, especially with the fact if it turns due to that moisture.
Well, as much as the West Indies would have struggled over the last few years, last many years, certainly they've been able to get an early breakthrough in the last couple of years. They've enjoyed some early success. This was a good lifting delivery. Didn't handle it particularly well. Misanka. Again, it's that extra pace, that hostility, causing some discomfort, and he's going to need some treatment now. Taking a painful blow on that hand. And that's probably going to dissuade Craig Brathwaite from going with the spin too early. If he can get Shannon Gabriel to really crank it up for another over or two.
See, these are the perils of getting too much side on for a batter. At times you lose sight of the ball, especially when it's directed towards your chest or your left shoulder. But definitely Nissanka was in a spot of bother with that extra pace and extra bounce.
West Indies have missed a trick here because they would have usually picked up an early wicket. We've seen that happening 9 times in test matches the last couple of years, that they've broken through within the first couple of overs. They haven't this time around. A trophy at stake here. Cycle Incense Series presented by CDB. The Sobers Teixeira Trophy that was inaugurated when the West Indies were here in 2015. Michael Teixeira captained Sri Lanka in the early days before they were granted official international status. And of course the great Cigarfield Sobers, part of the development of Sri Lankan cricket. He would have played in Sri Lanka, known as Ceylon at the time, when the West Indies were travelling back from various tours to Australia, New Zealand. They would have stopped off in Sri Lanka, played a couple of matches, and he was here, the great man, in 2015 for the inauguration of that trophy.
You know, cricket is not the only attraction in Sri Lanka. Plenty of golf courses. Cigarfield Sober loves to play golf. He doesn't mind a round of golf anywhere in the world.
Free slips and a gully in place. Short leg, pretty deep. Again, just looking to cause that extra bit of discomfort. Might want to think of maybe a leg slip, a leg gully, if he's going to bowl that line and that length.
A good call. A leg slip can be handy. It's getting the ball to jump.
Lozano under the helmet. Almost seems mandatory that if you're new to Test cricket, you're brand new to the team, put you right under the helmet. In fact, that's Brathwaite, Craig Brathwaite, the captain himself, under the helmet at short leg. Now the leg slip is put in place because of that line, because of that extra pace.
Tell me how you're communicating with the captain. Be honest, tell me.
We West Indians have a telepathic connection, even if they don't want to listen to the commentators, because we usually talk a lot of rubbish. Probably happy to get off strike here, Nissanka, after that blow on the hand.
Good cricket all around. It was a very good delivery from Shannon Gabriel. Dug in, got a bit of bounce. Batsman was in control and well fielded. And making sure he gets top of the bounce. Plays the ball all along the ground. Have a look at the effort. Excellent. Saving some runs for his side.
Good running. Cover on his heels. They're able to get the single. Gabriel not at all pleased. 17 without loss.
Without loss.
Coming down the wicket.
Sri Lanka off to a very sedate looking start. Sanka and Karunaratne batsmen together. So we're going to see some spin. And that's not a surprise because there is definitely, when Amir Suhail did take a look at the pitch earlier on, he did find a little bit of moisture. This might be the time to get the off spinner because when the moisture starts to dry, that's where the spinners can find some turn. Very good morning to Jehan Mubarak. Lovely to have you with us. And my goodness, you're so difficult to get at.
Good morning, Roshan, and good morning, everyone. Not easy to get an appointment with you.
Not about getting an appointment with me, it's about getting you here, man.
No, it's good to be back here. Good to be in Gaul. Lovely day with the sunshine. Cornwall operating. He'll be looking to target some of the footmarks that Shannon Gabriel has created for him.
He's going to bowl to the left-hander. He's going to have a slipper, silly point and a short leg. Straight away on a length. What is interesting to see is whether this drying moisture, if there's anything that will assist him a little bit. He's obviously looking to try and get a breakthrough here. Use the pitch when he can. Couple of runs to Karunaratne. He's a big unit, isn't it, Cornwall? And this is Gaul for you. One of the most prettiest grounds in the world. It's the drone giving you the picture. The fort in the background. The Indian Ocean. Hugging the coasts of Sri Lanka. Oh, beautiful loop, beautiful loop. There was a bit of bounce.
That's the turn he was looking for. Tossed it up a little bit. Beautiful seam position. Just drips and bounces. Not collected cleanly behind the wickets either.
That will be the line he will be looking to bowl at. Particularly to Karunaratne earlier on in his innings. That's an area that the bowlers will look to try and operate.
It always puts a bit of doubt in the batsman's mind when he sees one turning.
Touch full on that occasion, but yeah, you could see that Karunaratne very, very watchful. Felt that that was slightly over-pitched, almost underneath his eyes.
Tentative push from Karunaratne to end the over. It's 19 for no loss after 6.
It's a sedate start, that's understandable. Sri Lanka winning an important toss. Pathum Nisanka being thrusted to open in place of Lahiru Tirimana, who's not available for personal reasons. That was a partnership that the Sri Lankans were enjoying at the top. Tirimana's absence, obviously, a big blow for Sri Lanka, but with the youngsters putting their hands up, Sri Lankans will be hoping that Pathum Nisanka will fill that void. On 7, 2 slips and a gully, and 2 men catching on the leg side, forward short leg and a leg slip. It's been an interesting line and length to the right-hander from Shannon Gabriel, who generally brings the ball back into the right-hander. Has been bowling just a shade back of a length and been getting that bounce which has been awkward to the right-hander.
Yeah, he's very much a back of a length bowler. Hit the deck, uses the seam very well. A bit of angle back into the batsman. He just needs one to hold his line. We saw Pathum Nisanka flirting at one outside the off stump early on.
He also bowled with good pace. He runs in hard, he really gives his everything. He's into his 4th over. Not easy to bowl long spells in these trying conditions at Galle. You could see again plenty of pace and bounce. He's been tucking him up, and yeah, Jahan, you're right. He's generally, his direction has been into the right-hander. Hardly had deliveries that have been holding its line or leaving it. That's on the ribs, I think. Pretty nasty.
Yeah, put some ice on that once you get back in. Pathum Nisanka definitely not comfortable against Shannon Gabriel.
Also the bounce he gets. Working up a good head of steam. And he's a hit the deck hard bowler. But the conditions in Galle will not permit bowlers to bowl for too long, so the short spells will really be everything they have. As we could see here, oh, again, he's having a tough time out there.
Well, that's what Test cricket is.
No ball, no ball.
That's a no ball as well. That's the second time he's overstepped. That's a big no ball. That's a big no ball from Shannon.
And a long stride as well, isn't it? Plenty of pace. Quite close to the leg stump, but hindsight, nothing. There was no danger because it was a no ball. But the fact is, he's giving it his everything. And I don't think, you think he'll bowl another over. This is his 4th. He's given it his all. He's run in and bowled really hard. It's a hot day. Not much of breeze.
I think he'll go for one more. Use the new ball. He's got Pathum Nisanka on his heels. Capitalize on that.
Nice punch off the back foot. Couple of runs. Nice sound, wasn't it? Ball on the bat. His real timing from Nisanka was up on his toes, waited for the ball to come in, then just hit it hard, but it was all timing.
Rode the bounce very well on that occasion, timed it beautifully, didn't try to overhit it, just got the gap. There you can see the lengths of Shannon Gabriel today. Short, 53% of the deliveries.
General length is about back. It's about back of a length. He doesn't go full too many times. It's just the surprise delivery that he looked to bowl a Yorker, but his general lines and lengths would be good length and just back of a length. Put against the right-hander. Runs here. That will be a boundary.
Check.
It was a little bit
Fair
too wide,
fair delivery.
and Nisanka was pushing at it.
Well, that's heartbreak for the bowler. He's been all over Pathum Nisanka, and a ball pitched up, just catching the outside edge. Nisanka reaching out for it. Unfortunately, So Shannon Gabriel through the gap for another boundary.
Yeah, that was a more fuller length, getting Nisanka to get on the front foot. Normally it was more of a back foot play for Shannon Gabriel. Has had him in trouble a few times. Created a lot of uncertainty around that off stump or just outside. Galle Stadium. Absolutely uniquely situated. We've spoken about it, and if you haven't been here, you should come. It's a beautiful setting with a lot of history around. See, that's the problem. If you get it wrong, it can be horribly wrong, because he just went down the leg side, because he's essentially someone who brings the ball in to the right hand. We spoke about the difficulties Pathum Nisanka has had against Gabriel. There have been some really good deliveries, back of a length, darting back at the right hander. One delivery he played and missed. That was the no ball. So it's been a torrid time. It's been a kind of a baptism by fire for Pathum Nisanka here.
Well, that's the life of an opening batsman. Good. Talking good speeds up there. 151. I still like to see him pitch the ball up a little bit more. I know he's gone for runs every time it's pitched it up, but there's a wicket taking opportunity. Perhaps bring in another gully.
This time in behind it, but still very good pace. 26 without loss. So 26 without loss. The Galle fort, Jehan. So much of history there, isn't it? I mean, you talk about Galle, you always remember the Galle fort, because it dates back, I think, in the 16th century.
What a beautiful place to watch cricket, even if you don't get tickets for the game inside the stadium. On the ramparts of the Galle fort, beautiful place to watch cricket. You got the ice cream inside the fort and the cricket outside it.
Have you been up there?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, it's a bird's eye view. It's a beautiful place. Right, we're going to see some off spin from Cornwell. Had a particularly good series whenever he played against Sri Lanka. He played against Sri Lanka A, and in 3 games he got 23 wickets. And this is how we would see the ground from being up there. So just angle down the leg side. Anuradha will come back for 2. In fact, they can get 3 if they want. That's what they're doing.
That's good running between the wickets as we come back to the beautiful view from the Galle Stadium, the clock tower, the Dutch fort, the Indian Ocean in the background.
It's the view, isn't it, from that high place. You spoke about watching cricket from there. You'll need a binoculars, no doubt, but still, it's a nice view. It's a nice place to be, particularly during the evenings, you know, when the sun is setting. Cornwell from over the wicket to the right hand. He's just got a short leg in and a slip. And it's a good speed, good pace that he's bowling, not trying to fire the ball in. High 70s. Yeah, searching for some loop as well.
Yeah, he's looking for that turn, isn't he? Searching, trying to find the spots for the turn. As the reserves of the Sri Lankan cricket team.
That's another bubble, is it? I mean, bubble seems to be a very common word, commonly used word.
That's a wide for sure, isn't it?
Good piece of keeping as well, right? It looked an effortless piece of keeping.
Think you could recruit them for Ragama Cricket Club, Roshan?
Beg your pardon? I didn't hear you.
Do you think you could recruit them for Ragama Cricket
Yeah,
Club?
why not? I mean, that's a service. That's a service. You need to identify talent, unlike you guys. 30 without loss.
There's 3 bowlers used so far. There's 3 bowlers used so far, Gabriel, Holder and Cornwall. Gabriel being the most effective so far, hitting good speeds. 151 is highest. Cornwall just having a couple of overs.
Holder coming on. Did anticipate this because it's not easy. It's really tough to bowl in these conditions. Holder just bowled 2 overs. He's replacing Gabriel at the other end, who gave it his all, running in and bending his back. Jason Holder much gentler in pace, but gets a lot of bounce and always at you. And it's been a big moment. It's been a significant test match for one of Sri Lanka's greats, former captains, who's been flying the Sri Lankan flag in difficult times, especially when Sri Lankan cricket hasn't been doing well and when Sri Lanka is least spoken of. This man has been really doing his bit in the international scene. Ranjan Madugalla of ICC match referees and also refereeing here, and that's the occasion, receiving a trophy from the Vice President of Sri Lanka Cricket, Sir Jayanta Dharmadasa, to mark his 200th test match as a match referee, and that is huge. And then from Ashley De Silva, it's a big moment. It's a really big moment. Jehan Mubarak next to me would be pretty proud because Ranjan comes from the same school that Jehan went to.
It's a monumental achievement, let alone from a royalist, but also for a Sri Lankan. 200 test matches in any format, as a player, as an umpire, as a match referee. Those are phenomenal numbers, and he's done a lot of proud for Royal College, for Sri Lanka, and for the game of cricket. He's carried the flag very, very high.
Watching 200 games, 1,000 days, that's not easy. That is a special effort. As you said, it's not easy. But that's the moment. That is the moment. So celebrated today. Holder just keeps probing around that off stump or just outside. That will be the role he's expected to play, going in over the wicket, just looking to angle it across the left-hander with 2 slips. More of a defensive role, isn't it, that Holder's playing? Because that's kind of doing more of a holding job.
I still prefer if the West Indian fast bowlers would bring their length forward a little bit more, bring the bowled and LBW into play.
Yeah, that's more like it. A bit of length. You would expect Dimut Kanaratne, excellent, just watches the ball, plays almost underneath his eyes, waits for the ball to come to him. Doesn't really have that long stride out on the front foot, but excellent on the back foot. Has strong wrists. I think he's done a slight adjustment to his bat grip, because allowing him to play a little bit more freely on the offside. Formerly very strong through mid-wicket and square leg and mid-on, but he's done that adjustment, and he's done well for himself.
Yeah, the better batsmen always do that. They're able to adjust their technique depending on the conditions and the bowlers. That's a much better length from Holder. Ends the over, 32 for no loss after 9.
just 3 fours, 40 dots. A typical, solid, watchful opening partnership. Would expect this partnership to grow and bring Sri Lanka into a position of stability. And the rest of the batting that is pretty strong with experience that is looking to build on, because batting first at goal, the one that goes with the angle, just goes a little bit wide of the crease to the left-hander. Tends to disprove all the theories about off-spin bowling. Cornwell with his action and with the way he delivers. Talk about the rotation of the hip, you talk about the pivoting and all that, but well, it's pretty different. He doesn't do anything of those, but he's been as effective.
Well, he does have a good seam position when he releases the ball, and he lands it very consistently, and I think that's more important. It's about where you land the ball, especially in Test cricket.
Sliding down the leg side, sliding down the leg side. That's the angle. Not really looking for some spin. Yeah, that's, if you look at the seam, that was more of an off-break seam, the rotation, but that one just kept going down the leg side. Yeah, that's exactly the point, Jehan. I mean, we spoke about the technicalities, but throw the technicalities out of the window. He's doing what he has to do. He's doing it well.
And he's kept Dimuth Karunaratne honest. One ball spun, and he's looking for that one that spins away. It's not coming. Another inside edge. 32 for no loss.
What is this, man? I give you a good wicket in Antigua. What's this?
32 without loss. So it's been just 3 bowlers. Gabriel ran in and bent his back. Holder has been there and thereabout. A bit of off spin from Cornwell. Holder continues. 2 slips and a gully. That area of vulnerability for Pathum Nissanka.
Yeah, the ball coming back in, he does look a bit vulnerable. Will come back. The LBW shot in the previous over from Cornwall around the wicket. Clearly sliding down the leg side. He does get a bit of drift, and that's something the spinners can use at goal. Use the breeze to drift the ball into the left-hander and away from the right-hander.
I think Cornwall was bowling from the perfect end to the left-hander because the breeze is cross. They could drift it into the left-hander, and if he can find some spin, find the outside edge. And even to the right-hander, the one that slides on, where he can find the outside edge. So he can use this cross breeze a lot.
We might see him come around the wicket to the right-hander. Use the breeze even more. He's bowling at a good speed to utilize that breeze.
This is a very good line and length. He's been there and thereabout, just outside the off stump. That's the one that held its line. The previous one came back. Nissanka playing possibly for some inward movement. Just going straight through. This is clever bowling.
That's a much better length from Holder, bringing Pathum Nissanka onto the front foot. And as you said, he's looking for that ball that comes back in, looking to field bat on ball, and one just holds its line and beats the outside edge.
That's a good follow-up delivery. Excellent follow-up delivery that came back a long way.
I mean, I sometimes wonder, Whether Jason's holder's height is a disadvantage for him. That's a pretty good length, but look how high it hits Pathum Nissanka, almost on his waist.
And two contrasting situations, isn't it? Holder very tall and Nissanka short. So the length becomes critical to both of them.
A proper David and Goliath battle.
Only thing it's between bat and ball, not a sling. He just back of a length. Look at the height he gets. And Nissanka had to really go up on his toes to play that.
I just feel that the bowler can pull his length forward a little bit more. High on the bat, but still played under his eyes, soft hands. Even if it gets an edge, he makes sure that it goes to ground and doesn't carry to the slip fielders.
Oh, what happened there? I hope he's all right. I hope he's all right. Certainly slipped, I think.
Let's have a look there. His back foot landing, who lands awkwardly on his back leg. That's an ankle breaker, yes.
Could have easily turned his ankle. He could have easily turned his ankle. Thankfully it didn't happen. Good over. Good probing over. 32 without loss.
That's 2 meters, boys. That's 2 meters, boys.
So the average first innings total at goal 369, and that's not a surprise that more teams have won batting first. That's what captains look for. They look to try and win the toss at goal. It's so important. And Sri Lanka did well. Winning the toss, Dimuth Karunaratne doing a great favour to his team by deciding to bat first, or getting the opportunity to bat first.
And putting on a good opening partnership. That's tossed up. A bit of inside edge on that. Karunaratne has not looked comfortable against Cornwall in the same way that Nissanka struggled against Gabriel. It's a beautiful seam position again, just drifting in inside edge, saving Karunaratne on that occasion.
It's time for them to switch ends. Get a single, get to the other side.
Keep going, boys. Come on, boys.
Karunaratne should try and look to do that.
That's the hallmark of a good partnership. Rotating strike, making sure that a bowler can't work you out. It's driven uppishly, just eluding the man at short extra cover.
Pushed a little bit through quicker. A feeling that it get stuck in the pitch a bit because the bottom hand definitely came into play as he pushed at it. That was pushed through quicker as well.
Yeah, the thing is, there are very few singles on offer with this field, and I think Karunaratne is looking for that single to try and get off strike. Be too hard with his hands. And he's dropped. That's what he was talking about. Looking for that single, catches the outside edge. And that should have been caught at first slip.
Such an important occasion possibly in the game. Dimuth Karunaratne playing away from his body, looking to try and run it down. Held the edge.
Go in, Jimmy.
Went quite quickly, but you would expect slip catchers to take those. This is very good bowling. A maiden over. 32 without loss. Without loss. That miss can be a massive moment in the game. We do know that Dimuth Karunaratne's appetite for runs. He thrives on mistakes of the opponents, and generally when he gets in, he looks to make things big.
Yeah, if West Indies are to make their way into this game, they need wickets up front. Lost the toss, they started off on the back foot. Have to make every chance count.
Holder continues. This has been a little disciplined session of bowling by the West Indies. A very good face. Another look at that drop chance. Cornwall has been probing around that off stump. And look how wide that delivery. Karunaratne looking to try and run it down. Quite a healthy edge.
Yeah, and he would have seen it all the way. Jermaine Blackwood, perhaps standing a little bit too close, seemed to be rushed.
This has been a good face, very good face with Holder from one end and then the off spin at the other end. They have kept things really tight, and not just keeping it tight, they have created some moments and opportunities for the West Indies. Cornwall in particular has been probing around that off stump, and Holder has been good against Pathum Nissanka.
No runs in the last 20 balls. They managed to keep the pressure on and also managed to keep their batsmen on strike. Driven nicely down the ground, well fielded at mid-on. Holder trying to bring Pathum Nissanka forward. But in addition to keeping the runs down, they've also managed to keep Pathum Nissanka against Holder.
I think that's what they've done perfectly. They've not let the batsman get the single. They have looked to create that pressure. What we were talking about, the rotation of strike hasn't happened. So this is where Sri Lanka needs to be very careful. This pressure very nearly paid off for the West Indies in the last over. So it's about negotiating this pace. So it's good that there is going to be drinks after this over. Sri Lanka will, the two batsmen will have some breathing space. Will allow them to reassess the situation a little bit. And it's a restart for everybody.
Yeah, West Indies can regroup as well. Discuss, maybe bring Gabriel back after this spell from Holder.
But this has been a tough little period for the Sri Lankan batsman. It's not been really intimidating too much. It's not been somebody running in and bowling quickly. But it's about being honest and accurate and being disciplined and asking questions. I know you're a great swimmer, Jehan. You have swam for your school, haven't you?
Oh yeah, but the sea is a different game. Again, riding the bounce, not very comfortable. Pathum Nissanka takes us to drinks. 32 for no loss after 13 overs.
Had a bit of luck, but the first hour belonging to Sri Lanka. Karunaratne, the Sri Lankan captain, winning the toss. So far they've justified the decision. Bright early morning sunshine, and certainly looking to justify that decision. Early hostility, raw pace from Shannon Gabriel. Jason Holder sharing the new ball. The West Indies opting to leave out Quires Roach, their most experienced pacer. Chance put down just before the end of the first hour's play. Sharp chance. The Jermaine Blackwood had slipped. The West Indies could pay a very heavy price for that lapse. 3 bowlers used so far. Just the one out and out pace in Shannon Gabriel, Jason Holder. More bit of fast medium pace. Hakeem Cornwall, Jomel Warrican, Rostam Chase bowls a bit of spin as well. Their spin options. Parviz Maharoof, good to work with you. So we see Sri Lanka. So they're looking to ensure that they justify that decision to bat first.
Hello, Fazil. Yes, definitely Sri Lanka winning the toss and batting first. Sedate start. 2 openers, Pathum Nissanka opening batting. The absence of Lail Thirimana. I think so far very, very happy with first start. Yes, the West Indies have bowled well. Just thought the 2 quicks, the lengths could have been much fuller. Especially Shannon Gabriel with the new nut. Spoke about some moisture. Was at the start. Just thought 2 short and 2 wide with the left-handers, and down the leg side to Pathum Nissanka. Just made the trick, but Cornwall has been handful and have had Dimut Karunaratne in trouble from the first over itself.
Had 4 consecutive maidens to the end of the first hour. So they have kept it tight, but they've got to pick up wickets. They can't let these opportunities go by. Not to people like Dimut Karunaratne, who's got a real appetite for the big scores.
Good call, Dimut Karunaratne this time. This was missing for Sri Lanka. Plenty of fielders around. Singles has not been easy. Don't want to do when you're struggling against a particular bowler is to bog down in one end. But strike has to be rotated. I think Captain Craig Brathwaite have done work really nice. Straight away, getting Cornwall in, getting into the game. Looks like Dimut Karunaratne, we spoke about the appetite towards the big innings. Hasn't played much cricket lately. Test of his patience as well.
Good running, good sharp single. That's a good place to get back into the test match groove. He averages over 50. The test match innings on this ground, Karunaratne. Breaking that sequence of dot balls. From Nissanka struggling against the extra pace and bounce of Gabriel. Took a blow on the hand that required treatment.
Pathum Nissanka did have a good T20 World Cup just concluded. The batting. Bright young talent just making his name. Definitely got the technique to survive in Test cricket with new ball, but just that need more time. Need more games under his belt to cherish. Flighted this time by a Cornwall. Nicely clipped away towards deep square leg for a single to end the 14th over. Sri Lanka 34 for no loss.
Jaden Seals taking a bit of shade via the towel that is provided. He made an impression in his first few test matches, 2 against South Africa, 2 against Pakistan. Got a 5-wicket haul in the first test match against the Pakistanis at Sabina Park in Jamaica. But he's been omitted together with the senior man, Quires Roach. And rest assured that's going to be a major talking point, and what influence the bowling coach, Roddy Estrick, in the background there had in that decision.
Jason Holder continuing. I did see Jayden Seals first time during my under-19 stint as a manager in 2019. Saw him in the Tri-Series in Antigua. Very impressive. Jayden Seals, and did see him bowl during the South African series. Got the pace, got the bounce, and picked up by Jaffna franchise as well during LPL. 19-year-old boy making immense strides, as well as Kemar Roach. When I was surprised not to see him in the playing 11 Fazir. Especially experience in goal matters a lot. Not trying to get batsmen bounced out in Galle Stadium. You need to be more wicket to wicket, hitting the front pad. Occasionally a batsman could get out by pulling or hooking or just trying to shiver away. But overall in Galle, as fast bowler been playing test matches here, I think it's very important to pitch the ball up and have any movement with this breeze going across.
Well, I don't know if they would have been influenced by the fact that Roach struggled the last time he was here. Picked up just 1 wicket in the 2 test matches in 2015. But he's a different bowler since then. Then he was struggling with injuries. He really wasn't himself. Struggled as well on the subsequent tour of Australia at the end of 2015. But he's really come on, and I know this is going to be a major talking point back in the Caribbean, that he's been left out in preference to Shannon Gabriel as the out-and-out fast bowler.
231 test wickets, Fazir. That itself tells me, got to be your number 1 pick. And especially, I mean, if you're talking about workloads, you could still have other bowlers playing the same test match. But the first stage, you go with your best team. Carries record, 68 games, 231 wickets. It's magnificent.
In the top 10 at the moment, just 4 away from the great Cigarfield Sobers. But he won't get the chance to add to that tally. The Courtney Walsh at the top of the list. He's now the head coach of the West Indies senior women's team. Curtly Ambrose finished up 2 short of 100 test matches. Malcolm Marshall, arguably the greatest ever, sadly passed away from colon cancer, 1999. Lance Gibbs was at one time the leading wicket taker in the world, took over from Fred Truman when he finished up with 309.
And the 15th, Sri Lanka 34 for no loss. Jason Holder, 6 overs, 9 runs, doing the containment job for West Indies. Hakeem Cornwell, right rate among the bowlers, top 10 now. It's better than Curtly Ambrose, 52. You still don't get a test match during the first test of an important series, a test championship, new one. Just baffles me.
The numbers, not just in terms of the wickets, but the strike rate, would suggest that a bit of a talking point that Kemar Roach didn't make it into the West Indies 11 for this test match.
Nicely played, slightly short this time by Cornwell. Going to be a boundary, much important boundary for Dimuth Karunarath. Has been bogged down in one end. Slightly erring in length that time by Cornwell, easily picked up. The captain of Sri Lanka.
That's what you got to do. Rare bad ball from the usually accurate Cornwall. Karunarath not wasting the opportunity. The essence of good batsmanship, you weather the early storm as an opening batsman with the new ball. Even in batsman friendly conditions, the bowler will have some say early on with that new ball. You've just got to wear him down, wear down the opponent.
At the right length, and also bringing in Cornwell with the new ball. Very good move by Craig Brathwaite. That's a lot of things happen during the new ball, especially in Galle. The moisture what they had in Everett now. On the leg side, slight fill. Damage done. Kumar Dharmasena not moved.
Beautiful view of Galle, southern part of Sri Lanka. Not exactly the geographic south. Closer to Matara. You're talking about the exact south coast of the island of Sri Lanka. South of Colombo, the capital. You look out across to the Indian Ocean, you see the line of cargo ships. Especially at night, you see those lights. As whether they're heading into the port at Colombo or maybe heading on to the Indian subcontinent.
But to Nisanga this time, just two fielders, the offside saving the single, mid-off short extra cover. Talking about big boy heading towards boat.
Quite a few of them lined up there. They've been waiting for days. 39 without loss.
16 overs gone. And Sri Lanka 39 for no loss. Breathtaking views from a drone camera. Galle, magnificent place to be. Always love coming to Galle. And historical Galle fort. And 78 dots so far for Sri Lanka. 4 boundaries. Work cut out for Sri Lanka.
Coming on to you.
Very pleasant conditions here in Galle. Just weather-wise, but for the batsmen, West Indies not taking the chance that came their way, offered by the captain Karunaratne. Too much chop in those waters as well. And here we see Kyle Mayers, who could be a bit tricky. He's a bit deceptive, as Sri Lanka themselves found out in Antigua for the couple of test matches that were played earlier this year.
I did see him that series, Fazil. Did move around, did have the Sri Lankans hopping away a little bit. Keeper standing up in that series as we speak. Keeper Joshua De Silva up to the wickets. Easy run up, nice and smooth. The last moment the gathering. Certainly the West Indies are strong, much fitter, much bigger. So this may make the difference. Wicketkeeper coming up or behind. It's behind. Dimuth Karuna can go a step forward. Pace not being that quick.
Historical area of Galle, side of the ground, part of the city. Beautiful view around an important part of the landscape, part of the country.
Right shot at that time. Dimuth Karuna very, very strong. Bread and butter for Dimuth Karuna. Loves the pull shot. No second intention needed. Easy boundary. Move him to 20.
That's a poor delivery. He doesn't have the pace. He needs to pitch it up. His forte is pitching it up, get a bit movement through the air and off the seam. That length really going to be meat and drink for someone of the caliber of a Dimuth Karunaratne. Keeper now standing up. Joshua De Silva. A change in field, a slip being pulled out. Almost a bit of a concession here by the captain. But he's going to put Jason. No, in fact, he's changed his mind. He's going to put Holder back and slip because he knows probably the safest pair of hands on the field is Jason Holder. And he's put in Kruma Bonner to that short mid-wicket.
Shot again. This will test Dimuth Karuna now. Wicketkeeper standing up. cannot go up front. Got to be in the crease now. But the length, as we spoke, Fazir has been short. And the entire 3 fast bowlers have bowled in the morning, including Mayers. Sri Lanka gets going with 6 batters. The first time after a very long time. After going to a test match with 5 proper bowlers, 3 spinners and 2 fast bowlers. It's good to see. And very positive as far as I'm concerned, especially in ball. You always expect your batsmen to score the runs and get the bowlers to work hard and get the wickets. And also looking at the batting lineup of West Indies, out of the top 8, only 2 left-handers are left-handers. The rest of them being right-handers. I think Lasith Ambuldeniya, Praveen Chaivikrama both have bowled really well for Sri Lanka. 2 left-handers in the top order have definitely had a bigger say in selecting the team. Job well done for the Sri Lankan selectors. Sri Lanka 43 for no loss.
Helmet, please.
As we're talking about Brathwaite, captain debutant Solozano, and Mayers, the 2 left-handers in the top order, rest of them being right-handers. If we expect ball to spin around the 3rd day, I think Praveen Jayawickrama and Lasith Ambuldeniya will be handful in this pitch.
Lots of work for the West Indies to do in the field before they even think of batting. They'll be mindful that the Sri Lankans have picked 5 frontline bowlers, as you mentioned, recognizing the conditions here at Galle, which will require a lot of work to dismiss the opponents twice.
Got the Nissanka 54, departing 55 deliveries for 16. Patient, huge transformation playing the World Cup just 2 weeks ago. Patient enough which Sri Lanka needs up front. Yes, number 1 opener is missing out due this series for personal reasons. Laru Thirimana. They show a big opportunity for Pathum Nissanka.
Boy, Jimmy boy, well ball. Leave it.
For the sake of Sri Lanka's cricket though, I would like to see a lot of these players probably be a lot more comfortable against genuine quick bowling on pacier pitches, because they're going to be sorted out in different countries. For example, you would have seen earlier he was in some trouble against Shannon Gabriel on this flat pitch. He's a little man. How is he going to fare somewhere like Australia, South Africa, England, where there's good carry, where even if you play with soft hands, the edge is going to carry to slip?
That's a real test it's going to be, especially playing in the bouncy tracks. And the last played in South Africa was last year, 2-0 lost, saying that definitely these players have the technique to survive. Just a matter, inside edge there, lucky Pathum Nissanka not carrying to Solozano at short mid-on, end of the 18th over. Sri Lanka 43 for no loss. That's a close call for Pathum Nissanka. Beautifully bowled by Cornwall, giving it little air. Previous 2 deliveries are much quicker, going away from the right-hander. Definitely got the work cut out. Yeah, Hakim Cornwall.
King Cornwall causing some trouble with the last delivery of the previous over. The bounce and turn, well short of the debutant Solozano. We're really alert there in that position, really anticipating. Special skill to be in that position. The sense when the batsman is either going to play an attacking shot or push forward defensively. There's another spinner, Jomel Warrican, getting the nod ahead of Veerasamy Pramol. Another left arm spinner, hasn't made it into the final 11 for some time for the West Indies, but Warrican was part of that West Indies team that prevailed in Bangladesh. In fact, he took that final wicket that clinched the series 2-0.
Tough decision picking among all these left-arm spinners in Perumal and Walken, you think, Fuzzy?
I think they went with the incumbent. There's been a lot of clamour, especially in his native Guyana, for Pamol to be selected. He's been one of the leading wicket takers, the leading wicket taker in the last full season of the regional first-class game.
As played away by Dimut Karnath for a single, straight away mid-on dropping down, long on. A lot of spinners in this game. Got Ruston Chase as well. I thought bowled really well the previous series. Got 4 spinners in Sri Lankan lineup. We expect this to turn come the third day. Oh, yes, just spoke about the third day. On the first day itself.
Sometimes, Father Rees, it's not just the turn, it's the bounce. With the relatively new ball, may not turn a lot, but certainly bit there.
Oh, yes,
and that's the center of the pitch, not outside the off stump. That will make a lot of batsmen think as well. Not fly it up. Patupsan did well to pull away his bat in the last moment. This time going with the arm, nicely gripped away by Patup Nisanka towards fine legs. Going to be easy couple of runs. May has just pulled the solitary over from the 410, doing the chasing. End of the 19th. Sri Lanka 46 for no loss.
Traffic going around on this Sunday morning here in goal. Sri Lanka not going at breakneck pace, not anywhere near the speed limit. Taking their time quite sensibly. Early days yet, early stages of this test match. Definitely goes the long haul, these goal test matches.
Talking about settling in, Sri Lanka last time played a test match in April. Since then, not much first-class cricket has been played. The red ball cricket series was played against Pakistan 18 last month. Some of these players did play in that series. That's where the rustiness will come in, especially the batsmen. Pretty sure the bowlers will get into the groove. The batsmen need to work hard, probably the first half an hour, just to get to the rhythm. Something new. As golf always offers some big runs for the batsmen if they're willing to put the work hard.
Well bowled, Jamas. Very well bowled, Jamas.
And something for the bowlers as well, but you've got to work hard for it. Sri Lanka have packed their side with bowlers, specialist spinners.
Nice gripped away this time by Dimut Karunaratne Cornwall. The angle. And easy couple of runs for Dimut Karunaratne. Yes, Sri Lanka, it's a long time. 5 specialist bowlers. That's very good to see. Horses for courses. They start looking at this pitch. There you go, the replay. The best prepared. Last time Sri Lanka played here against England, it was ranked Turner on the first day itself.
That's always a discussion about pitches, what constitutes a good cricket pitch. And that affords the batsman the opportunity for the first couple of days to get a score, then the bowlers get into the game gradually, especially the slower bowlers. Sometimes you've got a raging tuner from ball 1, or at least the first hour or the first session. There's all sorts of talk, all sorts of discussions.
Oh, big Lanka. End of the 20th. 48 for no loss. Little view of Galle Town. 2004 washed away. Tsunami. It's good to see everything back to normal for 17 years. good friend Jan Mubarak narrowly escaped, climbing into a roof. Devastating time, definitely, and we have overcome all those, back to normal life.
Bird's eye view, the traffic moving around here, whatever traffic there is on this Sunday here in Gaul. Part of the country devastated by that Boxing Day tsunami. So many lives lost, such a tragedy. Just in Sri Lanka, but Indonesia, so many parts of countries bordering the Indian Ocean. They've recovered well. Yeah, they've rehabilitated the ground. Cricket is back. So much to the people of Sri Lanka.
Nice ball again by Warrican, attacking the midland leg stump of Pathum Nissanka, trying to hit the front pad, being not putting his front foot across, putting down the line. Oh, that time. Interesting, into the second over, 2 deliveries spun from the middle stump.
Yes, War.
Not really a big turn of the ball. As a finger spinner, though, relies on accuracy. That arm ball as well, drifting in to the right-hander.
On the track this time, is played by Pathum Nissanka towards long off for a single. Most of the time, deviation has to be little, as much as possible, to get that outside edge. Also, Craig Brathwaite has done the homework correctly, bowling Warrican from the 410, where the breeze is coming across from the right-hand side, which will make the ball drift away, drift in and spin it away. I think overall, West Indies have done their homework properly. Down the track again by Dimuth Karunaratne, mistiming it to end the 21st over. Sri Lanka 49 for no loss.
Without loss. Sri Lanka had to endure some tough times, particularly spin from both ends. Cornwall has been good with his off spin. He's been tight. He's been at the batsman. He's bowled brilliantly into his 9th over, just 15 runs. And by and large, the West Indies have kept Sri Lanka quiet. But what they have been looking for, that's a wicket. That's what has been tough to come. There have been chances created, Amir, but still something that they really need to have in their bag.
Yeah, for starters, Cornwall has to flight the ball like he did with this delivery. He's been darting the ball in, and on a pitch like this, as a bowler, you're not going to get anything. Yeah, maybe in the second innings, but in the first innings, you have to flight the ball. Again, a quicker delivery outside the off stump. And Nissanka managed to work the ball into the gap for a couple of runs. Yeah, 50 on the board, setting the tone of the game in their favor, these two openers. Posing a partnership, initially absorbed a lot of pressure. They knew there is a bit of moisture in the surface. Hunkered down for a little bit, got the measure of the pitch, and now looking to assert themselves.
Just a touch short. Couple more. Nisanka to play off the back foot. All this while it was more of a front foot play. Bowling in the high 70s on ball. Just a touch short.
Yeah, that's the evidence. Once a batsman start to trust the pitch, look to play the spinners off the back foot, and is managing quite well. Nisanka,
Yes, Jimmy.
good footwork, looking to get right behind the line of the deliveries. After 22, it's 53 without loss. Sri Lanka.
Sri Lanka going into this game with 3 spinners. Already seen spin pretty early on day 1 before lunch. Cornwall has bowled 9, Warwick has bowled 2. 11 overs of spin out of 22. That's 50% of the overs already by the West Indian bowlers. And it could be coming events casting shadows as far as this test match is concerned, because the West Indies are generally built around seam bowling, but often for spin. It's going to be Warwican with his left arm spin. He's going to have a short leg and a slip, and it's a predominantly leg side field because he goes over the wicket and spins it into the left-hander.
For nothing.
Bowling
Just
that
for
middle
nothing. Big
midland
risk for
leg
nothing.
line, Amir.
Keep working, War. Keep going in,
Dimut
boys. Big
Karunaratne
risk
is
for nothing,
generally
boys.
very strong. He's got
Working,
strong
War. Keep
wrists,
going
tends
in,
to work the
fellas.
ball around on the leg side quite well.
That's
Oh,
interesting,
yes,
isn't
War
it?
killer.
A left arm spinner
going, War.
bowling
Work it,
over
War.
the
Work with him, man.
stumps,
Come on,
looking
boys.
to ball middle leg line.
Looking for one. Looking
Doesn't
for one,
have a
man.
deep square leg.
Working, War.
Instead, he has that deep mid wicket. Reverse sweep. Oh! Came very close
Outside
to
off,
break this
outside off.
partnership.
It don't matter.
Was there any need to play that reverse sweep? It's batting fine.
Oh, well, they've taken the review. That's interesting.
Outside off.
TV umpire to director.
Yes, go ahead.
We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out, and it's a fair delivery. Give me the front on spin decision
Stand by
first,
black.
please.
Roll black.
Show me one more time, please.
Okay, I'll just come back to it. Stand by black. And roll black.
Bowlers close to the back. Can I have the ultra edge to check whether any bat in all there, please? Keep it rolling through. Keep it rolling through. Keep it rolling through up to the pads, please.
Why don't they listen to me? Since
Yes, satisfied. Flat line as the ball passes the bat. No bat involved. Ball tracker when it is ready, please. Ball tracking is coming. Pitching outside. Impact outside. Impact outside. Ruchi, you can stay with the original not out decision. I will let you know. You are on the camera. Make your signal, Ruchi.
That was a bit of a surprising review by the West Indies, because that was clearly outside the off-stump to me. I was wondering, the impact was anyway going to be outside the line.
Yeah, the wicketkeepers need to be vigilant with these reviews. They have the best seat to determine whether the ball is pitched in line, hitting in line. Wasn't the case. Hence, review lost.
catch it.
Yeah, I was surprised to see
Ball War.
Karunaratne employing that stroke, reverse sweep. He doesn't fancy playing that conventional sweep. Oh, he's getting the ball to respond from the surface, that's for sure. bothered not only the left-handed batsman, also the right-handed. Very lucky. I got inside edge. Could have gone anywhere. Completes the 23rd over. 55 without loss, Sri Lanka.
Please come in front. Huh?
55 without loss.
Sanka, are you home?
23 overs gone.
Where are you from? Colombo.
Dimuth Karunaratne has been tied up a little bit by the left-arm spinner. Now the previous delivery was, or in the over, he was looking to play the reverse, and this time looking to give himself a little bit of room, trying to go through the offside. See the off-spin of Roston Chase. The West Indies calling on their third spinner. With about 20 minutes to go for lunch. Short leg in, slip as well.
Oh, Ross, well ball, Ross. Good start, Ross.
Starting around that off stump area.
Boys, work in, fellas.
We haven't seen the ball spin a lot, but the odd ball have spun and kept the batsman very, very honest. It's created some uncertainty with the odd ball that turns. Generally, it's been all right.
Keep at it, Ross. Keep working, fellas. Come on, boys. Chances happening, boys. Things happening.
Well, that's what you have to deal with when you're visiting subcontinent.
Oh, yeah.
The ball is going to respond to the spinners.
If you ball in so straight.
Often than not.
All the balls straight.
Nevertheless, it's been a good start into this test match through these two openers. Initially, we were watchful. Got their bearing right now. Looking to play their strokes. Oh, what happened there? Oh, short leg. Fielder struck very hard and floored.
I hope he's all right. I think he's hit on the head. Now that is a little bit frightening. Goodness. That's the debutant. Solasano. He's been in the firing line. That was a poor delivery. That was short. And Karunaratne. Ooh. On the helmet and on the grill. I believe they're calling for a stretcher. They're not taking any chances. Just making sure, they're making sure that everything's all right. They'll go through now the protocol. And the debutant. What a debut. What a debut for him, poor man. He's been on the firing line, on the grill, he's on the ground. Let's hope. Moment, we don't know his condition. He appears to be talking, so he seems to be all right. But, as we said, Amir, the medical protocol will have to be followed.
Yeah, thanks heavens for the helmet. Hit him flush on. Forehead. And that ball was travelling. It was hit very hard. I hope everything's all right with the debutant. Nothing serious. He's a worried man, isn't he? Coach of the West Indian side, Phil Simmons.
It's good to see that every possible precaution is taken. And after that rather painful experience that happened some time ago, cricket pitch, since then the medical staff, the team, they don't take any chances. Well,
he hasn't moved. He's lying flat. That's worrying.
Yeah, that's the worry, because he's still on the ground. He's still lying flat on the ground. Jeremy Solorzano, who's making his debut, he's still on the ground. I don't know whether he hasn't moved. We haven't seen the feet moving too much, but he hasn't really got to his feet. I hope he's all right. It could be the shock, the force of the ball hitting him on the helmet or in the grill. I think cracked off the middle of the bat. That was just short of a length. Forward short leg fielders are always in the firing line, and this is another look. Straight. I mean, luckily it hit the grill, so it's more the impact, I think, than really hitting the fieldsman flush on the head. It's more the impact, and part of that helmet, the rear part of the helmet just came off. There's going to be a held up for a while. Solorzano being attended to. But let's try and show you where Sri Lanka is at the moment. They won the toss and decided to bat. Been a slow but kind of a solid looking start. Nisanka 24, Karunaratne 29. They both had some anxious moments, but they have survived. They got close to lunch. 56 without loss is the type of foundation that the Sri Lankans would have wanted from their openers.
Yeah, they are nicely placed in this test match because of this opening partnership. Both the openers started off very confidently, wielded a lot of authority, dealt with spin with comfort also, pounced on every opportunity to hit a boundary. And it's been a hard toil. All the bowlers. Gabriel looked good with the new ball. At the batsmen, especially Nisanka and spot a bother. Plenty of occasions. Other than that, it has been smooth sailing for the Sri Lankan batters.
4 balls in the over from Chase, and he's been stretchered off the field. Solorzano, that could be for medical precautions. They're just not taking any chances, so he will be taken. He'll be taken possibly for observation. They should be removed. They will be removed, or he will be removed from the ground for observation. Obviously, I think the ambulance is going to be moved into a position where he could be loaded into it. But this is pretty unfortunate. Anyway, that's the ambulance that's just readying itself, and so is the coach. He's concerned. That's not a surprise. The young man making his debut, Jeremy Solorzano. He's been hit a rather nasty blow on the grill, thankfully. So to me, it looks more like the impact that it made. It's not hit flush. And you said, thank God for the helmet. And I think, how true is that?
Let's hope nothing serious. Wow. It's another example and a lesson for the spinners. When they place a short leg, it's a responsibility to make sure the ball is pitched up. It's not a long hop. Can be dangerous. Can be fatal.
Better thought for the man who's gone into short leg now. 2 balls to go in the over. Short and wide. Thankfully outside the off stump, but another drag down from the off spinner. Maybe he's definitely impacted. Well, that's what's happening. Solorzano's been taken in an ambulance, obviously for observation. Oh, didn't come on. Played a bit too early. A bit of turn as well. 56 without loss. Well, that's what's happening behind the scenes, as it were. Polosano unfortunately been hit on the grill of the helmet, been carried off the field. And we certainly wish him well. We certainly hope that he's fine. And medical staff, they've been brilliant. They just made sure that no second was lost. They was on to him. They attended to him. And the other thing, Amir, is it's very comforting to see that the facilities are good and you've got the right people at the ground at hand, just in case of an emergency like this, to ensure that the attention is right and prompt.
And also in these unusual times, they've been very vigilant. Extra vigilant, I should say. Showed a lot of responsibility. These two batters, they're showing a lot of responsibility out there in the middle. In control of things.
The thank you. Oh, I was looking for a single, but it was a thank you and a big well done to the medical staff. I mean, as you correctly said, in the modern times and in these days, you've got to expect the unexpected. These things could happen. Lots of situations.
That's why I'm maintaining a lot of distance.
Catch it. Well done, Shiv.
I mean, I'm maintaining distance. I'm not getting too close to you.
The reason why I say you are so
well, this is good bowling, probing. This is what Borikan's trying to do. He's just drying out the runs with Dimuth Karunaratne on strike and just making the skipper to do different things. Just looking to play shots like that. He would try the reverse sweep. Now he's looking to run it down. That's not a great delivery. That's a poor follow-up delivery. That just allowed him to get out of jail with that shot. So frustrated with those dot balls. And immediately on the leg stump, a couple of runs.
Yeah, if you're getting the ball to respond from outside the F stump of the left-hander, why dart the ball in? He erred with the line, and that was it. End of the over, 59 without loss, Sri Lanka.
Without loss. We got just a few minutes. Go for lunch. 6 bowlers used. 3 of them spinners. So Roston Chase will continue with his off spin to the right-hander. Nice loop. That's the loop that he would want to bowl. That's the groove they would want to get into. Now Phil Simon, he's out there. He's hands-on as the coach. He's just making sure that everything is fine. He's signaling. Just need somebody to go with. The young man. Ooh, he played off the back foot. Is that out? The West Indian fieldsmen are very confident. In fact, they're thinking of referring it. Let's see.
I heard something. I heard something. Just in the nick of time, he's referred it. The captain of West Indies, Brathwaite.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for caught behind. Original decision is not out and it's a fair delivery. Give me the front on spin vision, please.
Stand by yellow, roll yellow.
Bowlers close to the bat. Can I have the ultra edge, please? Keep it rolling through. Keep it rolling through. Keep it rolling through. Yes, satisfied. Fat line as the ball passes the bat. Go back to on-field umpire, Kumar.
Don't want to check the LBW?
Yes, start with the LBW, same as original decision, not out.
Stand by hop 1 and roll hop 1.
Impact pitching outside, impact outside, impact outside. Go back to on-field umpire, Kumar, please. Kumar, you can stay with your original not out decision. You're on camera. Thank you.
Kumar Dharmasena, but it's not been West Indies morning. They've been losing too many things. They've lost 2 reviews out of 3. They lost a player who's been taken off, been hit on the grill. So it's not been a happy morning so far for them.
Yeah, excellent umpiring from Dharmasena. He wasn't fooled with that sound. I heard something, and that sound was because of the ball hitting the back pad of the batsman Nissanka. That has been a good over from Roston Chase. He made sure he pitched the ball up to the batsman, came very close. Have a look. Excellent umpiring. Good call. He was very confident, the wicket-keeper.
I think the problem was that there was a little bit of drift for the batsman. Bowling from this end, there is some drift. And also, Nissanka was beaten on the length. Played on the back foot when he should have come forward. And if you did see his feet, he was completely on the back foot to a ball that drifted a little bit. There was some turn as well. So that was a close call for him. That was a very lucky call. Just went past the outside edge. End of the over. Missed out on a short delivery. 59 without loss.
Serious looking.
59 without loss. Sri Lanka has been cautious. They've been watchful. They've had their moments. The good thing from their point of view is that they have survived almost at lunch with the last over. Foreign has been probing around that off-stump line to the Mutkarunaratne. It's been a good spell from the left-arm spinner into his 5th.
Kick track. Go.
The Mutkarunaratne has generally had in the past when he started, he was more of a second innings player. His record was brilliant in the second innings as against in the first innings. But, well, look at the first innings and the second innings here. And even the third and the fourth is quite good. It's the second innings that he's not done too much. Excellent average in the first innings. Averaging 50. Now that's a real achievement for the Mutkarunaratne. I say that because he was considered more second innings player in the past, where he tends to get a lot of runs in the second innings.
It's all about revolving, isn't it? And he has. Especially once. Oh, got the ball to turn and bounce.
Working more.
Perfect. Ideal left-arm spinner's delivery on that occasion. Classic one.
Catch him.
Now that's where he falters. Gets the ball return, and the next delivery is an arm delivery. Set the batsman up. Few of those turning away. Again, beats the batsman.
Check, no ball check.
Checking for the front foot, but see what is
It's
important,
no ball.
Amir.
No ball.
Well, it's a no ball, so he's got to re-bowl it. See, what you got to look at is where is it turning from? It's turning from almost a straight. Now that is pretty unusual for a spinner. Does have a great stride.
Oh yes, Lord.
Push through quicker. So he's turning almost from the line of the stumps. Now that's what's dangerous. It's not outside the stumps.
Yeah, it's not turning a lot, but that bounce he's extracting, it's accentuating that spin.
Yes, Lord.
End of the over. A very good opening session for the Sri Lankan batsman. Posed a good partnership, set the tone of the game in the favour of Sri Lankan team.
Yeah, they'll be happy with their work, winning the toss and batting first, and this is the type of start they wanted. They just wanted to make sure that they had a stable start, a stable foundation. Has been provided by Dimut Karunaratne and Pathum Nissanka, going to lunch on 61 without loss. And very, very useful, pleasing performance and a pleasing return. Not a great run rate, that's understandable, always. Something for the bowlers earlier on, but it's the middle session that's going to be really challenging as this game unfolds, and also as we take a closer look at the pitch.
Yeah, that bit of moisture in the surface to start with didn't deter the Sri Lankan captain. Opted to bat first, and a very good start into this test match. Earlier on, both the batsmen started off with a cautious approach, got the measure of the pitch by leaving the ball, playing the ball close to their body, and once they had the measure of the pitch, backed themselves into playing their strokes.
Yeah, it was a mixed session, if one was to say, because there was a catch dropped, opportunities created by the West Indies, but the Sri Lankan batsmen, they did maximize on any opportunity that was presented. Few anxious moments for both the batsmen. Attempting a few uncanny attempts against the left-arm spinner. West Indies losing out on 2 reviews, which is pretty unfortunate. Out of the 3 in the first session in the first innings, that's a high percentage of reviews lost.
Well, that was nasty, wasn't it? So unfortunate. Flush on. That ball was hit very hard, and that's why he's been taken to the hospital. The wicketkeeper and the bowler thought there was an edge, but wasn't the case.
So Sri Lanka went into lunch. As I said, there were a few anxious moments, but they have survived. 6 bowlers used by the West Indies. And in fact, 3 spinners. They bowled 27 overs despite that held up for the injury in the first session. 61 without loss. Sri Lanka as they go into lunch on day 1 of this first test match.
All set for the resumption of play in the afternoon session, day one of this series, the Cycle Incense series presented by CDB. West Indies visiting Sri Lanka here at the Gol International Stadium. Sri Lanka having things much their own way in the first session, 61 without loss. They both Karunaratne winning the toss and no hesitation in choosing to bat. No luck for the West Indies. Catch put down off the bowling of Rakeem Cornwall when Karunaratne was on 14. And they've also lost the services of their debutant, Jeremy Solozano, to a blow on the helmet standing at short leg. Taking his place on the field is Shea Hope. Patham Nisanka faced some challenging moments to the genuine pace of Shannon Gabriel. And it's also a talking point that Gabriel has been preferred over the veteran Kimar Roach. 231 test wickets to his name, Roach, but no place in the West Indies 11. We've confirmed that there were no fitness issues. It was purely tactical to leave him out in preference to Gabriel. Roslan chase is going to continue. Bright afternoon sunshine here in Gol. Parviz Maharouf gives us his afternoon thoughts.
Good afternoon, Fazir.
Thanks, everybody.
Sunshine. Results lunch. Get us going. Awesome chase to continue from the commentary box and with Karunaratne. Salter slip fielder.
Why?
Salimi Don. We go.
Oh, well ball, Ross, boy. On the money.
The word on Solozano, by the way,
Ross.
has been
Love that
taken
start, boys.
off to hospital in Colombo, the capital.
Punch full.
The
There
scans
you go. Ross, come on,
Hope
Ross. Hey,
that
work, boys.
come back negative as far as any serious damage, because it was frightening for a moment, flat on his back.
Yes,
Feeling
Ross,
at short
in
leg,
there.
took a blow beyond the peak of the helmet on the force of the impact. Clearly affected him very seriously. Taken off the field on a stretcher
Good, Ross.
to an ambulance and off to Colombo.
Oh, yes,
What's
Rossi.
going around? He's stable.
Love this from you, Ross.
Thank God for
Good,
that.
Ross. Wicked, Ross.
Thank God for the helmet. Look at that.
Go ahead, boys.
Full-blooded, full shot. Straight on for a test debut. Tan, I should say. Not a pretty sight to watch. Medical team
Ross, wicked, Ross.
pretty quick to react with all the hard work and got him to the highway straight to Colombo.
Wicked,
After
Ross.
there's some
Go on, boys.
scans and will be kept under supervision. That's the substitute. I hope. The question is, they use the concussion replacement.
Go ahead, Ross. Keep going there, boys. Yo, don't just.
5 dot balls followed by a single to end the first over of the afternoon, 62 without loss.
Beautiful goal. Lovely sight. Always coming. Being a Sunday, not much people around. During weekdays, I'm pretty sure it's quite crowded, quite traffic. People enjoying the waves. Seeing some sunshine after a while, because it's been raining a lot around Sri Lanka for the last 3 weeks or so.
Beautiful Sunday afternoon. But for the challenges of COVID-19, there might have been decent turnout of fans and families would have enjoying the waterfront here around the fort. Different time, really challenging time, unprecedented in our lifetime.
Come on there, boys.
These challenges
Lots
of
of energy for him, boys.
COVID-19.
Come on, War.
It's going to be
Let's go
Jamal
there, boys.
Warrican. An old spin attack for the West Indies after lunch. Certainly got some
Working, boys.
encouraging
Come on,
turn and
fellas.
bounce
Working,
early
War.
on. The left arm orthodox spinner.
Catch him.
Interesting
Working,
field
War.
setting
Going,
as
War.
well. Got a short mid-on and
Working,
back at
working,
him.
War.
There's a
Going there,
long
boys.
mid-on as well. It's the first time
There you go,
seeing
fellas.
that
Working,
in
boys.
in a test match. Seen that in T20 cricket. For the test matches, some reason behind it, Captain Craig Brathwaite opting to a short and a long mid-on.
You often see that a lot for the West Indies. Sometimes when you think that they'd want to put pressure on, they allow a deep fielder. Look at the historic area. Goal. Went through everything. Was pulling away from the shot, not taken by the keeper, and that could be 4 byes. Yes, confirmed. Joshua De Silva won't be pleased with that effort.
Not only Joshua De Silva, even Dimuth Karunaratne. This is the second time, if I remember right. And go against the spin. There you go. Seeing everything that's nicely bowled by Warwickon. Turn just outside the off stump. And paid the price that Dimuth Karunaratne. Very lucky. Not getting inside it, chopping on. Just completely missed by Joshua De Silva.
Getting turn and bounce, but when you've got a long on and a deep mid wicket for your first over after lunch, what's the message that you're sending to your bowler? Are you expecting the loose delivery? Are you setting a field for a catch? Because at the moment it's pretty easy for the left-hander Karunaratne just to stroke through the infield for a single. That's the inner ring. But if you've got those fielders deep,
oh yes, Warwickon.
Come back to that fuzzy in the next over. At the 29, Sri Lanka, 67 for no loss.
West Indies will be concerned about the debutant Jeremy Salazano, taken to hospital in Colombo for precautionary scans. We're told that he's stable after that blow on the helmet, fielding at short leg before lunch. Really the only option, if there were to be a concussion replacement, would be Shea Hope. Someone who many would have seen, in fact we all would have seen, as a star for the future.
Point.
Shea Hope might appear to be the obvious replacement if there is to be a concussion replacement for Jeremy Salazano. Hope on the field at the moment at short extra cover.
South Island now fishing away by Dimuth Karunaratne, and also having the option of having a bigger squad. Lankan squad is about 22 players, bubbles. Just thinking Indians could have had a bigger squad. I'm saying that because last Indian series which happened in Sri Lanka had a situation where one Indian player got positive, and then, if I remember right, 5 to 6 players were isolated. Had a bigger squad luckily so that you could play the extra player. Thinking all this, I just think can be more proactive, having a bigger squad going forward.
Good hand, Ross.
Didn't really get it as well as he wanted, but may carry all the way for 4. It will. Not the fastest of outfields. We've had quite a bit of rain over the last few weeks, but still enough effort from Karunaratne.
Showing some aggression there. Dimuth Karunaratne down the ground, using his feet as well. Not timing it perfectly. Good enough to beat Kel Mayers. Should have been fielded as well. Where also Chase saying that important boundary. There you go. It's good batting. Mark of a good play against spin. Using his feet against the spin. This time missed out. Find that lone fielder at Cow Point. Jason Holder. Talk about the field settings. Ball is turning away from the batsman. Most of the time the field is up front, time to sail the single, just as he thought. As soon as Pathum Nissanka faces the right arm off spinner, a long on, the deep score, it goes back. Similarly, love to see more attacking, especially balls swinging in. The 30th, like a 71 for no loss. Beautiful Golf National Stadium. Heart of goal, goal fort behind it. Able to live around. Beautiful conditions to play cricket as well. Abdul Pani said toss won by Dimut Karwa Ratna. Important toss, I should say. Sri Lanka batting first.
Working, Joey. Bowling jaw, bowling jaw.
Karina Ratna now going past Lahu Tirimana for the most test runs this year. Of course, Tirimana opting out of this series, personal reasons. West Indies wouldn't mind. Very experienced campaigner.
Oh yes, very well bowled. Ball.
Good stuff by Warrican. Keeping the pressure. Pratham Nissanka with a silly mid-off and a slip fielder.
Oh yes, worry.
Predominantly flatter, not giving time to get any air. Mainly because I think mid-off and the mid-on fielder that deliveries we were talking about in the first session. Turn, middle of, right in the middle of the arc. Look at that. Batsman eye. There you go, as he spoke. Oh, Shannon Gabriel was on his heels. Disappointed Jason. Beg your pardon, Joshua, as well as Warrican. There been a much better effort, but saying that, Pathum Nissanka very lucky, trying to be aggressive, mid-on, mid and off field up. Saying that, important boundary.
Miscued it completely, and that's the challenge you want to see the bowler present to the batsman, with the field in and a bit more flight. But for the West Indies, Shannon Gabriel is not the swiftest of movers. He's a big man, like one of those super tankers out at sea. Takes some time to get going. Just couldn't move around there quickly enough.
Oh yes.
Yeah, much agile fielder would have had. Pathum Nissanka on his way. Saying that, as you mentioned correctly, Fazil, it's all about making the batsman tempted to go over the top. Having the two fielders up front.
Catch him. Good hand, Hopi. Well, Ashe.
Yeah, because surely at this stage, he's not there as a containing bowler. It's too early in a test match. You need wickets, so therefore you challenge the batsman, which was what he did there, rather than having the long on, the deep mid wicket.
Oh, catch him.
A forward defense, 20-31st. Lanka 75 for no loss. Current run rate of 2.42. It's a dead start for Sri Lanka in the toss, batting first. Camp very happy with the start. They always goal. The first innings scores matters the most. Come the second innings, it's going to be hard work, tough work for the batters. So many spinners for both teams.
Really is a beautiful facility, the Galle International Stadium. Lovely open ground. For the fort. Here the West Indies just trying to fortify their effort with the bowling lineup. Need everyone to make a contribution. All hands need to be on deck for this West Indies team. They've omitted their senior pacer, Kumar Roach. They've left out Jaden Seals, the young fast bowler. They've essentially gambled on the genuine pace of Shannon Gabriel.
Nice fielder there by Jason. Hold that shot, fine leg. Mentioned about the bowlers on tour. Big name for me is missing is Alzari Joseph. What's happening with him?
Alzari is developing into one of the enigmas of West Indies cricket. Burst onto the scene for the Under-19 World Cup in 2016. The West Indies won that title in Bangladesh. Made his debut a few months later at senior level against India in the Caribbean. Poor delivery. Too many bad balls being bowled here by the West Indies, even in conditions which encourage the slow bowlers.
Very poor by Roston Chase, especially having the deep square leg up, saving the single, bowling that line and length, bread and butter. Pathum Nisanka just helping it away.
Easily put away. But getting back to your question, it's a legitimate one. Probably needs to put in a lot more work. He's a young man with tremendous talent. He's got the build, he's lithe, athletic, he's got the pace. Really needs to put in the hard yards. Because as you listen to some of the great West Indies fast bowlers of many years, Piccatly Ambrose, also from Antigua, like Alzari Joseph, talks about the hard work that is involved in fast bowling. Tremendous amount of physical work, dedication. A lot of work needed. 80 without loss. No wickets yet for the West Indies. It's been going the way of Sri Lanka so far, with from the toss of the coin. Fred Brathwaite admitted to his disappointment not having the opportunity to bat first. Pretty obvious what either team was going to do.
Yeah, that's too good.
Talk about hard work, definitely hard work. Don't goes pays off. Sure, the young man would make his lesson, work hard, because I've seen him bowl was 150 and can be rapid on his day. And West Indies do need these fast bowlers coming up, especially recently concluded T20 World Cup. We say any out and out fast bowler, what we used to see from West Indies, which is a disappointment as far as I'm concerned. Look at his sake as well as West Indies sake. I just think players like Alzari Joseph and the upcoming fast bowlers will work hard and be forced to reckon with.
Keeping the pressure here on Pathum Nisanka. Wrong line, slip and gully in place. I think we're all trying to work out what happened from that period of the mid-1990s, that you didn't see a lot of the talent kicking on and moving forward. As in previous years, it's not as if the cupboard suddenly went bare, because you look back on that time and there were fast bowlers like Mervyn Dillon, Franklin Rose, Rayon King, Nixon McLean, Pedro Collins. Then came Fidel Edwards, Jerome Taylor. There were quite a few. But there was just that extra level of excellence, that consistent excellence, just seemed to elude the West Indies and those fast bowlers especially.
Add to that list, it's just good by you, Fazil. Roman Powell, Darren Powell, Tino Best. Other players played in our era. It's pretty rapid on their day. Haven't seen that coming through. Last time I saw was Alzari Joseph. That's why I'm disappointed. A player like him has so much potential, just falling away. It's just a reminder, you need to keep working hard to stay around this test team.
Couple of runs here at least. The slip and a gully in place. He's bowling the wrong line too often in this over. Gives Nisanka with a couple of runs. 83 without loss.
During the 2005 series, remember Tino Best, Darren Powell and Pedro Collins. They got 4 of the top 4 Sri Lankan batsmen hit on the head by the two quicks. That's how rapid they were. Just think, for cricketing's sake, we have these fast bowlers coming through again to make it more interesting.
Conditions may be ideal for batting, the pitch, the weather, everything in favour of the batting side. But it's really up to the West Indies to put in the hard work to get this breakthrough. They've missed the opportunity of Cornwall's bowling already. Didn't time it as well as he wanted. Has to settle on the single. He was missed on 14 by Jermaine Blackwood at slip off Cornwall.
Missed out there, Dimut Karunaratne, short outside the off stump. Trying to hit too hard, and timing and trying to place it. But Ptv Sports mid-on stays up. Just as against Warrican for Dimut Karunaratne. Short mid-on and long on. The deep square leg. Interesting. I'd like to know more details of that in the test match.
Giving him some room outside the off stump, and will pick up at least 2, maybe 3. Get the third very easily.
Too much width that time by Cornwall. Too good a player to miss out on that. Not trying to hit too hard, placing it perfectly. A big chase to the field, that short extra cover. Going with the angle. Look at that. It's the drift you're talking about. Away from Ptv Sports at the sea breeze. Young man moving into 38 of 109 deliveries. Captain Dimut Karunaratne, 41 of 95.
Work in, Jimmy.
Off spinner bowling to left hand, 86%. Yeah, in square. 93% on the leg side. Shows that Dimut Karunaratne prefers leg side, and the 7% I'm pretty sure would have on the leg side this time. That line should be more consistently in this area and the length. Sri Lanka 88 for no loss. Cornwall is pick up hitting his 10th over. As far as I'm concerned, with a short period of time of play, a danger man for Sri Lanka. Let's have the 2 left-handers in the Sri Lanka entire batting lineup. Warrican will have much bowling against the right-handers. Already 8 overs done. Plenty of bowling to be bowled, I'm sure.
Already shaping up to be a long, hot day for the West Indies. Haven't helped their cause with the catch put down. They've lost the young man Jeremy Solozano on debut to a blow on the helmet at short leg. The hospital in the capital Colombo for precautionary scans. News that comes back would be encouraging. Whether or not he'll be able to take his place in the team again, we'll have to wait and see. The man fielding the ball there at short mid-wicket, Shea Hope, could get the opportunity to come in as a concussion substitute. West Indies have already had that experience during the course of this year. Kruma Bonner was struck flush on the helmet by Anrit Nokia, the first ball he faced in the series against South Africa in St. Lucia, and had to be replaced by Kyron Powell.
Down the ground this time as well, Dimut Karunaratne using his feet. Hoping for the best. The young Solozano pull through, and we'll see him as soon as possible.
Adventurous but effective, and the runs continue to flow. They're really picking up the pace. From 61, they've added 31 runs at better than a run a minute.
effective as well as safe outside the off. There can't be a LBW, even though if it's bad. A big vacant area towards offside behind the square, as you see the short extra cover coming towards score point. It's Mayers.
He's now up to 47, continuing that very good run of form started in the series against Bangladesh some 5 months ago, and it's 93 without loss.
Any cobwebs and nervousness Karan would have had before the test match, especially not been played any competitive cricket for close to 7 months. They've been eased out. No, Karan gets going, usually gets big scores. Sri Lanka go well in this big test match. The first thing scores matters a lot.
Already well on the way to a decent score, making the West Indies pay for that missed opportunity when he was on 14 off the bowling of Rakeem Cornwall. There's Oshada Fernando to come, Angelo Matthews, Chandimal, quite a bit of batting. 5 frontline bowlers. So the Sri Lankans must surely be thinking that in the latter stages of this match they'll be working towards getting 20 wickets. Give themselves the lead in this series. Both matches being played here at Galle.
With the arm, got the Sri Lankan batting lineup as well. Shada Fernando, Angelo Matthews, Dhananjay De Silva, and Dinesh Chandimal. Haven't played much of cricket as well. Especially Dinesh Chandimal had some games during the World Cup. The rest of them have not played any competitive cricket for a while, so that's going to be testing as well.
Cricket delivery, hustling through with the arm. Saved by the inside edge. That's one of the challenges because of COVID-19 as well. Many different parts of the world, different countries have been affected differently. The domestic game would be affected, so if you're not playing internationally, if you're not playing your format of the game, you may not be playing any competitive cricket at all.
Also, first class tournament in Sri Lanka usually happens somewhere around December, and January being LPL being December, most probably extremely January, and from April to November there was no first class cricket as well. That was the other challenge. Nicely bowled, nicely played. Single to rotate the strike. End of the 34th, like a 94 for no loss. Lankans have been busy, the 2-2 Westman, ready to settle the West Indian bowlers. A single maiden over in this session so far. Previously there was plenty. 7 maidens before lunch. Good batting by the 2 Sri Lankans.
$53 runs added in 27 minutes since the resumption.
I think I won't worry from the side.
Sri Lanka at this point, I think that they are well on their way to that formidable total that their captain would want, and he's leading the way from the front, the left-hander. He eyes another half century. Same as Pathum Nissanka.
Working more.
Going more,
downfielder. More, man. Come on,
speed again. Dimut Karunaratne being proactive.
He's bowling well, is Warrican, but you'd really want to see him because he's getting so much turn and he has that bit of bounce. Maybe introduce a bit more flight into his repertoire. Draw the batsman forward, which he did, and but for a more agile fielder at mid-on, might have been able to come up with the catch of Pathum Nissanka a couple overs ago. Went away for 4 past Gabriel.
Persistence and patience is the word for the spinners in this track. Just 1 or 2 balls will help you out, but you need to keep pegging away that same area. You haven't seen that much. That's a good ball. What's important is a follow-up delivery. Either it's too full, it's too short. Little 1.5 sessions what we have played so far. That's been the issue.
Oh yes, that's frustration.
A rank hop.
That is frustration.
Missed out by Ptv Sports. Smile says it all.
That is frustration.
I'd like to see from West Indies also a couple of overs from the fast bowlers, just making the rhythm. There you go. Trying to hit too hard, losing his shape.
Catch it, Bono.
That's what I'm talking about. Keep pegging away in that area. Bowl more consistently. You'll have your rewards. And also a couple of overs from Gabriel just to change the momentum of the game.
Frustration.
Would be something West Indies keeper must be thinking. That just turned a little, but Ptv Sports closed his face, hence got the top edge.
Oh yes, war killer.
Just trying to peg things back. Rakeem Cornwall with Jomel Warrican, in support. 1 run from the over. 95 without loss.
My hat. It's up there, it's by Jaden. Jaden, and by you.
Come on, I want you to hold on to my hat. I miss the days
Why we all in bubble and why we can't?
Sri Lanka in a very good position in this test match.
Coming round the wicket.
Building on the foundation they laid before lunch, absorbed the pressure, batted cautiously, and after lunch, batting with authority, batting with freedom. And as joined by Jahan Mubarak in the commentary box. In a very good position, Sri Lanka at the moment. That's why there is a profound smile on your face.
Good afternoon, Amir. Yes, Sri Lanka find themselves in a very strong position after lunch. Changing gears as they came out to bat, picking up the tempo, picking up the scoring rate. Really looking to grind the West Indian bowlers in this second session.
They are making it very pedestrian for the bowlers in this test match. Both these batsmen, Nisanka and Karunaratne. It's a huge falling of this game. It's the most revered sports in Sri Lanka, cricket. It's a shame that the fans haven't been allowed. But it's this game in the ground.
The south of Sri Lanka, where all the cricketers are bred from. They love cricket down here. Unfortunately, they can't come and see live their fans, but they can't see their cricketers. Trying to get a glimpse of from wherever they can, from the ramparts, from through the gates. Cricket has been away from golf for a long time.
Yeah, he's sailing at the moment, isn't he? Karunaratne closing in on another 15 test match cricket. That's what you get as an opener or as a batsman in longer version of the game. If you have a solid technique, hermetically tight defensive technique, and if you know how to leave the deliveries which are pitched outside the off stump. Oh, it makes sure that your future is bright and you meet success. He has grown in stature, that's for sure. Sri Lankan captain.
Yeah, he's negotiated the bounce that the West Indian bowlers have got, even on this flat golf pitch. Played with soft hands, especially Dimut Karunaratne. Weathered that early storm and now ready to capitalize. Jason Older being the most economical bowler of the West Indians, coming back for his second spell, trying to break this opening partnership.
Was in the air. You can't say he's anxious to get to 50. He has that luxury to delay the proceeding. And when I say delay the proceeding, he plays the ball very late. Into the gap, and that's it. Another 50 for the Sri Lankan captain. Very well played. Innings of responsibility and authority.
Coming back after a long break from international cricket. What a way to mark his half century. Mickey Yata on his feet, the entire Sri Lankan dressing room on their feet. Captain Dimut Karunaratne leading from the front. 96 for no loss after 38.
Center, Vijay. Center, please.
Slightly towards leg, please. Center wicket.
What a player he is. I thoroughly enjoy his batting.
50 uncut. Come
His
on,
approach, his demeanour,
Keep pulling.
handling of the situations out there in the middle. Oh, no surprises there. A bit of loop from Conway, and the result was perfect for him.
Jimmy, keep going there, boys. Working with Jimmy, man. Something's happening,
Ball
boys.
ripped off the surface.
Need that energy now, man.
Change of ends for Cornwall and turned straight away. Ripped right across Karunaratne.
Catch him. Don't catch him. Go that far.
Driven through the extra covers. Karunaratne still in excellent touch. Just a push. Nothing more than that. Racing away to the extra cover boundary.
Conway shouldn't mind it. At least he had the left-handed batsman hitting the ball through extra cover with a close face of the bat, or should I say open face of the bat. Wasn't a dive from stroke though from Karunaratne. That ball turning, the previous ball which turned and ripped, didn't deter him to play that stroke. Tells you how confident he is as a batsman.
Yeah, that's hard to keep that mindset, especially when you see a ball spin across you like that. To keep that mindset of come forward, look, go out there, meet the ball, look for that boundary. Excellent positive intent from Dimut.
Jimmy.
Yeah, he didn't bat an eye to that spinning delivery. He's just backing his ability. Have a look. Good loop, turn and bounce.
Catch him.
And that's where these two batsmen have been good. Stealing those singles. It's very important to forge a partnership. Showing a lot of understanding, these two batsmen.
And then another hallmark of this innings, the running between the wickets. West Indies have been a little bit flat in the infield, a little bit on their heels. Couple of half chances going a-begging and allowing Sri Lanka to steal singles here and there.
Catch it.
That's turn again for Cornwall, 101 for no loss after 39th over.
Everything going according to the plan for the Sri Lankans. They were hoping to win the toss and bat first, and that's what they have done. And to set the tone of the game in their favor, they needed partnership from the openers. And 100+ partnership. No complaints there.
The number of 100+ opening stands, Sri Lanka 7 since 2018, right at the top. That's a remarkably high opening stand partnership.
And that's why their test record is getting better. That's a prerequisite for any side in any format to have a good opening pair with the ball and with the bat. Not only they have got these able openers in their lineup, got two good fast bowlers who could generate a lot of pace.
West Indies desperately need a wicket to break this partnership. Dimuth Karunaratne holding fort. Some beautiful drives down the ground and through extra cover.
Nicely played. Slightly short this time, but
using the depth of the crease very well. Dropping and running, using his feet.
You seldom see him trying to overhit the ball. Just a mere push, gets the timing right and the placement. Oh, that was in the air. Was into that stroke a bit early.
Just having a look at that pitch again, that ball seemed to stick in there for a little bit longer. Maybe just a cutter, maybe took a little bit pace off it. Holders brought a man right under Dimuth Karunaratne's eyes on the drive, just to give him the message, anything in there, I'm going to catch you. That's Blackwood, I think, at short extra cover.
Yeah, these West Indian bowlers, they have to think out of the box. Yes, the faster bowlers haven't got any deviation of the surface, no assistance from this pitch. Yes, they extracted good amount of bounce, but didn't impact the batsman a single bit. So they have to be innovative, try those cutters, try those slow deliveries in order to extract a false stroke from the batsman. Well, looking very solid at the moment.
That's 2 men in on the drive now. Catches the edge again through slips. West Indies have been very unfortunate in that section. They've leaked 3 or 4 boundaries through that slip cordon. But Karunaratne once again playing with soft hands, negotiating it well.
They are making sure he plays the ball late and with the soft hands. Now again, extra bounce, inducing a false stroke. You know, on a pitch like this, as a fielding unit, you've got to be dialed in all the times. You don't require to overthink. All you have to do is keep on bowling with the right ideas. Don't get frustrated. And the secret is, as a bowling unit, you have to tell yourself when you are looking to bowl on such surfaces, we are in there for a couple of days. And that will help. You organize yourself to be able to manage overs, spells, and the day's play. And the coaches, they can certainly help.
That's left alone to end the 40th over. Sri Lanka 105 for no loss. As drinks come on the field, a change of gloves for the batsmen. They've spent a lot of time out there. The wind is out. Taking the fishing boats out to sea to bring back the catch, maybe for dinner, Amir.
I don't mind seafood. Actually, I'm looking forward to go back to the hotel and order some seafood. Plenty of ways to commute to Galle International Stadium, where Sri Lanka is in a very good position. The partnership is marching along. And Dimuth Karunaratne scoring yet another half-century in Test match cricket. And talk about consistency.
Yeah, look at the scores: 59 not out, 118 and 66 at Pallekele against Bangladesh, 244 also at Pallekele. In a rich vein of form, Dimuth Karunaratne, highest average in Test cricket in 2021. A loose ball down the leg side. Really missing out there, Pathum Nissanka.
This is the thing which surprises me. I haven't seen many Sri Lankan batsmen actually sweeping the ball. Gone are the days. That stroke was employed very often by the Sri Lankan batsman to upset the bowler. Not anymore. Why is that, Jehan?
Sweep shot seems to have gone out of style. The reverse sweep has come in, the switch hit has come in. But as you said, very few batsmen are competent sweepers of the ball who can sweep almost anything. It's a poor ball again. Plenty of time and plenty of room for Pathum Nissanka to rock back onto his back foot and cut that through cover point for 4.
I don't mind that length from Conway, but I mind that pace. It helped the batter to place the ball into the gap and use that pace for 4 runs. Had that ball a bit slower, result could have been different. See that? That's very important for the visitors in Sri Lanka, especially for the spinners. What pace they should bowl with. Better, much better.
Well, I think West Indies need to figure out which line they're going to attack. Is it outside the off stump or is it straight? They've set a field for the ball that turns in, but then they bowl a ball that's outside the off stump. It gives time and space for Pathum Nissanka.
Have the batsman driving through extra cover. May it be a left-handed batsman or right-handed batsman. If I am the spinner and looking to bowl at these batsmen who are not inclined to sweep the ball, I will not bowl within the stumps. I'll try and spin the ball to the left-handed batsman from outside the off stump. And of the 41st, it's 1-1-0 without loss Sri Lanka.
Sri Lanka motoring along nicely. 110 for no loss. Sri Lanka have something to crow about. They've got the West Indies under the cosh. 5 bowlers used so far, none being successful for the West Indies. Jason Holder continuing, trying to get that breakthrough.
Yeah, these two batsmen, they're certainly at the batsman slogging out. Bowlers, beg your pardon. No joy as yet for the West Indian bowlers. I thought Gabriel bowled well with a new ball without any joy. Yeah, that's what he has to do. Jason Holder, holding job. for his captain. And allow the spinners to bowl with bigger heart and confidently.
Yeah, it's hard work out there. Slight change in tactics from Holder. He's got a couple of guys on the drive, even for Pathum Nissanka, trying to get him caught. Yeah, that's a beautiful delivery. He's beaten the bat so many times today, Holder, without much luck.
That was a beautiful delivery, wasn't it? Angled in, holding its line. Did surprise the batsman. It becomes very important to create those angles on a surface like this. We're not getting any deviation of the surface. And one bowler I remember who was very successful in subcontinent, and that was Damien Fleming from Australia. He was so good at creating those angles. He used the crease quite well.
Something else that we don't see too much of, reverse swing, especially on Gaul on an abrasive surface. Hot day. We should try and get that going towards the end of the day's play, maybe.
Maybe 60th over. Now this ground is well kept. Surface still has a darker shade, so it tells me there is a bit of moisture left in it. Once it's completely dry, bone dry, then it'll scruff the ball, that's for sure. But at the moment, pedestrian is the word for the bowlers.
You know a thing or two about reverse swing, Amir. How do you need to look after the ball to get that going? Do you need to start now itself?
I didn't need to. I didn't. It was the faster bowlers. They had to take care of the ball and maintain the shape of the ball, shine on one side, and they made sure keep on hitting that other side of the ball on the surface to get that ball scruffed up and get the ball going. I was always worried how to bat, not how to bowl. After 42 overs, it's 1-1-0 without loss.
Sri Lanka motoring along well after lunch. Look at the run rate, 3.27 in the second session. Just almost had an hour's play. Already 49 runs scored since lunch.
Yeah, it's all about winning the sessions in Test match cricket. And so far, Sri Lanka through these two batters batted beautifully.
Gonna get on the wrong bus,
I won the first session. They're very close to win the second one.
Wait.
Yeah, Cornwell is bowling with the right idea now. Reducing the pace, looking to fight the ball. And he's got plenty of fielders on the offside. Much better over this.
Much better. He needs to get Karuna Ratna driving, even though he conceded a boundary in the previous over. As you said, he wouldn't mind that. You want him driving.
Oh yes, Jimmy boy.
Yeah, as a bowler, you always have a chance once you have the batsman driving with the open face of the bat. As a batsman, you don't get to the pitch of the ball, or you're late at executing that stroke. There are perils.
Yes, Bond.
Oh, this is good from Cornwall. Liking it.
Long spells are needed at goal, especially on day one. A little bit too short there. Karunaratne rocking back onto the back foot. Good bit of feeling in the covers.
It's Nelson's on the board without loss for Sri Lanka. Good fielding, good commitment shown by the West Indian fielder. We have spoken so much about Karunaratne, how well he has batted. How about this young man, Pathum Nissanka? Another talented batsman and technically correct batsman produced by Sri Lanka. Upholding their traditions.
Good partnership to have a left hand right hand opening combination. It's not easy for the bowlers to adjust, maintain a consistent line and length. Pathum Nissanka definitely been a find for Sri Lanka. Made a good account of himself in the West Indies.
Yeah, it's good to see this youngster Nissanka is given an opportunity in every format by the Sri Lankan selectors. You need to have such a batsman who bats correctly. Conventional type of batsman in your T20 lineup. Somebody take the innings along. Get the scoreboard ticking. You don't require all the hitters in T20 format. Singles are important in that format. And he responded well to the selector's call, produced some quality innings in that tournament where most of the batsmen were struggling. He showed the promise.
And that's the measure of a good batsman, how you adapt across formats, especially with T20 coming in. There's still a place for that technically correct batsman to hold that innings together, take it deep. We see all the best teams in the world have a player like that in their lineup.
It's a must. See, that format is evolving. When that format was introduced, bowlers, they were afraid of getting hit, and now they found the secret that looking to pick up wickets even in T20 format is going to serve them well. And now you need a batsman like Nissanka in your lineup. He's another one who was very impressive in that T20 World Cup of Sri Lanka. He's a live wire, isn't he?
Yeah, his name was in contention for this test match as well, but they've opted for the extra spinner. But yeah, he was the find of the World Cup for me, Charita Sri Lanka. That's down the leg side. A leg bye to end the over. Sri Lanka getting off Nelson with a leg bye. 112 for no loss after 44.
Yeah, quite enjoyed attitude of Sri Lanka. Whenever he came out to bat for Sri Lanka, they were facing a situation. And what impressed me about his batting and attitude was he attacked the situation. He was not afraid to play his strokes and made a name for himself in that T20 World Cup. there's no need to worry about the run rate. It'll get better. Both these batters, they have laid the foundation and building on it, making it very tough for the Western bowlers in this heat.
West Indies need to do something now. Craig Brathwaite needs to think out of the box. I've been thinking about it. I think Brathwaite needs to bring himself on now. His best bowling figures are against Sri Lanka. Why not have a go?
Oh yes, Jamal. Keep working, Jimmy.
Gaul is the best place for him to come and try out his luck. He got 6 for 23 against Sri Lanka at the Pisara Stadium.
Yeah, if there was a right time to experiment for the West Indies team, it's now. Usage of feet was in the air. Well, that was hit ferociously hard for the bowler to react. Another boundary for Karunaratne.
Well, that's exactly what he wanted, Cornwall. Karunaratne driving, he did exactly that. But Cornwall didn't catch it. It was too late by the time he got down. It was hit back very hard indeed by Karunaratne. Cornwall too slow to react and get down.
I want them to hire so you don't hurt the players. Catch it, Bonner.
That's what he has to avoid. Pitching the ball short. At times in test matches you have to buy a wicket. Yeah, I was hit very hard. Not a lot of time for big man to recover. Huge shout, asking, clambering away. Cornwall, they got only one review left. They've got to be absolutely sure when they go for it. A wicketkeeper needs to assist the captain. Not going. They were not sure.
Well, they've had bad luck with their reviews so far. I think that prompted them not to go upstairs this time. Although that did look very, very close indeed.
Yeah, with the naked eye, it did look close. It was a quicker delivery. Yes, it pitched within line and it was turning back into the stumps. Might have been a good referral. That was a good over from the off spinner. Cornwall brings an end to the 45th over with the score 116 without loss. And it's time for the players to hydrate themselves. We're going to take a short break.
116 without loss. So the Sri Lankan openers continuing to enjoy themselves with century partnerships. This is the 7th century plus stand for the Sri Lankan openers since 2018, which is the most prolific for a test team. There have been a few close calls as far as the Sri Lankan batsmen are concerned. Dimuth Karunaratne survived this, looking to play the sweep. Clearly going wide of the crease, the angle going down the leg side. Cornwall was very confident, and so was the West Indian team. But I think, there was a reluctancy because they had messed up. They had taken 2 wrong calls in terms of their reviews. And Cornwall has bowled quite well, 15 overs for 40. He's been economical. So has been Warrican and Chase. So it's been a lot of spin as far as the bowling is concerned.
His partnership so far, Nisanka Dimuth Karunaratne. Very fluent. Miss chance of Dimuth Karunaratne of Cornwall. That's about it to speak about. Stuff has been pretty much taken care of well. But to Sri Lankan openers, Karunaratne not afraid to use his feet, as well as Nisanka. Whenever they side to short, did play well in the back foot, especially in the offside. 16 of 276 deliveries, which Nisanka opening the batting absence of the regular opener, Naibu Tirimana. This is the highest run scorer. Tyre just overtook him. Sri Lankans going in the merry way.
Right, there's going to be a change. We've seen a lot of spin from both ends. We're going to see some pace. Shannon Gabriel's back. Just bowled 4 overs. That was in the first session and did bowl quite quickly. Worked up a good head of steam. Did have Pathum Nisanka in a spot of bother a few times. But he's coming back for a second spell after a long rest. Let's not forget it's a hot day. It's been a demanding day for the fast bowlers. But are you surprised? Just 4 overs in the day so far?
And the short burst would be the way to go for the faster bowlers. Also, the length he's going to bowl now is very impressive to see with the new ball was pretty much short to the right-handers. The field suggests to me with 4 fielders in the leg side and 5 in the offside, it's going to be wicket-to-wicket stuff by Shannon Gabriel.
So Gabriel, one slip and a wide gully. Straight to the man at extra cover. He's going for that full length delivery. He's generally been back of a length to the right-hander. He's looked to bring it back. He's been a little bit wide against a left-hander, but this is a far more defensive field, which is understandable, of course. He's got a man in at short mid-wicket because he tends to bring the ball back into the right-hander. That's his stock ball. Haven't seen many deliveries that held its line. And out on the boundary at square leg. Mid-wicket, mid-on, saving 1.
Too high. Pathum Nisanka on his toes. 137 clicks. Coming back to his second spell. Definitely looked high. Umpire Kumar Dhammasan not going to move there. West Indies lost 2 reviews. Yep, Bradford thinking against it. And also you mentioned about Shannon Gabriel trying to bring the ball in. See this replay. Yep, definitely going high as well as down the leg side slightly. With the sea breeze going cross from mid-on to mid-off. It's not the ideal end to bowl those induckers. Ideally should be the other way around, bowling from 410. But saying that, not reversing yet. Need more overs in the belt as well, with Shannon Gabriel's action as well. On the leg side, now they feel umpire unmoved. And the release position And Gabriel slightly falls away. It's not going to be easy to get the reverse swing going. That's something that the West Indians have missed the trick. With Jason Older's pace, not going to be that effective when it reverse swings.
That's the angle we're talking about. It generally goes pretty wide of the crease to the right-hander and brings the ball into the right hand, and that ball clearly going down the leg side. Yeah, has a bit of a... tends to fall away a little bit at the point of delivery, and then he tends to push it as he falls away into the batsman. Driven. There's a man on the boundary at deep point, so that was quick. That was 145. Again on a length. And the line was much better, and that's the line he'll be looking to bowl rather than going straight and down the leg side. It's against the left-hander that he struggled a lot. He's been a bit wayward. He's gone wide. And he tends to continue going over the wicket to the left-hander, which sometimes creates that angle, creates a greater angle. If he goes a touch outside the off stump, he'll end up quite wide. We'll have to try and bowl as straight as possible to Karunaratne. He's got that additional slip with the left hand on strike.
Has to be just outside the off stump against with Karunaratne. We all know how strong Dimuth can be on his leg side, and also when he's 64 not out. Wicket is so good, steaming hot. As a fast bowler, it's tough work. You need to just bowl outside the off stump. With the fourth stump attack, have two slips and a gully. Drop down the cow point. It's very important to not to try too many things. When the batsman has settled, keep building those dot deliveries. Eventually, you're going to get the wicket. You try too many things. I think, fair point, Shan Gabriel didn't bowl that well in the first 4 overs as well. It's important, being the lead fast bowler, get those line and stands correctly.
Inside edge. He'll get a boundary. Well, the rub of the green has been going Sri Lanka's way. It's the end of the over. 121 without loss.
Fortune favours the brave. Slightly shorter. Kind of going for that expansive full shot in front of the wicket. And thick inside edge, resulting in a boundary. Important boundary for Dimuth Karunaratne. Going on his 68 of 151 deliveries. Nisanka, 44, more sedate, more solid. It's all around. 26 run against Cornwall. So many balls being bowled at Dimuth Karunaratne. King Cornwall, very effective, continuing from the fourth end.
Good wicket for 3 days.
Sri Lanka's rate of scoring has picked up in this session. The first session they used up 27 overs and scored just 61, but in this session they've got 19 overs and got 60. This is poor bowling. This is really poor bowling. Drag down short, and that becomes a gift to Pathumba Nisanka. And Cornwall, that was a very poor delivery. Just take a look at this, how short that is. Plenty of time. The off spinner spinning in and allows the batsman with no cover behind square leg. It becomes pretty easy as an option.
The way is coming off by the West Indies. Kim Cornwall. Rare loose delivery. Pathumba Nisanka did not hesitate to go across the line there. Much short, plenty of time.
Well done, Jim.
Much fuller this time. Pathumba Nisanka using his feet. We don't feel the dropping down to long on. It's an easy single. Missed out there by Pathumba Nisanka. Last ball, the last over. Slightly short. The line was much better, but the length short again.
Oh, yes, Jimmy.
Gabriel have been dominant in that short area. You need to be much more full, especially in goal. Wickets are low, slow. Trying to get the batsman playing down the ground. Unless you're trying to bounce the player out, it's different.
Good use of the feet. So Nisanka closing in on a half century. He's been a great
Go Jamas.
ally to Dimut Karunaratne in this opening partnership.
Yes, Jimmy.
Off the edge, at least a couple.
No worry.
The runs are now starting to gradually come for Sri Lanka. This over already. They've got 7 runs in it. Boundary of the first ball. Sri Lanka will want to try and move on a little bit quicker. They took their time in that first session. It wasn't the easiest to bat on, but things have got a bit easier here. 128 without loss.
Kardan 70 and Pathum Nisanga just 1 run short. Second half century, the bowling lineup so far for the West Indians. Bulk of the bowling being done by Cornwall and Warwickon, including Jason Holder. Looking for the first wicket, just have the feeling West Indians just going through the motions, not much planned. The body language has not been that great. Moving around end of the overs, needs some sort of encouragement from somewhere. And all great for Sri Lanka. Tapping it down, but it's so solidly, not giving any chances apart from the drop catch. Dimut Karunaratne by Jermaine Blackwood.
Pretty hot afternoon at Galle. Not the easiest conditions if you're a fast bowler or if you're a fielding side. Pathum Nisanga already made 100, a solitary half century in his short test career. And that's his second. A very well made second test 50 for young Pathum Nisanga. Spoken of when he came on the scene, and he continues to deliver on the promise that has been shown, and the dressing room appreciates it. It's a big moment. Stepping in for Lairu Thirimana as an opening batsman, and he hasn't let the side down. At 56 fours, and more importantly, that 129 run opening partnership has lent himself to solidity in the Sri Lankan first innings.
Young man from Kalutara, in the most of his opportunity. Mentioned Lairu Thirimana, not meant available for this series. Carrying on his good form from the T20 World Cup. Pathum Nisanga, solid as rock.
A rare full delivery from Gabriel. So it was a big moment for Pathum Nisanga, getting his second test half century. He knows that his job is only half done, and he acknowledges there are a lot more to go, a lot more to do for the young man. Early days for a career that most people expect to flourish. As you said, he did have a very good T20 World Cup, and it is great to see his transformation and his adjustment to the longer version of the game. Opened in that T20 World Cup, he's now opening in this test match. It's not easy, but he's so far done an excellent job.
A sign of a good player to adapt to this new game. A few weeks ago, played the T20 World Cup, all of a sudden opening the test match. It's a huge leap for a youngster. Shown great character in accepting that challenge and delivering under pressure. It's the good hallmark of a good player. Definitely a young man like Pathum Nisanga showing early signs. So good to see. As expected by early Sri Lankan. Huge career ahead. Just started, and we have more players coming in, sort of Charita Salanka. It's under consideration to make his test debut. Then Sri Lanka went with 5 specialist bowlers. Thought that he missed out as well.
Nice punch off the back foot. We've been speaking about how prolific the Sri Lankan openers have been with their century partnerships, and this is the 3rd test in a row that both Sri Lankan openers have gone past 50 in the same inning. So that to everyone is some sort of consistency which needs to improve and needs to continue. So important to have a solid opening partnership where when you have a middle order with experience, likes of Matthews, Chandimal, and Dhananjay De Silva, they can build on it.
Solid partnership, just like you and me, Roshan.
Now, you solid partnership with like you and I. So you said you and me. So who's Dimuth Karunaratne?
Come to that, Roshan. This is the highest against West Indies opening partnership. There you go for Sri Lanka. Previously Spandot and Malinta Varnapura at Guyana Providence in 2008. Remember that test match Sri Lanka won, as well as Malinta Varnapura scored 100 in that game. Sanka and Dimuth Karunaratne breaking that record after 13 years.
Yeah, Sri Lanka has had some really good opening partners. We did have Atapattu and Jayasuriya, Dilshan open. Arnavitana was his partner. Upul Tharanga used to partners. Sri Lanka generally came up with good opening partners, good opening partnerships, that is. Stayed down a bit. Is that an indication of
no ball
what
check
is to come?
No ball check.
Checking the no ball as well, but that ball stayed down.
It's no ball. No ball.
No ball too. Shannon Gabriel has been pretty generous with his no balls. And before this test match, believe it or not, he's delivered 211 no balls in 55 test matches. He's going at little close to 4 or little over, or little under 4 per game.
Wonder how many wickets of those no balls. 111.
Even if you take 10% wickets. He's been a little bit wavered, hasn't he? Shannon Gabriel is not really gone into a nice groove as a bowler. Had 4 really quick overs first. .133 without loss.
Speaking about fast bowlers picking up wickets of no balls, I remember 2006 test match against England at Lords. I remember Kevin Peterson somewhere around 22. Bowled a no ball. Co-commentator Jan Mubarak took the catch. Brilliant catch. No ball. Ended up scoring 167. So whenever another boundary being hit, Murli used to look at me and stare.
It's your fault. Right, 133 without loss. So Warwick
Coming on to you.
Cornwall taken off. Blackwood coming on. The West Indies pretty desperate for wickets. Sri Lanka have made full use of the toss they won. We do know how important the toss is at Gauls, and Sri Lanka has really done well here. Another option, spin bowling option.
Catch it.
Friendly full toss. Karunaratne should be kicking himself. There was nobody behind extra cover. A boundary written all over it, but just found the man at short extra cover.
No.
Just thought Karunaratne lost 4 choices there. Easy full toss. Saying that
one in front, one behind,
shouldn't be relaxing these two batsmen. The part-timer comes in. That's where you got to be more focused and concentrating. Solitary slip fielder, Jeremy Blackwood. Wicket to wicket stuff, going with the arm, not trying to turn it that much. Just going through the motions, the West Indians at the moment.
As you say, Sri Lanka will have to guard against any kind of complacency just because a part-timer comes on. Yeah, it's about just making it big, carrying this partnership forward. If possible trying the West
Come
Indies
on, boys,
or
work it,
backing
lads.
the West Indies out of this
First
game
wicket
with
has
something
to
very
take.
big in the
Come on.
first innings. Those are some of the targets that the Sri Lankans will be after.
First wicket for 30 at that.
Short leg in, slip as well.
Catch it.
That's poor. That's a poor delivery. He's bowled two poor deliveries. One he got away with. This time, no fieldsman behind square leg. And again, it becomes easy for Pathum Nissanka.
Helping on his way. Not tried to hit too hard. Placement was very, very important. Exactly what the young opener did, Pathum Nissanka, helping on its way. Soon after that, delivered the short, fine leg, dropping down to deep square leg. Long on and deep mid wicket. There a short mid wicket. This time much slower. Jeremy Blackwood inviting the drive. Short mid on as well. Short silly mid on, I should say.
Down.
There you go. Easy single. It was long on. And the 49th over. Lanka 139 for no loss. Last 24 balls, 23 runs. Almost 6 runs per over. On the merry way, the two Sri Lankan openers, the wheels are coming off. The West Indies, they need some sort of a encouragement, some sort of a good feeling, a good chance, half chance to be taken. These are things that West Indies should be looking forward to.
Well, the West Indians have tried hard. Full marks for trying. 7 bowlers, but sadly, West Indian bowling attack has lacked that wicket-taking ability or the penetration we all talk about. Pathum Nissanka, his second Test half-century, and what an innings it has been.
Started slowly and then flew one Pathum Nissanka, we all know. Someone freeze as well, but saying that did the hard work initially, reaping the rewards now, going in his own way. Young man, so Rizam with experience campaign in the other end helped out as well. Captain Dimuth Karunaratne, 2 slips and a gully. Sharan Gabriel.
The West Indies trying hard. They're truly trying hard, and Nissanka's early days in his career so far pretty impressive. Average close to 50. These are still early days for him. Into his 5th Test match. Gabriel continuing. Off the edge. He's taken at slip, and Gabriel has got a wicket. Spoke about Nissanka. Spoke about his average. And the importance of this opening partnership. But it's been undone by a wide half volley by Gabriel and a fairly simple catch, or at least Cornwall made it look simple. The way he took it, bucket-like hands at first slip, made sure that he caught it, and a much needed breakthrough for the West Indies has come.
Big relief for the West Indians. Poor shot by Pathum Nissanka, got to be said. Scoring 56, did the hard work. One mistake easily taken by Rakim Cornwall. Firstly, Pathum Nissanka gone 56 of 140 deliveries. Lanka losing their first at 139.
.139 for 1. Pathum Nissanka just dismissed, caught at slip. A Cornwall of Gabriel, Osha the Fernando. In someone who fledgling career, 12 games, average just under 40. What's that 102 he made? Another outstanding prospect, but has been behind, not having enough runs in the recent past. Another look, driving at a wide half volley and a fairly simple looking catch. Or made to look simple by Cornwall at slip. Didn't have to move. Came quite quickly, but saw it. Well, he's got large palms, doesn't he, Cornwall, and just made it look so easy. Right, the West Indies have got that breakthrough they were looking for. Oshada Fernando's in. 2 slips and a gully. Gabriel it is. Sliding down the leg side, just losing that line a little bit. Gabriel looking to bowl straight and just losing that line. That delivery angling down the leg side. That's what generally happens to him when he goes wide of the crease. He is a wide of the crease bowler. Imperative that he gets his line right, off stump or just outside. Look where it starts, about midland leg, and just keeps going down the leg side. That's the angle.
It's time for extra pace as well. Happens to fast bowlers as soon as a wicket comes. Really, same over. Got to be targeting another wicket, especially new batsman coming in. Down the side again. It's pushing across. 2 slips and a gully. More stump line, probably wicket to wicket, trying to hit the pad and get this outside edge into play as a batsman soon comes in. And it is going to be 4-over burst for a fast bowler in this heat. So make sure every delivery he delivers will be challenged with the batsman around that area.
Yeah, the first 2 deliveries aren't the best for new batsman. Sliding down the leg side. Short mid wicket, mid on. Off the mark. Very, very important that he gets off the mark, gets off strike.
Also, the Fernando off the mark. His 3rd delivery. Karunaratne going his own merry way. It's coming back home, I guess, after the early morning trip.
Will it be early morning or last night? I don't know. People generally go fishing in the night, isn't it? I don't know. You are the expert.
But as long as I'm the expert in everything, isn't it, Rashad?
Wow, my goodness. Tell me one thing that you're not. In fact, you're sitting in the expert's chair as well.
Much fuller by Shannon Gabriel. Down the ground by Karunaratne. Concentrating hard. It's not easy, this heat. Need to capitalize on good starts.
Plenty of activity, not just on the field, but in the seas as well. So much of fishing happening. All being a coastal town. We'll find that day in and day out. .140 for 1.
Disappointment for Pathum Nissanka, the manner in which he was dismissed. The West Indies will probably feel that they were due a bit of good fortune.
Especially when you've been watching cricket for 3 hours.
Opportunities were missed. One definitely went to hand. Wasn't taken. Now they've got to really try and make the most of this half an hour to the tea interval. And Jomel Warrican back into the attack. Certainly getting quite a bit of turn and bounce, caused a few problems.
Working, work. Come on there, boys. Working with Warri, man.
Pathum Nissanka.
Bring him down, bring him down. Oh!
The straighter one. Straight up from Jomel Warrican. He looked the most effective of the West Indian spinners. Starting off with the arm ball that goes straight on. Oshada Fernando hanging back in his crease. Almost getting caught out there. Fuller this time. Worked around the corner. They'll come back for a couple of runs.
Keep him straight, Warri.
What do you make of the West Indian plan from here? 142 for 1. They've managed to get a breakthrough. How do you think they should be setting themselves up?
Well, first and foremost, I think it's important that they keep things tight, because they've allowed things to get away. Credit to the opening pair. They played well. They took advantage of the bad bowling, in different situations with the tactics and so on, capitalized on the chances that were missed. But I felt once again the West Indies haven't really been able to establish any level of consistency. Sometimes, as you would know, of course, having played the game at the highest level, if things aren't happening for you, you at least try to tighten up. Bowl one side of the wicket, build pressure. Play on the batsman's mind, especially if you know it's an attacking player who wants to get on top of you, who wants to get going. A succession of maiden overs, that in itself can bring about a wicket. I didn't feel that the West Indies were actually looking to do that.
Yes,
because we saw the runs flowing very easily as soon as play started in the afternoon. 142 for 1.
Talking about Sri Lanka picking up after lunch, picking up the scoring rate. They've taken their score up to 142, almost scoring at 3 runs and over.
.81 runs added in the afternoon session for the loss of that 1 wicket. Nissanka gone off the bowling of Gabriel 56.
Just to illustrate the scoring rate, Sri Lanka scored, and just have a look at this montage. This is Shannon Gabriel to Nissanka early on. He had him on the back foot, hopping on his heels, and pushed him back, and then the sucker ball, the Yorker. Feet nowhere near the pitch of the ball, throwing his hands at it, and a good catch by Cornwall at first slip.
And that's why I think players like Pathum Nissanka, with all the talent that they have, they really need to work on their skills playing genuine quick bowling. Because it's good that we can show that with the available technology and the camera work. Credit to the team putting things together, because it shows you how unsettling genuine pace can be, where he's basically caught in the crease and late to a full-length delivery. Badly lined, and that's going to be 4.
I'm not sure about this, because they've just got a wicket, and you're bringing on Mayers from the end. Shannon Gabriel getting you the wicket, he's gone off, and a poor delivery, just letting go of that pressure that the West Indies had just been building.
It could be, as Arun has just pointed out to us, that he did get Oshada Fernando twice in the Caribbean in those 2 test matches in Antigua. But still, you've got someone who's just got no wicket. Now, I understand that point, but you would think that Shannon Gabriel, the gas tank isn't empty. He bowled 4 overs in the morning, 3 overs this afternoon, and it has been a question mark over his match fitness for test match cricket. Are we saying that your frontline fast bowler in the Caribbean is only good for 4 overs a session or 3 overs a session? Is that good enough?
If the plan is to have Maz bowling to Oshada, then give the single to Karunaratne, get him off strike, or wait till Oshada is on strike. There you see Shannon's spells 4 in the first session, 3 in the second session. You need more from your opening bowler, from your main strike bowler. If he's the one who's going to get you the breakthrough, you need more from him.
And he's had his issues with fitness, but he's worked on that. He's worked extremely hard over the years. You may recall that he picked up 13 wickets against Sri Lanka on the tour of 2018 in St. Lucia. Outstanding effort. He's a big man. It takes a lot of work. He was short of match fitness in the series against Sri Lanka in Antigua earlier this year. But he's been picked ahead of the likes of Kemar Roach, of Jaden Seals, the young fast bowler.
What's going on here? That's the 3rd time this happened.
Well, it's not as if he has a Michael Holding style run up that's very, very long, pushing off the side screen. It's just a few paces, but maybe just the rhythm, something isn't right for whatever reason. Maybe there's a strong crosswind that is blowing him off course. He's a big man.
Maybe it's a tactic against Karunaratne. Bow him to death.
I would think that Sri Lankan batsmen are unborable as far as the ability to occupy the crease for long periods. I mean, when you've got the likes of so many outstanding players batting for long periods, your Aravinda De Silvas, your Jayawardners, who's just been elected to the ICC Hall of Fame. Congratulations to him, and to Sean Pollock and the late Janet Britton of England. Kumar Sangakkara kept many a fielding side out in the sun for a long, long time.
So you have Shannon Gabriel playing as the main strike bowler with 4 and 3. He's bowled 7 overs so far in the test match. Jason Holder supported him from the other end. Is this combination going to continue going forward as a 2-pace attack? Is it a Holder-Gabriel combination that they're looking at? Is there anything else out there other than Kemar Roach and Jaden Seals that the West Indies could go to?
Well, they've got the squad here. It's not that they've got any additional options on this tour. But there are options back at home. But clearly they've decided to put their lot on Shannon Gabriel's shoulders for this test match. 146 for 1. Yes, it's going to be a talking point no matter what else happens in this test match about the selection omitting Kemar Roach, and we've confirmed that there are no fitness issues with Kemar Roach or Jaden Seals or anyone else in the team for that matter, except now that young Jeremy Solozano has been taken off to hospital with a blow on the helmet.
Coming back to the fast bowlers, both Gabriel and Holder are more a back of a length, hit the deck kind of bowlers, where perhaps Kemar Roach is able to bowl a fuller length, give the ball a little bit more of an opportunity to swing, bring the LBW and bowled into play, especially on wickets like this on the subcontinent.
Oh yeah, down one, well done. Work it, War.
Warwick has been the most at least appeared to be the most effective of the
work,
West Indian spinners. Although he has bowled a couple of loose deliveries, he's got some to rip away from the right-hander.
Oh, yes, Worry.
Using the breeze
Worry.
to
Keep
drift
going, Worry.
the
Keep
ball
going, boys.
into
Come on,
Osher
boys.
Fernando.
Oh, yeah, Worry.
Not the same turn that there was this morning. He's slowed his pace down slightly.
Working, War. Keep going, War.
Perhaps tiring a bit,
Keep on it,
or
War.
maybe it's
Keep going,
tactical,
boys. Back in, Worry,
looking
man.
to
Come on,
use the
boys.
breeze to drift it in, and then looking for the purchase to spin it away from the right-hander.
Catch it, Worry. Catch it, catch it.
Oh, that's a drop chance again. That's the second time this happened. They've got the Sri Lankan batsman driving Osher Fernando on this occasion, coming down the track, not quite to the pitch of the ball, driving, and a pretty regulation catch put down by Warrican.
Beaten in the flight, went through the shot and couldn't close the hands on the ball quickly enough. Got to be thinking as a slow bowler, from the moment you give it a bit of flight, there's always the prospect of a caught and bowl chance. It was sharp, but as you said, at this level of the game, you should be taking those.
You made a good point there, Fazil. As a bowler, you know the ball that you're about to bowl. You know you're going to toss it up. So you're anticipating the batsman driving, and you also anticipate the catch coming back to you.
Rip this one now, War. Oh, yes, War.
Just the third maiden over of the afternoon, but should have brought a wicket as well. 146 for 1.
It's no ball, no ball.
Well, we're going to have one more delivery. Yet again, Jamal Warrican delivers a no ball. Does this far too often. He's a spinner. There's no reason for that. Absolutely no reason. He's not putting in a big stride as a fast bowler, and even that should be corrected. But it is finally now the end of the over, so he spoiled the maiden over. 147 for 1. Opening platform of 139 between the captain and Patham Nisanka. Karunaratne still there, no doubt thinking not just of 3 figures from a personal point of view, but certainly for the team, if he can bat through the entire day, be the anchor of a really formidable first day position. Sri Lanka would have done exactly what they wanted when the captain won the toss. Almost cast in stone here at goal. You win the toss, you bat first and try and pile it on, and then put pressure on the opposition the rest of the way. If they're heading off now for the afternoon catch.
I think they're bringing back Amir's dinner, a barracuda maybe.
I think you're happy to see the seas behaving itself. I wasn't aware that your life was almost at risk with that devastating tsunami of Boxing Day, and I'm sure many of the listeners would have heard you many times, would have heard that story, but many of our Caribbean viewers or other parts of the world, they would not have known about that experience. Must have been frightening.
Yeah, it was. We were down in Bentota on Boxing Day, just gone out for the day, and the first wave, just a surge coming in almost knee height. We didn't think too much of it. We're not really sure what was going on. But then the second wave was much bigger, and we were on a single-story building. We had to climb onto the roof, watch our cars get washed around. Had to come back. Actually, my car was in a ditch, nose down, and had to make a contraption to retract it.
Such a tragic experience. Good to know that you survived and so many others did, but terrifying experience when in all part of the world you heard about that. And the Caribbean we are visited quite frequently at this time of the year by hurricanes, cyclones as they are known in other parts of the world, and all of these challenges of global warming with rising sea levels, coastal areas threatened more and more. But to experience something like that, a tsunami of such magnitude, really brings home the enormous, almost irresistible force of nature. I believe that you're still with us.
Well, I think the tsunami has created a bit more of an awareness about conservation, especially coastal conservation, how important it is to have our reefs intact, to make sure that we are buffered, well protected. A lot of people lost their lives, their livelihoods still affected. A lot of cricketers lost their homes as well. I think at the end of the day, Mother Nature reigns supreme. A good reminder to all of us.
Well, that's one fight you're never going to win, taking on Mother Nature. All you can do is try to manage it, as these fishermen are doing, heading out.
Well, Myers has his man on strike. Osha the Fernando. A good call out by Arun, saying that he's got him out twice. Perhaps Josh De Silva reminding him from behind the stumps of how exactly he got out to Myers.
And you almost get the sense that Oshada Fernando is very wary of that and doesn't want to fall to him again. 148 for 1.
We were talking about Joshua De Silva having a chat with the batsman, perhaps reminding him of his dismissals to Myers. But the thing is, with some of the West Indians and their accents, you're never quite sure what they're saying, are you?
Well, you aren't. And that's the thing. You often see these days in modern sport, players covering their mouths when they're speaking, because they want to hide what they have to say. Another poorly lined delivery here, this time from Warrican, will bring a couple of runs to the Sri Lankan captain. But I often wonder why they bother to do that in cricket, because I'm sure very few West Indians, if any, will understand Sinhalese. I'm sure hardly any Sri Lankan will understand a West Indian speaking in the local accent or the local dialect of a Trinidadian or a Jamaican or a Barbadian, or someone from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. They're always slightly different.
How many of them can you do? I can see. I seem to understand you well enough. Driven into the covers or extra cover. That's beaten the fielder. That looked a very innocuous push when it first started out, but it seemed to gather pace. Excellent timing from Dimuth Karunaratne. just leant into that drive, watch it all the way. I don't think he was looking for more than a single when he first hit it. Excellent timing. The outfield's quickened up as well.
No. Ball has been inconsistent. Good.
And poor Shannon is not the quickest. He is when he's bowling, but chasing after it was always going to be difficult. Just to be clear, we consider it English. It doesn't sound like English. It's the same way as you would hear someone with a Cockney accent, or someone in Lancashire or Yorkshire or wherever, and you'd ask yourself, is that English? Or a Scotsman, they'd insist it's English. So it's more or less the same thing.
Nothing easy out there, man.
Go on then.
Come on,
Do
Warren.
an over in Trinidadian. At least a couple of balls.
Oh yes, Worry. Keep going, Worry. Come on, Worry.
It's going to be unintelligible for the audience. We don't want to go down that road.
Energy up, War.
But it is something, as we talk about Warwick, and by the way,
Keep going.
missing the caught and bowled opportunity, Arun just pointed out. The last caught and bowled chance he took was way back in 2018.
Catch him. Keep going,
And
Warren.
just as
Bowling
Joshua De
beautifully,
Silva was saying, catch him
Just beautiful,
from behind the
Warren.
stumps. Because you've got to look for it. And that was bowling for West Indies
Come on,
against
boys.
England when he picked up 30 wickets in 3 matches. That was his last caught and bowled dismissal.
Catch it.
155 for 1. Hopefully these repairs don't have anything to do with the tsunami of Boxing Day 2004.
I think they're just using they just need an excuse to watch the cricket. And they're going to spend the whole day up there.
No, that's not the way I want to spend a Sunday afternoon.
Someone needs to get him a mask.
West Indies finally getting a breakthrough. 159 opening run stand, but they had opportunities early on. Sharp catch to Jermaine Blackwood at slip. He should have held that. One dropped well short of short leg. Shannon Gabriel slow to react at mid-on. This was hit powerfully through the hands of Cornwall. Couldn't get down quickly enough. And Morricone should have held that. Would have been his first caught and bowled completion for 3.5 years.
Go, Rossi.
A change in the bowling. Maz is off. Roston Chase comes back on. He's bowled 5 overs for 11 runs without much success. Any success, I am corrected. Although success is subjective.
Of course, it was Roston Chase who was bowling when Jeremy Solazano was feeling a short leg and took that blow on the helmet, the peak of the helmet. Did a flat on his back, had to be stretchered off, taken off to hospital in Colombo.
Catch it.
Young man on debut for the West Indies. What an unfortunate first day for him. One can only hope for his own health and well-being that he recovers.
Something for you.
And do hope that he can play some part in this test match, make a return.
Oh yes, Roston here.
And would be heartbreak for him, making his test debut and then having to sit out the rest of the test match.
It would be in keeping with the misfortune that West Indies batsmen, at least opening batsmen, have suffered for so many years. They've really struggled from a performance point of view to establish any sort of consistency. Chris Gayle was the rare exception, averaging over 40 in 103 test matches with a triple hundred right here in goal. 2010, 2 triple centuries, which people often overlook with all the preoccupation with the T20 and T10 big hitting. Leg slip now in place, and a short leg. More byes added to the total. This will run away. What is the signal going to be? Leg byes. Was there a shot offered?
That's an interesting one. Let's have a look at this. Did it come off the pad? Yeah, just kissed the thigh pad. Whether Osho the Fernando was offering a genuine stroke, I guess you could say that. Right call at the end by umpire Kumar Dharmasena. 4 leg byes.
$160 for 1. Heading up towards the tea interval. Him with Ratna. Very productive at goal. No surprise that the man at the top there is Mahela Jayawardena with that very impressive average. Marwan Atapattu, 58.
You like this girl? You like this? Yeah, you like this girl? Yeah. Oh.
Steadily and slowly moving his way up those rankings, Dimuth Karunaratne, mainstay in the Sri Lankan batting lineup, leading from the front as a captain. He has already carried his bat in an innings once in Test cricket and once in a World Cup.
Well done, War.
Funnily enough, so has his counterpart, Craig Brathwaite.
I was just going to jump in with that because since we're playing that game, Craig Brathwaite did it twice in the same match.
Did he? Ooh, who was at the receiving end of that?
More runs here, maybe more extras. Will be pulled back in by Jermaine Blackwood. Yeah, he carried his bat in the first innings of the Sharjah Test match against Pakistan in 2016 and was unbeaten in the second innings as well when the West Indies won by 5 wickets. And we've got 100 runs in the session here. Just reinforcing how well Sri Lanka have progressed and how the West Indies would have allowed it to slip. Credit to the Sri Lankans for the way they've batted, the positive batting led by the captain. But the West Indies have not taken their opportunities, except for that one chance to get rid of the opening batsman Nissanka.
And another easy single again. I think that's what Dimuth has done really, really well. Every time he's seen a fielder sitting back on his heels, he's managed to pinch a single here and there, keep the strike rotating, and not allow the West Indian bowlers to get on top.
And Rashad Fernando needs to recognize here that look, tea is not too far away. Got a lot of opportunity here. No need to get impatient. No need to get preoccupied with the captain at the other end and what needs to be done. This is just the first day of a test match. You can set your stall out for the rest of the evening into that final session because we've reached the tea interval of day 1 of this first test match. 30 overs bowled in the session. That hasn't happened too often, but so much spin being used by Craig Brathwaite. He's gotten the wicket, but Sri Lanka very much in charge after 2 sessions of this first day.
A 102 runs scored in that second session, 30 overs at a run rate of 3.4. Just that solitary wicket for the West Indies. Dimuth Karunaratne coming back in with Oshada Fernando for a nice cup of tea. Looking to end the day on a high for Sri Lanka.
He set up with that opening partnership of 139. Nisanka falling to a full-length delivery from Gabriel. Good slip catch by Cornwall, but Karunaratne 11 runs away from another test match century on a very productive 2021 for him, and Oshada Fernando to resume with him. Take a look at some of the action when play resumed in the afternoon. First delivery was a really big turner from Jomel Warrican, but after that it was pretty much all the way of Sri Lanka. A miscue there was out of the reach of Channon Gabriel, but a lot of the bowling was wayward. Even a bit adventurous there was Nisanka. Reaching a half century, the Sri Lankan captain, but certainly thinking of a lot more and timing the ball so very well. The other end, Nisanka wasn't to be outdone. Cornwall slow to react to this straight drive at shin height. They were thinking of really asking for this one, but it was shown as it was beating leg. This one making a bit too much height, but the fortune continued to favour Karunaratne and Sri Lanka. Picking up the runs along the way, he got to a half century as well, from Nisanka, but then unsettled a bit by the extra pace of Channon Gabriel. Stayed lodged in his crease to a wide full-length delivery and was taken at slip. Gabriel was immediately taken out of the attack, and there we see another chance being put down by the West Indies by Jomel Warrican. Could have accounted for the batsman, and then excellent timing. The batting again from Karunaratne. 7 bowlers used. Blackwood getting an over. Channon Gabriel, the lone strike bowler in the West Indies team, just 7 overs, 1 for 27. We'll be back in a few minutes' time for play after the tea interval.
beating the batsman in flight on that occasion. For a spinner, as long as you're getting the batsman to play off the front foot with the angle bat, you have a chance, whether you are a left arm spinner or an off spinner. That's good. Good flight. Landed the ball in the right area for a fresh batsman, Angelo Matthews. He hasn't been amongst runs. We saw him struggling against Bangladesh in that test series. He's off the mark. Just using the angle on that occasion.
Matthews certainly due for some runs, as you said. Bangladesh, he didn't have the best of returns, but he's too good a player. Sri Lanka could ill afford to go without him because he still has a lot to add, lot to offer in terms of his experience and ability. So Sri Lanka will be hoping that the Matthews of old will be back amongst the runs, use this 2-match series. Karunaratne on strike.
Yeah, as they say, you're only one good innings away from regaining your form. It's not that he hasn't been hitting the ball well. He's been unlucky. End of a successful over right after tea. From Chase, it's 165 for 2.
Not very fast, but
Let's look at the Sri Lankan batting lineup. Ramesh Mendis, the all-round at 7. Then Sri Lanka having 4 bowlers, Ambuldenia, Lakmal, Chamira and Jai Vikrama. Though they'll be telling themselves that Ambuldenia, Lakmal and Chamira can be useful. They can hang around and support somebody. They got a specialist batsman at the other end, and if they need to do that. But at the moment, Sri Lanka are in a good position. They need to try and capitalize on the opportunity, though the West Indies have had a wicket pretty early to the 3rd session.
The captain of Sri Lanka is wary of the fact they're only playing with 6 batsmen, specialist batsmen. That's why he's showing a lot of responsibility out there in the middle. At no time he tried to be extravagant. Holder.
Ochada Fernando was the batsman dismissed immediately after tea. That was a sharp chance, as we told you. Around that off stump, was pushing forward, as Amir said, just opening or closing the face, just angling it, and found the man at forward short leg rather than playing it with a full face. It wasn't off the edge, it was off the face of the bat.
Yeah, that's the peril of playing in front of your pad, especially against an off spinner. As well watched.
West Indies bringing on Jason Holder, but I would have thought they would have been tempted to use Karan Gabriel, quicker and bowls back of a length. Bowlers these days, they look to try and bang it short, particularly when Matthews comes in, and then at the start of his innings, the pace of Holder does get bounced, but the pace of Holder is much gentler compared to Shannon Gabriel. But it's the bounce that he gets deep bounce, so it's interesting to see what he would get out of this track, and particularly how he would bowl to Matthews.
Yeah, I'm with you on this point, Roshan, and of late the conjecture is there that he doesn't enjoy short pitch deliveries, Angelo Matthews. Well, he's off the field at the moment, Shannon Gabriel. Pramal is replacing him on the field. Looks Looks like he's making his way back. He's needed at the moment. I'm with you, Rushan. Good point that.
Oh, that ball bounced. Certainly bounced. We spoke about Holder's height, the bounce he gets. That hit him quite nastily on the chest. That wasn't quick by any means, Amir, but look at how the bounce is. Oh, that can be painful on the ribs.
And he jagged back appreciably. That's why Angelo Matthews was in trouble. Was there a bit of reverse swing for Holder? And once again, a good delivery. Just getting the bounce from that awkward length. End of the over, 165 for 2.
Turning out to be a beautiful evening at Gaul. Well, in case you're wondering, it is absolutely sunny and bright and blue. We've been having so much of rain last month or so. There was some doubt or some fear as to whether this game might be interrupted by rain, but thankfully not the case. So far it's been good. We're hoping that will be the case for the 5 days. Talking about Gabriel, he's on the field, but with the length and line and the groove that Holder is in, I think West Indian captain might be tempted to use him at least for another over or two. Chase on the other end, just making probing around that off stump. Again, it's so important that the West Indies bowl in partnerships. It's so important. You spoke about trying too hard. You spoke about the leaking runs due to that. And again, you could see that we spoke about that cross breeze, nice drift.
Yeah, it seems like the strategy from the West Indies team is they've given Holder a holding job and they're chasing wickets through Ross and Chase.
Nice use of words. Holder to do the holding and Chase to chase wickets. To me, I think they're both trying to be tight at both ends. They're just looking to bowl, do the basics and be at the batsman, bowl line and length. Just try and induce a false shot by drying out the runs.
Go on, Ross.
He's bowling with the right pace chase. Is not afraid to toss the ball up and maintaining that pace of around 80, 84 mark. And using those arm deliveries. 165 for 2, Sri Lanka. Wherever you go in Sri Lanka, it's beautiful. Iconic Gaul International Stadium.
.165 for 2. Spoken about the height of activity that happens just outside the ground, the Indian Ocean, where plenty of shipping happens, fishing as well. Holder just pitching it up a little bit to Angelo Matthews. He's mixing his length. It's interesting to see what lengths he would bowl. In the last over, it was just back of a length with a bit of bounce. This over, he started off by going a little bit full.
Yeah, hence you see a bit of reluctance from Angelo Matthews to use his front leg.
Yeah, that will be the length, the line and length. He'll just keep adjusting it a little bit. And as you said, Amir, Matthews was on the back foot. He was expecting it, so Holder was smart. He just went full. But now back again on a length, just settling into that line. But he will vary it a little bit. He's not quick by any means, but he has a lot of control. And as a result of it, he's with that height able to get that ball to rise.
And that's good from Holder, showing his experience. He gained featuring at this level, Test match cricket. Showing a lot of patience, not showing any desperation, just concentrating on pitching the ball in the right areas. That's why he's been very economical. Only conceding 14 runs into his 12th over. Good effort so far from him.
I think as a bowler, you're expected to understand your role. And in this case, Holder is fully conversant of what is expected. You spoke about the holding role, and that's exactly what he's doing. Just making sure that he's drying out those runs, frustrating Matthews, and just mixing it up with his lines and lengths. And you will find him looking to push the ball up. Again, very accurate as well. 5 dot balls. We've had consecutive mates at the end of the last one, so this is yet not another dot ball, but you could see that a partnership as a bowling unit now. Just developing, just making sure that they understand each other's roles, understand what they need to do. Again, we're talking about that line and length. He's been brilliant so far. 165 for 2.
Powerful hybrid. Toyota, let's go place.
I got started now cricket, really helping though, big man. It really helping.
So much of history in Gaul, and that's prevalent. And chase just continues. Angelo Matthews yet again just looking to get forward. You could see that bounce, the jack back. That, as you call it, the uncertain area of a batsman. Again, beautiful drift. That's the breeze that he's using. It's about that length where you're neither forward or back. That's perfect as far as Holder is concerned. And talking about history, take a look at this, the 19th century. Nice drift, really nice drift. This is a good spell for the West Indies. Good little face between these two.
Yeah, it's good to see these bowlers bowling in tandem, complementing each other.
Look for the opportunity, man. Follow dance, only wicket. Good catch, Craigie. Catch it. Effort.
Nicely driven. That will run away. In fact, there is a man on the boundary at long offs, only a single, but for a moment my vision was obscured just seeing the long off, but Sri Lanka needed that. There were 21 balls without a run, 21 dot balls, so that monotony of dot balls broken, and Matthews wouldn't mind taking on the spinner. Another look at Gaul. Courtesy, the drone, the lighthouse. Plenty of colonial era buildings.
Catch it.
Friendly full toss. Not put away by Matthews.
Go, Rossi.
Yeah, Angelo Matthews is committing himself on the front foot way too early.
Hold on. Dead ball. Dead ball.
I mean, that stat which is given below is pretty astonishing. Matthews haven't got a 50 or 100 in his short career, short number of games, 7 games against the West Indies. That's astonishing for someone of Matthews' class.
Catch it, Mona. Go, Ross.
166 for 2. After a good middle session for Sri Lanka, 102 runs, scoring at little under 3.5. The West Indies have come back strongly. They've got a wicket. They bowled 5 containing good overs. Kept Sri Lanka quiet, kept them under pressure. We're hoping for another one quickly if they could, just to try and widen that open door.
Yeah, looks like they have realized. Might be the case that their coach, Phil Simmons, has advised them not to leak runs around the stumps to the left-handed batsman. If you're not picking up wickets, make sure you keep on bowling those dot deliveries. That'll bring about the pressure on the batter to make a mistake. He's limbering up. Shannon Gabriel. He bowled with venom, didn't he? Especially with a new ball.
I think that's a decision the captain's got to make at this stage. Are you going to go with this pair of bowlers who've gone into a nice groove, just kept things tight, just trying to induce something false, or you go to Shannon Gabriel? You've spoken about being a little bit wayward, but someone who has the capacity or capability to give you a wicket with his extra pace. But you also got to take that chance of the possibility of runs coming a little bit quicker. Oh, play and a miss. Play and a miss. This has a lot to do with the line and length that Holder has bowled to both the right-hander and the left-hander.
Yeah, that's the advantage of having the batsman tethered for a few maiden overs. Haven't allowed the batsman to break free, hence a false stroke. You don't associate such a stroke with Karuna Ratne. They're certainly doing the holding job. Holder 4 consecutive maidens. You've got to have a bowler like him in your lineup. Gives the luxury to the captain to control the game. Sri Lanka have won 2 sessions already in this test match. The name of the game for the West Indies: make sure not allow the Sri Lankan team to get to 250 at the end of day's play.
Looking for that angle now from over the wicket with an offside field. Yeah, that would be the line. He would try, and he's got a slip. He's got a man at wide gully. Also one on the drive at extra cover. So he's obviously looking to induce Karnaratne to try and go through extra cover if he can. If he finds the edge, he's got 2 people, 2 catchers, slip and wide gully.
Yeah, he's bowling very intelligently. Just tempting the batsman outside the off stump. Having bowled back of the length, end of another maiden over from Jason Holder. It's 166 for 2.
Holder has been brilliant in this game. He's been absolutely economical. 12 runs at under 2 runs to the left-handers and under half a run to the right-handers, and that's how much of a run miser he's been. But an important session, Amir, in this game, important phase. West Indies piling on the pressure, and this is where the experience of the Sri Lankan batsmen would be counted. They got to fight this through. They just can't allow the West Indies another opening. So this is where both Matthews and Karunaratne will have to be at their best. Not bother about the dot balls, not bother too much about what the West Indies are trying to do. Just kick on and fight through this situation.
They're looking for singles is the name of the game for these two batsmen. To release the pressure at the moment. And both these bowlers right on the money.
Oh jeez, Ross.
Clever, very clever. He had Matthews into mine.
Don't mind it, Ross.
He preempted, didn't he? That this ball is going to go towards mid-wicket. Have a look. He was coiling to hit the ball towards mid-wicket, and in the end decided the ball is not there. And this is good from Matthews. Just working the ball into the gap and handing over the strike to his senior partner.
That'd be the way to go for this pair of batsmen. It's not about blasting boundaries, but it's about working themselves through out of a difficult situation. Sri Lanka may look good at 167 for 2. That's the bigger picture. But at the moment, it's much tougher out there immediately after tea. West Indies realize one more wicket would allow them back in the game. Ooh. Chopped it off almost off his off stump, but he's going to get runs. And they're happy with 2. Virtually off his off stump. Couple of runs. So 3 of the over, 169 for 2.
Jason Holder to continue from the 410. Got on the 93, Matthews on 2. So far, these two bowlers have done a wonderful job containing outer wicket in this session. Being Ocean the Fernando man missing out, gone for 3. Got it for a shot mid-on. Sorry, mid-on, beg your pardon, of Roston Chase. Jason Holder has found nice length and a line, I should say, Fazir.
Yeah, this one might be a bit high because the height that he comes from, the fact that they've already burned through 2 of their reviews, will have Craig Brathwaite a bit hesitant. But it's a really good period of play. And I suppose from the West Indies perspective, the question will be, why did they allow things to run away in the mid-afternoon session? Over 100 runs conceded, the bowling was all over the place. Yes, they finally got the breakthrough, but they should have had that same sort of discipline then that we're seeing now.
Spot on there. Just the energy, the body language was missing. Agree with you completely there. And also did suggest going down easily. Did suggest to me Jason Hall, especially in this spell, bowling from 410, bending his back and getting that bounce, making things uncomfortable for Angelo Matthews. Shows that this pitch still offers something to the faster bowlers. If the fast bowler is willing to bend his back and get something out of this.
Really doesn't have the pace to dig it in short. His forte is to pitch it up and get bounce off a good length, which we saw a couple overs earlier. And that's why he's so hard to get away, not just in test matches and the shorter forms of the game, which is why it really surprised so many that he wasn't included in the West Indies original 15 for the World T20. And as soon as he got into the tournament, he immediately played a key role against Bangladesh in the West Indies' only win, but was really a disappointing tournament for the then defending champions.
Silent achiever, definitely is. He's playing Test cricket, T20 cricket, ODI cricket for West Indies, other leagues around the world. He's always achieved, someone that I definitely admire, being all around myself. I know the workload for a fast bowler, and he never shies away to put the hard yards. That's a very good hallmark of a good professional cricketer.
And add to that, Parviz, try and be, as a 23-year-old, barely into your international career, captain of a West Indies team. You know what the West Indies is like. You've been there with the different territories. And all of the rivalries and all of the insularities and who's from Trinidad and who's from Barbados and who's from Jamaica and whatever else. And to manage all of that with a struggling West Indies team. And he would have to face enormous criticism. Look at those numbers. 137 wickets at 26.77. He averages over 30 with the bat. That's why he's in the upper echelons of test all-rounders.
Definitely a force for West Indies cricket. Oh, fishing out there, Dimit Karunaratne. That's the length I was talking about. Better line as well. Just doing the containing job perfectly and making sure the pressure has been piled up. Sri Lanka 170 for 2.
Feel the spark again in our powerful hybrids. Toyota, let's go places.
Whatever the debate of ratings and ratings points and how they are weighted and so on, I don't think there'd be too much argument. And when you look at the top three there, Jason Holder at the top at the moment among ICC top all-rounders in test match cricket.
It's about being influence in your own team.
Miscued, should be taken. Miscued and misjudged, but eventually taken. Just for a moment, it looked as if he had badly misjudged. In the end, his great height made the difference, and the West Indies pressure has paid off with another wicket for Austin Chase.
Yeah, man of the hour, Jason Holder, did misjudge it. Poor shot from Angelo Matthews. You've got to be set with a deep mid-on fielder as well as a deep square leg. Bucket-like hands. Jason Holder did misjudge it to begin with, but made sure held on to it. Angelo Matthews gone for 3. Sri Lanka losing their third for 170.
Some of us might have been expecting to see Dinesh Chandimal, who's playing in this match as a wicketkeeper batsman. So it's Dhananjaya De Silva who's come in now. Good average, 37th test, touching on 40. And this is a good period of play for the West Indies, from 139 without loss to 170 for 3.
Just about to say Jason Holder, brilliant cricketer. He is one of the safest fielders in the slips for West Indies, saying that at a moment a good catch at deep square leg.
Jason!
Holding on to it, Holder. Someone that definitely admire a lot, feeling the slips, always there about, and never shying away with the battle on.
That's off top.
It's a good mark of a good cricketer. It's been there when it's going and stuff. Some of the innings he have played in Test cricket to save Test matches, I've seen it before as well. It's a lot about this mentality, character. Dhananjaya De Silva, big innings for him, vice captain, the T20 World Cup team. He's got a single game in the entire campaign. Definitely a point to prove. And also last series against Bangladesh did tons of runs. Experienced player for Sri Lanka.
Chase's overall numbers may not be the greatest, but Sri Lanka will recall that he helped bowl the West Indies to victory against them at Queen's Park Oval in Trinidad in 2018 in that 3-test series, finished with that pink ball test, finishing 1-all. Sri Lanka bouncing back to win that 3rd test in Barbados. Also picked up 8 wickets in an innings against England at Kensington Oval, his home ground in Barbados, as the West Indies thrashed England in 2019. Claimed the Wisden Trophy, no longer being played for. It's now the Richards Botham Trophy. Poor delivery, really gave him the opportunity to get going short and wide, and he was able to pick his spot.
A rare bad delivery from Roston Chase in this spell. Gift for Dhananjaya De Silva, man on just coming in. Look at that, way outside the off stump. Not trying to hit too hard, the placement was perfect. Off the mark, Dhananjaya De Silva.
Surprising to see that it was Joshua De Silva chasing all the way to the backward point boundary to pick it up. That's probably because the two closest to the ball would have been Rakeem Cornwall and Shannon Gabriel. So he really didn't have a choice.
Don't think none of them were interested to chase that down.
Catch it!
Oh, that looks very, very close. Umpire Kumar Dharmasena, unmoved. Good anticipation. The field at Silvidonte in the 66th over. Sri Lanka 174 for 3. Washington Fernando and Angelo Matthews missing out. Just 3 runs each. Dimit Karatha doing the bulk of the runs. 93 of 204 deliveries. Still to come. Dinesh Chandimal batting at number 6, keeping wickets during this test match. And the all-rounder Ramesh Mendes and the bowlers to follow, Sri Lanka. See a change of bowling from the forward end.
Good passage of play here for the West Indies. Wickets of Ashara Fernando, Angelo Matthews, after Patham Nisanka fell in the afternoon session after an opening stand of 139, and after a really good holding spell of bowling by Jason Holder, which built enough pressure to bring wickets at the other end. We're going to see Shannon Gabriel, who's been sparingly used, 4 overs in the morning, 3 overs in the afternoon. Now he's coming on from the 4th end for his 8th over. Last ball of the previous over. For a moment, a suggestion there might have been a bit of inside edge onto pad, but no real appeal.
It was very, very close to the bat. Just thought Kumar Dharmasena had a brilliant day so far. Shannon Gabriel, it's important spell. Got to back up the good spell bowl by Jason Holder from the 410. Started well. Pull outside the Yorktown. Nicely driven towards mid-off by Captain Dimut.
We were talking about Jason Holder and that role that he would play in the team. I think he felt very disappointed the manner in which he was replaced as Test captain, and he said as much. He's always a very diplomatic character, doesn't really say too much that can be described as controversial, but he opted not to go to Bangladesh because of probably a bit of fatigue and concerns about COVID-19. Roston Chase didn't go either. Shea Hope and quite a few others opted out of that tour. Craig Bradford led the team and was retained as captain full-time after the West Indies successes there. Holder had already been replaced as one-day captain, T20 captain, and you just got the sense that he felt more than a little slighted by the manner in which that entire process went about. And maybe it forced him to rethink his own role, but it hasn't changed his attitude in representing the West Indies, because those who would have followed the series in the Caribbean against Sri Lanka, they would have heard his voice the most, standing at slip or at mid-on or at mid-wicket, urging on his players, urging on the team, because he's a genuine team man, and I think that's what everyone respects about him.
That's a good point. I remember the 2 test matches in Antigua. His voice was heard everywhere and every time. That shows the character of the boy. A lucky outside edge for a boundary. That time nicely bowled by Shannon Gabriel. Neatly played as well. Dimut Karnanath, the soft hands, gliding it across, moving into 97.
Give the Sri Lankan captain a bit of credit there for the way he controlled that. Almost a 50-50 situation where the bowler thought he had gotten the better of the batsman, but he's been there so long. From the start of the innings, 207 deliveries, 3 away from another test match 100. Another one against the West Indies, another one at goal. Started the same way 6 years ago with a big 100. Will he get to 3 figures here? 2 slips and a gully in place.
It's good running, very good running. Taking it away. Has been the stalwart in Test cricket for Sri Lanka. Just as Jason Holder has made a big impact in Test cricket, it's Dimut Karnanath for Sri Lanka for me. Just not about the runs, his leadership qualities. And the person who's very diplomatic as well.
Important for Dhananjaya De Silva to support his captain. Sri Lanka won't want to find themselves in a situation where they've lost 5, 6, 7 wickets towards the end of the day, because they would have felt that they let the advantage slip from 139 without loss. But credit to the West Indies, they've put behind them that poor middle session. They've come back well. Couple of important wickets. Can they sustain the pressure?
Neatly played towards fine leg for a single. That's the name of the Test cricket, isn't it? They come back every time. As you correctly said, the middle session completely dominated by Sri Lanka, and then a couple of wickets, looks back in the game. These were the chirpiness of probably wicketkeeper Joshua. Or Jason Holder at second slip will carry a long way. It's hot, it's humid, it's tiring. Playing a Test cricket after a while. This is the most hardest session, the last hour probably. We're only into his 8th over. It's out bowled by the all-rounder Jason Holder. Shows how big impact he had so far in this Test match.
Not too sure what the hold-up is about here. Gabriel at the top of his mark. He wants an adjustment in the field. He wants the fielders a bit closer together.
Bit of mind games. Good ball. 144 clicks to end the over. Sri Lanka 180 for 3.
When Theo blows. So Dad bought Puffs Plus lotion and rescued his nose. With up to 50% more lotion, Puffs brings soothing softness and relief. A nose in need deserves Puffs indeed.
Go wherever your wild side takes you.
West Indies seem to be all over the place with their bowling in the middle session, to the extent of using Jermaine Blackwood for an over, the 7th bowler used. But they got things right immediately on the resumption after the tea interval, picked up a couple of wickets. It's Roston Chase with those 2 wickets to continue. Shannon Gabriel supporting him from the 4th end.
Nicely bowled. Roston Chase giving a little similar field setup for Dhananjay as well. A long on, a short mid on, short mid, deep square leg and a short fine leg, and catching silly mid on just under the lid. Again, it's good pressure being built by Roston Chase, similar to Jason Holder, plays a big role, especially in Test cricket for West Indies. I just have the feeling that they're trying to get off strike. It's very important to rotate the strike as well, not getting bogged down at a single end and the bowler to work out. Nicely played towards the square leg. Looks like Jeremy Blackwood saving a single there.
We talked about the challenges as an opening batsman taking on fast bowling. What about spin? Let's look at this here. Good use of the feet, the left-hander, getting to the pitch of the ball. Because when you use your feet properly and you've picked up the line very early, the length very early, and you get to the pitch of the ball, you're in control. You can do whatever you want, go deep in the crease if necessary. You can make the room, make the space.
Well done, easy bowler.
David Carter renowned to be good player against spin, especially survives the new ball, someone that he hardly gives away with his wicket, purely because it doesn't go for expansive strokes down the ground mostly, uses his feet brilliantly. Nice ball again by Roston Chase to end the 68th over. Sri Lanka 181 for 3. 12 overs for Roston Chase, picked up 2 wickets, both of Osunda Fernando and Angelo Matthews. Third session, both the wickets picked up by Roston Chase, 18 runs of 11 overs. Good pressure been built by the West Indians. Middle session going for Sri Lanka's way. 3.4 run rate, just a matter of 1 wicket. Pathum Nissanka caught at slip of Shannon Gabriel.
Beautiful Sunday afternoon weather-wise. And a good competitive session. These fighting hard after Sri Lanka dominated the middle session, over 100 runs. Wicketless in the morning period. They lost the services of their debutant, Jeremy Solazano, to injury at short leg.
Run rate of 2.6 maintained by the Sri Lankans, of winning the toss, batting first. Tough work so far in this session for Sri Lankans. It's a lovely view. It's very famous around this area. Fazir, from south coast towards east, plenty of them.
too wide, too short, and got the treatment. Gabriel, at least up to this point, isn't providing the control that we saw from Jason Holder.
Definitely. The pressure was built by Jason Holder, letting it go by Shannon Gabriel. Shot way outside the off stump. Shannon just hanging back in the back foot, trying to hit too hard, getting the placement right. Shannon Gabriel clearly disappointed. Got to be much fuller, as we said. Bowling quick is one thing, but finding that right length, which Jason Holder did. Barely was bowling close to 125, 130, but still effective because of the length. Whereas Shannon Gabriel has been pretty wayward, the line and the length.
That's the 5th boundary that he's conceded. Overall scoring rate of under 3, but he's gone at over 4 runs per over, which you can't forgive for an attacking bowler, because some will fly off the edge, some will go here and there, top edge and so on. But when you're over pitching or bowling short and wide, and really bowling very short spells, it becomes a bit of a luxury unless you can provide that breakthrough. He did eventually break the opening stand by getting Pathum Nissanka, but I'm sure it's going to be a talking point once again, that as far as his workload and his work rate for the West Indies.
A classic example of the contending bowler came the strike bowler, and the strike bowler when he's going wayward. That's what exactly happened in this inning. Quick and it through. Nigel did hop around. What Jason Holder did was not trying to bowl too quick, but to get that bounce was bending in his back. Whereas Shannon Gabriel is trying to bowl quick and losing his line and lengths. Especially in golf, the batsman is settled, such as Dimut Karunaratne. It's important. The two left-handers 14 runs, 13, and right-handers 38, mainly down the leg side, pushing it across. So clearly been having a struggling day. Picked up the solitary wicket off Pathum Nissanka, that too way outside the off stump. No feet movement.
Karunaratne now on 98 in the sight of a 13th Test match 100. Got 3 already here at goal, 1 against the West Indies 6 years ago. Got close to a double 100 then. Going quickly for 1, will come back for the second. That's going to be it. Excellent batting from the Sri Lankan captain. He's in a rich vein of form in 2021. His departing coach applauds the effort once more. Dimut Karunaratne, a 13th Test match 100. His 7th in the first innings, again reinforcing his value at the start of any Test match for Sri Lanka. His 4th in goal, his 2nd against the West Indies, and again responding to that responsibility as captain, his 5th as Test match leader of Sri Lanka.
Fantastic knock, Dimut Karunaratne. Take a bow. So we talk about coming back after a while. Doesn't seem like any rustiness. That's the hallmark of a good player. Gets a start, go for a big one. 13 Test 100 for the young man. Well played.
We'll get 2 again very easily. Gabriel continues to leak runs. Not sure that Craig Brathwaite can continue this way for much longer. End of the over, 190 for 3.
Moving on to number 2. Good company in a calendar year. Mala Jayawardene in the leader. 5 centuries, Dimut Karunaratne 4. Got another chance in the next Test match and another innings to go. Got good names up there.
He's in exalted company there. Mala Jayawardene's name appears 3 times. Kumar Sangakkara's twice. Marvin Atapattu there as well, and Angelo Matthews. Test centuries as captain of Sri Lanka in a calendar year.
The most stabilized Dimuth Karunaratne. Did remember in 2019. Just before the 50-over World Cup in England, brought into the team straight as a captain to stabilize everything on and off the field. But from there onwards, I just thought it was very unlucky to be dropped from the one-day side, but never looked back in Test cricket. They scored tons of runs. Sock sweep this time. Finding that lone field at square leg. A clear intent shown by Dhananjay De Silva. Huge gap between long on and deep square leg. Did target that. Just that the length was too full to get the elevation.
I thought he was going to yoke himself. Why Dhananjay De Silva and the rest of the Sri Lankan batting order need to take a page out of their captain's book. Yes, they've got the shots, they've got all the shots. We've known that of Sri Lankan batsmen over many, many years. But it's not just about having the shots, but shot selection and being prudent and being mindful of the overall situation. When you need to support your captain, when you need to ensure that you get to the close of play with probably only one more wicket lost, you can really say that you've got the day. But if you get to the end of the day with 5, 6, 7 wickets gone, you'll be concerned that you really haven't taken full advantage of winning the toss.
Yes, Ross.
One is to have everything in your armory, but the important thing is when to use it. Situation. It's very easy to be premeditated when you see a deep vacant field. And it's a safe shot, the slog sweep against the off spinner. Under the circumstances, 2 wickets lost in this spell. It's very good fielded by the 12th man, Shai Hope, at short extra cover. Beg your pardon, Shai Hope. Dimuth Karunaratne is on the captain in the other way. It's very important Dhananjay De Silva continues as well, especially when you're having 6 batters. End of the 70th over. Sri Lanka 191 for 3.
There you go.
Go wherever your wild side takes you. Toyota, let's go places.
The sailboat's out on the beautiful Indian Ocean as the sun sets on the first day of the first test of this Cycle Incense series. Sri Lanka 191 for 3 after 70 overs. Joining me in the commentary box is my good friend Roshan.
Hello, Jehan. It's an interesting session we've had since tea. I think the West Indies have come back very, very strongly. Those 2 quick wickets of Oshada Fernando and Angelo Matthews just denting the Sri Lankan progress. Dimuth Karunaratne's 100. The icing on the cake for Sri Lanka so far, but an outstanding knock. His 13th Test 100. He's played a captain's role, and he continues to just get better by the innings. Used to be considered a second innings player in the past, but now he's got 7 Test 100s in the first inning. Add to the 6 he's made, he's pretty prolific. And one thing about captain batsmen of Sri Lanka is that they thrive under pressure. They just seem to enjoy that extra load as a captain, and they seem to do so well when you're captaining the side. I mean, there are plenty of examples if you want to talk about. I mean, going back just recently, I mean, you talk about the Jayawardhanas, the Sangakkara, even Tilakaratne Dilshan got his best, highest knock captaining. So credit to Dimuth Karunaratne for the way he's batted today.
And a hallmark of his batting throughout his career is his ability to put on partnerships with anyone, actually. You know, he knows when to play the dominating role, when to play second fiddle, when to sit back and absorb the pressure, how to bring his partner into the game. You can see throughout that innings, he's adjusted his tempo and absorbed a lot of pressure that the West Indians put on him. He's weathered that storm, and now he's ready to capitalize and take Sri Lanka to a solid first innings total.
Straight to the man in extra cover, but still a single. I like the approach of Dhananjay De Silva after that period of dot balls and pressure that with the dismissals of Angelo Matthews and Oshada Fernando, where the West Indies were really doing well and mounting the pressure. Dhananjay De Silva coming out and playing a few shots, just looking to release that pressure. And suddenly this partnership of 24 of 32 is taking the attack back to the West Indies, which is what is needed. Because there was a time that Sri Lanka struggled. They had to fight hard. And those two quick wickets didn't help their cause.
Jason Holder bowled an excellent spell from the fourth end, and he was responsible for building that pressure. But once he came off, I think that pressure has eased, and Sri Lanka has found run making a little bit easier.
I like that. I like Dimuth Karunaratne's explanation about that shot. If our viewers picked it up, he was just trying to say the difficulty of playing a pull because of the way or the trajectory the ball arrives, where the lack of bounce and the fact that it just rushed to the batsman at a lower height rather than the height that he would be looking to play the pull. So those are difficulties as this game progresses. We are still talking of day one here, Jehan.
But Dimuth is well set now. See, he was able to adjust to that low bounce even though the ball skidded on, as he was explaining to Dhananjay. Tight a line by Gabriel.
Well, this is what we are talking about. Look at the adjustment Karunaratne made. He was initially looking at shaping to play the pull and quickly got into line. And now try and lip read if you can. His reactions, he was talking about the height and also the way the ball just skidded on, staying down a bit. We're talking about a batsman who's made 100, still needs to adjust pretty quickly. 194 for 3.
Over drinks time.
$194 for 3, and it's time for some drinks.
Hybrid. Toyota, let's go place.
Welcome back. Sri Lanka 194 for 3 as we go into the last hours of play on the first day of the first test. Dimuth Karunaratne on 102. The 3 wickets to fall. Katum Nisanka the first to go, chasing a wide ball of Shannon Gabriel. Roston Chase picking up the second wicket. Oshida Fernando just tucking one around the corner. And Angelo Matthews got stuck 3 off 25 and then trying to expand, just caught in the outfield by Jason Holder. Everyone trying to get a glimpse of the cricket happening at the Galle Stadium. Spectators still not allowed.
So we got 19 overs left in the day with plenty of spin. The West Indies slightly behind, I think, in terms of the over rate. Had to leave some provision for that injury. But otherwise, they need to be given full marks for the way they got through their overs. But every bit of a test match is important. Every bit of a session is important. Every bit of every little phase is important, and this last hour is as important as any part of this day one.
West Indies are still in this game. 194 for 3.
Oh, yes, Ross.
You know, there was one point in the game where Sri Lanka seemed to be running away with it after that opening partnership, but they've managed to widen that open door and get a foothold in this game. If they can take a couple of wickets going into the close of play, they can come back in tomorrow with some momentum, perhaps with a new ball in their hand, and make inroads into the Sri Lankan tail.
I think you're absolutely right. Assessment is perfect, and that's why I think this hour going into stumps on day one is so important. Sri Lanka need to try and ensure that they get through without any wickets. And this partnership is going to be important because the West Indies will have the option of a new ball, a fresher bowling attack after a good rest, and they'll really want to come hard at you. What they would want is to try and have a peak at the second half of the Sri Lankan batting. Don't forget, Ramesh Mendis is at 7, which means that Sri Lanka, the tail actually starts at number 8. That's why this partnership is so important. Nicely worked behind through mid-wicket. Timing is perfect. And they're coming back for 3. Karunaratne stretched a little bit because he was reluctant to turn, but eventually 3 easy runs. But the timing was perfect. And the outfield, Rehan, has quickened up.
And the outfield has quickened up. And again, I think Dimuth Karunaratne timed it a lot better than he thought he was. He thought maybe initially 1, then 2. He's just thinking 2 here. And then he's like, oh, I've hit this better than I thought. I've got to come back for 3.
He's happy. Ran Flower, the batting coach. Why not? Sri Lanka back at red ball cricket after a while. Dhananjay De Silva has been impressive. He's been impressive. The short stay at the wicket. He's looked to try and counter punch. He's taken on the bowlers. He's challenged them. And as a result of it, he's completely pushed them off a length. And what's the wicketkeeper doing? He continues to run down to the boundary. That area is open, no doubt, but he's gone after it.
Well, it's certainly not going to be Cornwall at first slip. That's the second time that Joshua De Silva has got to run after the ball. Pads, helmets, gloves. I think he loses some of it along the way. There goes the glove.
Not a very convincing run though. Wasn't running all that quickly. And the return. Drifting down the leg side. 18 overs after this one. 201 for 3.
You ever been on one of those, Roshan?
Never. You know that I'm not particularly fond of the deep sea. I just keep away from the water, especially when it comes to the sea or river. I rather watch it from a distance. $201 for 3. Well, talking about deep seas and all that, I don't think you dislike the waters too much, having swam for your school and for the country. Being a swimmer of the highest order, you must be loving the waters.
Those swimming days are well past me, Roshan. Although I do fancy occasional dip in the sea.
I don't think just because it's in the past doesn't mean that you dislike the waters.
Change from the 410. Warrican coming back into the attack.
Dhananjay De Silva, he's looked to be aggressive. His feet movement, he's either back or forward. He's looking to try and get the bowlers to alter the length to bowl to him. Just a touch short. He's been on the back foot. And his forward movement is also pretty decisive. He gets forward, nice stride out. And his feet movement indicates to me that he looks to be in good form.
He looks confident. This is also an interesting passage of play just before the second new ball is available to the West Indies. Getting a little bit of purchase. How do West Indies play it from here for the next 8 or 7.5 overs? Do they look to contain, take the second new ball at 80, or try and attack with their spinners and just bring the new ball in for the last 4 overs?
That's a very interesting situation that the West Indies are faced with. That's a call that the captain needs to make. Is he going to go in with control and keep this batsman quiet? 201 for 3.
Toyota, let's go play.
$201 for 3. This partnership now 31. Cornwall coming on. See, on the subject of the new ball, what you need to understand, or what we understand, is as much as it comes quickly, it also goes quickly off the bat. So it's very, very important that you identify who's going to take the new ball. Couple of runs to mid-wicket. Will he be tempted to use a spinner with the newer ball, with the pronounced seam where he'll get a little bit of bounce? Or do you want maybe a fast bowler and a spinner like Shannon Gabriel to try and use the new ball? So those are questions before the captain. But what's important for the West Indies, yes, wickets are very important, but they'll be careful not to lose the control that they have got with those 2 quick wickets.
Yeah, I'll be tempted to contain till the 80th over with my spinners but perhaps keep Cornwall on for the second new ball, and I would look to bring him on with perhaps Jason Holder from the fourth end. Use the breeze, use the new ball. He's been their most economical bowler.
Oh, Jimmy boy.
It will also need a lot of control with the new ball. You just can't be being wayward with it. You need to ensure that your lines and lengths are right. Because at this point, the West Indies understand that they can't let Sri Lanka off the hook with a 15 or 20 minute burst of runs with a few boundaries of the new ball. It will suddenly just lose that pressure.
Also, from Sri Lanka's point of view, they'll want Dimuth Karunaratne in for that second new ball. And I think Holder's got the message. He's warming up for that new ball.
Interesting warm-up. I suppose that's something new he's developed in his warm-up technique.
Working, Jamal. Working, Jamal.
Whipping it off his off stump. 204 for 3.
Jim, just go leg slip. Stand back, bad. No, you heard me long time. Don't try that. Don't try that. Huh? Nah.
Well, look at the third session, Jehan. The West Indies have come back strongly. The first session, they've controlled the run rate, but no wickets in the wickets column. But the third session is a session that they have really dented the Sri Lankan batting a little bit. Those two quick wickets. Warrican will continue. This is interesting. He's going to have two short legs. He's going to look to bowl that off-stump line, try and spin it back, find the inside edge. That's why the reverse is so effective. It is just so effective. You bowl that line just outside the off-stump. You're a good reverse sweeper, and that's what you're going to get.
And that's a risk-free shot almost without the slip in there. Dimuth knows the line he's going to bowl outside the off stump. Even if he gets an edge on that, without a slip in there, that's a boundary for the taking. The reverse sweep has really changed how Test cricket is played.
If you bowl into this, yeah.
And that has also prompted a change in the field. Short leg coming out now. And a man has dropped down third man. How often do you see that? A third man against a spin?
That's exactly what you expect as a batsman, isn't it? You just completely change the bowler's plans. Looking to bowl that just outside the off-stump line, maybe try and find some foot marks. If there is anything.
Keep going, boys. Okay, worry.
That's an interesting one there. So the rule is, Roshan, that your back foot cannot cross the side crease or the return crease. It's a no ball if not. But it is on the first landing. So when your foot first hits the ground, it should be within that white line on the side.
So much of technicalities, so much of details. I don't want to be an umpire.
I was just going to say that.
To know so many things, so little, so much of detail. Of course, yes, they got support. There is support up there. There is a third umpire who can help you. But then, these little things, you should know, and that's why these guys, their job is so difficult and so demanding, and yet sometimes not appreciated.
I think there was a bit of bet on that. Dhananjay De Silva was down the track, got caught in the flight, had to thrust his pad out to it. Warwick felt there was some bat on it as it came back off the pad.
Not sure whether there was bat. It was way down the pitch.
Catch it.
Down the wicket. Very safe option. And down to the boundary for 4. Dhananjay De Silva continues to show his intent. 213 for 3.
$213 for 3. Dhananjay De Silva and Dimuth Karunaratne putting on a 43-run partnership in very good time, just 59 balls, reviving the Sri Lankan innings, taking them towards the 250, which is a par score for a day one pitch at the Galle International Stadium. Rakeem Cornwall continues from the commentary box end.
This partnership now 43, but I like the approach of Dhananjay De Silva. He's not letting the bowlers dictate terms. Those dot balls have been thrown out of the window. He's come down the pitch. He's looked to be aggressive. He's looked to take the bowling on. And also Dimuth's approach with that reverse sweep. And suddenly you'll find that the spinners are on the back foot. They need to make those adjustments. Another couple of runs. Just a few overs ago, it was about the spinners creating pressure with fielders round the batsman. But look at Dhananjay De Silva. Look at him charging, looking to take them on. It's a bold approach.
Look how well he uses his feet. Meets the ball almost 4 meters from the stumps.
And then this is what you'll get. You start spreading the field, plenty of singles, the options are available. So you need to just pounce on it, just keep knocking into gaps, just start getting your singles.
And this is a situation where West Indies would have seen themselves attacking, maybe with the second new ball coming in. Instead, they're on the back foot now. Sri Lanka are dominating. Dhananjay and Dimuth are dictating terms. That's another poor ball dragged down. Easy pickings for Dhananjay De Silva. Shannon Gabriel has a lot of work in that outfield, and that's good running between the wickets by Sri Lanka. Coming back for the 3rd run. West Indies being run ragged here.
Well, Jahan, I think Jeremy Solzano, you do know that he was taken to hospital, and the good news is that we have heard that the scans have cleared him. There is no real problem there, but he's been kept under observation, which is very good news. So no real danger as such. He's all right, but he's just been kept under observation, and further medical updates will be brought to everyone's notice. But indeed, it's a great relief, absolute relief.
Yeah, that is excellent news to hear. Good news for Jeremy Saluzano. No one wants to see those things happen on a cricket field. It's 219 for 3 after 76.
Well, that's what we're talking about. That's a tweet from the West Indies Cricket Board, and that is very good news indeed.
Go war.
Jeremy Solzano's scan shows no structural damage, which is very good news. So he's in hospital for observation, overnight observation, which is the right thing.
Oh! Don't worry.
So lots of people will really breathe a sigh of relief. People who were concerned for him, his family, would have been waking up to the news that he's been had to be admitted to hospital. At that moment, for anyone watching, it was a bit frightening. Take a look at this.
Don't worry.
Luckily, that helmet prevented him, but the force impact on the grill, that's what really, I think, caused him that damage or whatever. 3 runs, nicely worked off the stumps. The 50 partnership in quick time here. The 68 balls, Dhananjay De Silva moving along quite nicely. He's gone to 29 of 37. Dimuth Karunaratne made his 13th Test 100. With the left-hander on strike, a completely different field compared to what it was earlier on when Warwick bowled. You remember that reverse sweep, and they've got the slip in, a third man on the boundary, no short legs. So the line of thinking is different.
West Indies have persisted with an interesting tactic against Dimuth Karunaratne throughout this test match, as that's worked around the corner for a couple more runs. And just come back to the field that West Indies have used, especially with the left-arm spinners bowling into Dimuth. They've got a short mid-on and a deep mid-on, like a wide-ish deep mid-on. So that's obviously something that they've thought of tactically. And they're trying to force Dimuth outside his comfort area, forcing him to sweep, maybe reverse sweep, but he's been up to the task so far.
Down, Craigie. Well done, ball.
Good fielding. 224 for 3.
A 50 runs partnership between Dhananjay De Silva and Dimuth Karunaratne. I quite enjoyed positive intent from Dhananjay. West Indies had a control after tea, picking up 2 wickets, stymied with the runs, but Dhananjay came out with a positive intent. I wasn't afraid to use his feet and managed to break the shackles. Once again, control is with Sri Lankan team. Oh, fielding is very important. On a pitch like this, you've got to take half chances, and that was hit straight to the slip field. Yes, it was travelling. And he really made them pay. Captain of the Sri Lankan team. The captaincy role has suited him, hasn't it? Maruf?
Someone that thrives under pressure. Since given the captaincy, scored tons of runs Test cricket. And also remember in the 2019 50 over World Cup, straight away brought him to the team as a captain. But the sweep straight away of Kirk Brathwaite. Easy couple of runs. Premeditated by Dhananjay De Silva with short fine leg fielder vacant.
It might be premeditated, that stroke, but as a batsman you need to get into a good position to execute your strokes, and that's what Dhananjay did on that occasion, and moved outside the line of that delivery to be able to hit the ball fine. Is keeping the West Indian fielders and the ballers quite busy.
And missed out single there. Dimutkara sending Dhananjay Silva back. Brathwaite just going through a few overs, maybe for the new ball. Just 3 more overs to go. Now the next side. Missed by the keeper as well for a single wide.
Dhananjay is livid with himself. 4 was written all over this delivery. It was ill-directed outside the leg stump. The only thing needed was a bit of contact with the bat.
Confusion. No damage done. Second time within 3 deliveries from the batsman. Last thing the Sri Lankans need is a run out at this moment. Just more than 12 overs to go. It's very important these 2 batsmen carries for Sri Lanka.
Love this energy, boys. Love this energy. Keep working, boys.
Going on about the job relentlessly. Sri Lankan captain Karuna Ratne. Oh, good delivery that. Well flighted. End of the 17th. 8th over, 227 for 3.
Beautiful view of City of Galle. A card for Sri Lanka. Nisanka gone man. Opener 56, Dimutkara Ratne going strong on 118. The Fernando and Angelo Matthews, 2 batsmen missing out. Dhananjay Silva on 31, showing some intent, coming at number 5. Shandimal to calm then the bowlers. Sri Lanka going very nicely.
Yeah, very well placed Sri Lanka in this test match. Beautiful view.
No, not a chance. Not done. None. Quick, play the round. All slopes will be like that, but. Well, I'm Bona. Working, Jimmy.
He's an exciting prospect, Dhananjay. He knows how to maneuver the length. He's sort of batsman. Doesn't require bad deliveries to score his runs. (31) from just 42 deliveries. That's good going.
Go.
Nice and neatly played towards square leg for a single. Yes, Dhananjay De Silva. Batsmen who do not want to get bogged down, to lose his feet against the spin bowlers. Pretty strong against the fast bowling as well. Ideal number 5 batsman. Good starts. Comes and scores those runs very quickly. Saw him in left arm spinner Warrican was bowling. Wasn't afraid to come down and hit down the ground. That's someone confidence. Remember, not play a single game during the World Cup. Under pressure man coming into this test series. Believing it matters.
Yeah, it's all about taking opportunities and making the most of it.
Jimmy.
And Dhananjay is not afraid to play the spinners off the back foot. And that's where he has brought that frustration into the minds of these spinners. A new ball is due. And just over 1.2 overs, I believe.
Go ahead, Jimmy.
Would you take it?
Indication of captain bowling himself for a couple of overs, giving a rest to the bowlers, indicates that thinking of it. Tried to play through the offside. Time spun back towards the leg stump, initially played towards square leg for a single to end the 79th over. Sri Lanka 230 for 3.
Aerial views of this picturesque Galle International Stadium. Centrally located in Galle. And looking to buy a wicket, that's for sure. He's tossing the ball right up. West Indian captain.
This is where the two Sri Lankan batsmen should be very, very careful and concentrating even harder. But they're giving so much air. There you go. 68 kilometers per hour. That's very, very slow. And clearly, the indication is that the new ball, if you ask me, probably wouldn't straight away. At least for the fourth end of the last 4-5 overs, I'll be tempted to bring it on, but definitely not on the 80th over. Down the leg side, missed again by Dhananjay Silva. Any better at they've had a boundary. Very disappointed.
Yeah, I'm with you. 5 overs this afternoon, and then try and pressurize the batsman early in the morning tomorrow. And that was a quickish delivery. The batsmen, they got to hold their nerves, and also not to be tempted with these flighted deliveries. They should know the intent of the West Indian captain. He's on a punt, isn't he?
Not easy, not easy. Very important final delivery. Safely negotiated, safely by Dhananjay Silva. Keeping away towards square leg for a single. End of the 80th over. New ball is due. Sri Lanka 231 for 3. Then Hannibal, a sprint.
You call this a sprint?
I played football with him. This is his fastest sprint. I'm telling you, we run a football club back in Colombo. That's the fastest he does.
Yeah, the fourth umpire has handed the new ball, second new ball. The officiating umpire. A bit of exercise. Lyndon Hannibal. Another very good umpire. Oh, opting for the new ball straight away. West Indian captain. And not a bad ploy, this.
Come on, Jamal.
Pronouncing new ball. For the off spinner, who likes to hurl the ball into the stumps.
Working, Jim. Come on, boys.
Can pay off.
Jeez, that was a very hard sweep.
clear intent straight away by Dhananjali Silva. Pretty surprised Rocking Cornwell. Not too sure what he's thinking, but definitely know what Dhananjali Silva thinking. Premeditated. But saying that, oh, that from middle stump. I said safe shot though. Got deep scarlet, saving the single. No one patrolling the boundary. Straight away intent shown.
A bit risky, but paid off. Yeah, this move from the West Indian captain has the potential.
Straight away coming over the wicket. Also the big question is whether the fast bowler gets a go from the other end, which is a press box end. At least just said to Karunaratne, he's bowling it quick.
Working, Jimmy. Catch it. Jimmy, working,
Not
Jimmy.
bad from Cornwall. Not afraid to toss the ball up to the left-hand batsman who is well set.
Working, Jim. Keep going, Jim.
Well, that's where the West Indian bowlers have gone wrong. Been consistent with their liner lengths. They experimented a lot. On a pitch like this, as a bowler, you got to be patient. That's better. Much better.
Definitely building up pressure from the both ends. Just as partnerships on the batsmen, got to be partnership on the bowlers as well. Building up the pressure from both sides, which I thought West Indies didn't do that consistently well. Hence, situations such as this. End of the 81st. Sri Lanka 2-36-3.
Spark again in our powerful hybrids. Toyota, let's go places.
Those singles actually put the bowlers off, force them to vary their lengths and lines. Hence, those 6 boundaries. It has been a timely partnership from these two batters. Those 66 runs came from just 95 deliveries. That's good going in a test match.
Shannon Gabriel into his 4th spell. 10 overs so far, picked up the solitary wicket in his spell in the 2nd spell. Good work out. New ball, very important spell for Shannon. Probably 2-3 overs in here. Second wicket for West Indies. I'm pretty sure that day is probably even after winning the toss, batting first Sri Lanka. Pleased with the work rate has gone, saying that Shannon Gabriel, person, you never know if he gets it right. Been disappointing, got to be said. Someone that has pace. When you have pace, you could dictate terms on the day.
But mind you, pace can be friends with the batsman as well. If you fall with pace and you err with your liner length, you hand over the advantage to the batsman. It was in the air for a little while. No damage done.
Driving weight behind, expecting the ball to be short. Premeditating there, Dhananjali Silva. Not much feet movement as expected. So trying to be more competitive against pace as well. 39 or 53 delivery shows his intent and carrying on the merit is important when Dimuth Khan playing the anchor role. Batsman from the other end trying to score runs as well. Always in goal test matches, the first inning score matters the most.
A good early call from Dhananjaya, making sure there is no misunderstanding, making sure no opportunity given to the West Indies side, who are in a dire need of picking up a wicket here.
Hopping away there. That bounce still Channel Gabriel bending his back into his 11th over. Hot and humid testing conditions for both the teams.
What a shot that was. Yes, it was pitched up way outside the off stump. The batsman had to reach for it, and he made sure that he hits the ball into the gap and moves into his 40, hitting the ball on the up on that occasion and controlling it.
Stand and deliver. Brings up the 25th boundary for Sri Lanka today. Magnificent. And there is a hand-eye coordination. It was brilliant. Not much feet movement, but the weight going towards the shot was the key.
Yes, he is moving quite well in the crease, Dhananjaya.
Now, worry, keeper. Keeper.
Easy three.
That's good running. Dimuth Karwa still has the energy to spin down and come for the third run. Just had the feeling they might not come for the third. But Dhananjaya should have definitely pushed Dimuth Karwa and made it so easily in the end. Good intent by the two batsmen, not only while batting, even the running between wickets. Look at that. Initially, Dimuth thought it's going to be a boundary, and then had to put the gun there. Fifth gear. Fantastic stuff.
It's incredible to watch Karunaratne bat in this heat. Plenty to do in this part of the world. How about those pictures?
Talking about taking the opportunity. Love to take that opportunity to go and visit over there.
Have you forgot something? We're in a bubble. So don't entice. Shouldn't entice. Missed out. End of the second over with a second new ball. It's 243 for 3.
For a second, I completely forgot, Amir, that we are in a bubble. Looking at that pictures, just thought I had to go. But saying that, all going through a pandemic, we're all having sacrifices to do. One sacrifice we have, especially being a place like Gaul, not to explore much more.
I think you need a coffee. It was a good session, the third one for the West Indies side.
You going?
But scales have tipped.
Daniel saying a different part of the hotel? Same hotel? No, different one.
Sri Lanka back in control. Interesting this.
Oh, Ross in here.
Cornwall was entrusted by the captain to bowl with a new ball, but decided against it. He's opted for Ross and Chase. The ball in tandem with the fast bowler.
Definitely surprised me, especially the batsman was set. Take the new ball as soon as possible when he was available. Just thought
Let's go, Ross.
They've taken
There.
the
Come
last
on,
5
boys.
overs or
Let's
4
enjoy
overs.
it, man. Come on,
And
man.
they
Bye,
come back
boys.
tomorrow
Come on,
morning
Ross.
fresh, as well as the new ball is much more having that shine and the hardness of the seam. Saying that straight away, just giving 1 over to Raheem Cornwell, main off spinner, and giving it away Roston Chase like a second fiddle when it comes to the attack. Has also got Roston Chase and Jason Holder doing most of the containment job, being the strike bowlers of West Indies today.
How's that?
That's the line. Roston Chase should be looking to bowl consistently. Just outside the off stump with a bit of loop.
Oh, yeah.
A bit of turn.
I don't like stump though. Oh. Yeah, but I don't like stump.
It seems like Western captain has made up his mind that if they are to pick up wickets, it has to be through spinners. The faster bowlers need to do the holding job.
A short burst. The faster ball is very important. So, well, that Jason Holder did bowl, have most of the batsmen in trouble.
Demote, trying to out, demote. Follow sweep, catch.
A slip and a silly point for the off spinner. Got protection, an extra cover.
Chase into the 15th over. Been very impressive. Picked up 2 wickets. Unfortunately, Fernando, Angelo Matthews. The way this loop much more, and with the height, the bounce, naturally you'll be getting it.
Also bowled with the right pace. I kept on flighting the ball. I was rewarded, as opposed to Cornwell, who looked to dart the ball into the stumps. Made it much more easier for the batters to negotiate and work the ball into the gaps.
Just the release positions of the 2 bowlers. Roston Chase coming much higher and get that bounce, whereas Cornwell darting it in. Nicely bowled. Dhananjay just standard on 49 for 8 on the over. I got 247 for 3 after 83 overs.
Yeah, important partnership forged by these 2 batsmen. History tells you that scoring a big total in the first inning is mandatory, is imperative here at Galle International. Still very busy, Dimmoff. Karuna Ratne, Sri Lankan captain. He's been there, played 250 deliveries for his 120 runs. He's looking to up the ante with his partner Dhananjaya, who is only 1 run away from yet another 15 test match cricket.
Callum Gabriel to continue from the press box end. 2 slips and a gully. Sweeper cover. Deep fine leg. Petrol in the boundary. The 2 fielders. The ball right fuller this time. Trying to drive down the ground. Timed it.
Maruf, you got the experience of bowling in these conditions. What should a fast bowler look to do to be able to meet success on these surfaces? Just bowl.
Got outside the off stump. A set man, Dimut Khan not going to miss out. Right misfield, make sure that Dimut Khan comes back for the second run. The fast bowler. When I played, it was more containment job I got to do with the bowlers of Chamin Davas and Muttai Munadaran. Being the strike bowler, my job was to contain, bowl one line, one length, one side of the wicket, build up those dot overs, and so that strike bowlers could come and do the job. Whereas Chandan Gabriel, being the strike bowler, got to be able to pick wickets by bowling a consistent line and length. Occasional bouncer, yes, we understand. But if you take the pitch map of Chandan Gabriel today, it's all over. That's where the problem is. A containment bowler like Jason Holder was more effective purely because the consistency of the line and the length, though the pace is so low comparing to Chandan Gabriel. So I think that's where the West Indians missed a mick. Don't know how much cricket Chandan Gabriel has played before this test match, but definitely looks someone who's lacked bowling fitness as well when it comes to a test cricket.
Hard work, that's the word. Exhausting all the options. Western captain. 8 bowlers he has used so far. Only 2 successful. Now what has really surprised me with Gabriel when he looked to bowl to the left-hander. Well, that's his 50. His 9th in Test match cricket, along with 700s. Making most of the opportunity, Dhananjaya. He was made to sit out in that T20 World Cup. But was given an opportunity in this game, cashing on.
A class knock, Dhananjaya Silva. Very well played. It's a start. 900, 750, about 7 centuries. Shows the conversion rate is so good. Someone that gets a start definitely goes and get big ones.
See, that's where he has surprised me, Gabriel. He can create that natural angle to the left-hander and moving the ball away. His look to bowl wicket to wicket to the left-hander has proven to be a wrong idea. See, if he bowls over the wicket towards the slips, he'll be better served.
Talking about one length. There you go. The better length. Going for that expansive drive, missing out completely. That's where the 2 slips and a gully get that outside edge. This is what the West Indians have missed out throughout the day, especially the fast bowlers.
Now with his action, he can easily angle the ball away from the left-handed batsman. He hasn't done it throughout the day. Had he tried to do that, the result would have been different. 250 on the board for the loss of 3 wickets after 84, Sri Lanka.
West Indies seem to have almost gone into slow motion. With the second new ball taken, spinners used at one end, Chandan Gabriel taking his time to get through the overs, Dhananjaya De Silva completing another half century. To really consolidate Sri Lanka's position. 136 without loss at the start of the day. A bit of a wobble at the start of this final session. Austin chased a couple of wickets that really lifted the West Indies spirits. But now, Jihan, you can certainly get the sense that this pair want to ensure that they're at the close in just about half an hour's time.
Yeah, they'll want to be there at the end, even though there was a moment of indiscretion from Demuth in the previous over.
Oh, ball Ross in there. Keep going, Ross.
They'll want to take Sri Lanka home.
Working, Ross. There you go, boys. They work with it,
Keep
man.
it
Come
at
on
3
now,
wickets.
boys.
They've got to 250, which
Last push, boys, for the day.
seemed
Come
a bit
on,
of a
man.
stretch at one point when the West Indies,
Yeah, watch
especially
it
with
tomorrow,
Holder
boys.
and
Come on.
Chase,
Working
had
there,
put
Ross.
on a bit of pressure
Any
on
man in
them.
now. Down, Shay. Well done, Shay.
Very hazy sunshine at the moment, but the light is still playable, especially with the spinners
Working,
on.
Ross. Keep going there, Ross.
High cloud. So
Working,
much
Ross, in there.
concern about whether or not this match will be
Work with them, boys.
significantly impacted by the weather. Thankfully, it's been an uninterrupted first day and a productive first day. Kyle Mayers will save the boundary. But the runs continue to tick over for Sri Lanka.
Even though this match hasn't been impacted by the weather, there's been a lot of it over the last 6 weeks. West Indies' preparation for it has been, they had a warm-up game which was called off. Their practice sessions have been impacted. Do you feel that that has had an impact in this test match?
I'm sure it would have, but sometimes you often wonder what's the benefit of some of these warm-up matches anyway, because they aren't played in real match conditions, because sometimes 12 are used or 13 are used. It's not as it used to be, often considered a genuine first-class match. 253 for 3. There was a time, of course, times have changed significantly, where a team would go on tour and play a first-class match ahead of every test. Whether you're playing 3 tests or 5 tests, you'd hardly hear about 2-test series. Now, as the shifts move along and times have moved along, you see where teams continuously play 2-test series.
I hope that's the diesel for my car.
Well, diesel isn't climate friendly, is it?
That's the only one I have. No, we are moving to carbon neutral. I promise you, next time I'm in the com box, I'll have an electric car.
Try some.
I suspect that's diesel powered as well, together with the natural power of the wind. 5 overs to go, and just get the feeling the West Indies are trying their best to ensure they don't bowl more than the 5 overs.
And those are the carbon neutral modes of transportation that we have available in Sri Lanka.
And they've been around for thousands of years.
That's it, Bonner. Go, Jace, go, Jace, go, Jace.
Should get a couple. Just for a moment, everyone stood, and no one wanted to chase after it. Shannon Gabriel said, no, you don't expect me from deep backward square to have to chase after it. You can see the smile on his face, because it takes him a while to get going, Shannon.
Everyone is looking at Josh De Silva. He's like, you've been doing it all day. Go on then. Fetch it.
He's been sprinting regularly to the length of the field to get to the boundaries. Team, his usual position at first slip, where he held a good sharp catch to win the test match against Bangladesh by just 18 runs. They clinched the series 2-0. It was a really good start to the year for the West Indies, test cricket wise. They drew the series with Sri Lanka in Antigua.
Four more overs after this to the close of play. Do West Indies have any other wild card? We've seen Craig Brathwaite bowl a couple of overs. Something out of the box.
Working war. Keep going there, boys.
I think they've exhausted them right now. I think what they need to do is to have their frontline bowlers stay consistent, bowl a consistent line, as we saw at the start of this session. And I think that's where the issue of, do they bowl enough in the domestic game? Do they play enough first-class cricket outside of the test matches? When on tour, the challenges are so different for the modern player. You don't play, as we see, a no ball. And once more, I think this is about the third no ball for Jomel Warrican in the day. Really unacceptable.
Oh jeez. Go Shannon.
This is just too easy for Sri Lanka. Another no ball, as you said, that's unacceptable for a spinner. 17 extras in the Sri Lankan total, 6 no balls in Test cricket.
And when you think about it, when you think of people like Michael Holding or Waqar Younis with that very long run-up, hardly ever bowling no balls, it really doesn't add up. It makes their game look so untidy when you're bowling these no balls, you extra deliveries, extra runs. As you said, Jihan, they're just picking off the runs so very easily. Now it's not almost as if the West Indies are marking time. They just can't wait for the end of play.
Yeah, it should be the other way around. It should be Sri Lanka consolidating, trying to keep the wickets intact. Instead, Dhananjay and Dimuth look that be happy to keep going till 7 o'clock. Runs are flowing freely.
Mercifully for the West Indies, sunset comes at 5:51. End of the over, 261 for 3.
Go wherever your wild side takes you.
Period when the West Indies were able to get a couple.
And the last partnership between Dhananjay and Dimuth, which is ongoing, 91 of 126 balls. That's an incredible scoring rate. That's been too many of those. Not consistent for long periods of time. Easy single square of the wicket. Josh De Silva changing the bails. I think that brings luck sometimes. I've seen some superstitious wicket keepers drawing crosses behind the stumps when nothing goes your way. Let's see if it works.
Whatever works for you. I recall in a test match, might have been West Indies against Australia at Sabina Park, where one of the Aussies at the end of every over kept switching around the bails, and Ramnari Sarwan, who was batting, kept switching it back. So much of it, as you said, it's in the mind, it's what you're comfortable with. But as you said, it just seems at this point that if you're an aggressive team, a confident team, a team that is accustomed to winning, you're pressing now. You're putting pressure on Karunaratne, thinking that maybe he's tired, mentally tired, or maybe physically tired. You're thinking that maybe, okay, Dhananjaya might try to do something a bit unusual. You can get a wicket here, a wicket or two. And even though you've got a slip and a silly point, there really doesn't seem to be that drive at the moment by the West Indies, as if they, as I said before, they're marking time to get to the 90th over.
Hustle. That's the word. They need to be hustling. They haven't done enough of that in this, on the first day at least.
Skipper.
There's a little bit going on though behind the stumps. I think Dhananjay is getting a couple of words from Josh behind.
Good hand, go.
Good stop by Jermaine Blackwood. Saved a boundary.
Keeper! No.
He'll settle on 2. But just to that point we were making earlier, I wonder if Dhananjaya understands anything that Joshua might be saying. Depending on the accent, suppose they might be reasonably familiar with what is being said.
Dad, he's the quickest man. Easily.
You were asking me about doing commentary with the Trini accent or whatever, but we'll see what we can manage at the end of the over though. It's a 266 for 3.
That's umpire Lyndon Hannibal coming on with the light meter. Light just dipping a little bit. Still bright enough for umpire Dharmasena to have his sunglasses on.
So it's the captain who's going to bring himself back on to bowl to his opposite number. The light meter has come on the field. Probably wanted to ensure that everything is up to mark. Probably take a marker that will be used as the standard for the rest of the test match. Just 3 overs to go.
This is a tricky period for Dimuth. He needs to keep his concentration and focus. There's 3 more overs to go. And Brathwaite bowls so slowly through the air. Gives you so much time to think. I can think of 3 or 4 strokes running through Dimuth's mind as that ball is coming down to him. Just 69 kilometers an hour, that delivery.
Very optimistic shout. Not too sure what they would be appealing for.
Well, they've had their reviews back. They can afford to do so if they want to, but they've had really bad luck with it so far.
Oi, Craigie boy.
Bad luck or bad judgment?
Bad judgment, I would say, yes.
I'm not as bad as you think I am, Jace. You're the thief, not me. Thief. No. Oi, you're down, Jace, dive!
So just to give you an example of how the accents would work, let's look at what happened a couple of deliveries ago before we get into that. Looking to paddle it away. Half-hearted shout, and he's suggesting that it should be reviewed. He said, well, probably you wasted a couple of reviews earlier, waste them again.
Can a batsman review if he's been given not out? And send it upstairs and get himself out?
We've seen stranger things in the game. So if I were to say, for example, just as an expression, what are you really doing? Do you understand what I just said?
Can you try it in English?
That's English. What I said is, what is he really doing?
Okay, if you speak it slowly, I can understand it. Okay, we need to do an over with that.
267 for 3.
Just do on a bus anymore. You can out.
Well, we're not going to get the final 2 overs of the day to complete 90 because the umpires have determined that the light is not good enough. So this will be our marker essentially for the rest of the test match with the high cloud just blocking out the late evening sun. But it's been a good day for Sri Lanka, led by their captain from the front, top of the order, winning the toss, batting first, taking advantage of the ideal conditions, and it therefore means that he goes in together with Dhananjaya De Silva. Excellent partnership, and again another session of over 100 runs.
Deserved applause from the dressing room. Pats on the back for Dimut and for Dhananjaya. They've really driven Sri Lanka into a position of strength on the first day. Leading from the front.
He enjoys the role of captain, he enjoys playing at goal, enjoying batting in Test match cricket in 2021. Over 500 runs in the last 3 Test matches in total. Phil Simmons, the West Indies coach, will know that he's got to resummon his troops, assess the situation with Jeremy Solozano. But for Sri Lanka on their scorecard, it looks very, very impressive. But for the cheap dismissals of Ashada and Matthews, Karunaratne has held firm throughout the day. A long day, a draining day for the West Indies, but a productive day for Karunaratne and Sri Lanka. Bright early morning sunshine, sultry conditions, but productive conditions. And the final session certainly started well for the West Indies with Roston Chase getting a couple of wickets. Almost a bit of a misjudgment by Jason Holder. Dhananjaya De Silva joining his captain, and the run started to flow again. A bit inadvertent on occasion, but still capitalizing on the loose deliveries. Too often the West Indies bowlers lack that discipline to be consistent, and he wasn't afraid to try the reverse sweep, the Sri Lankan captain. Nor was De Silva in going over the top. And even to the new ball that was taken with the spinners in operation, he continued to play shots, getting to a half century. Dhananjaya, yet another score over 50. The West Indies were running out of energy and enthusiasm by the time bad light took the players off the field with 2 overs still to be bowled.
Bowlers, except for Josh De Silva and who else doesn't bowl, Nkrumah Bonner, almost everyone got a bowl. Again, without much success. Roston Chase with the 2 wickets, Gabriel with 1 up front. The rest of the West Indian bowlers, lot of toil with very little reward.
Well, that's the situation as it stands. We invite you though now to join us for day 2. Coverage starts at 9:50 local time. Sri Lanka will resume in a pretty strong position. We hope you'll be able to join us then.
We will be bringing you live action shortly. I am joined by
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh.
इनिंग की पहली गेंद का सामना करते हुए ओहो, उठा के खेल दिया है, खूबसूरत शॉट और ये सीधा बाउंड्री के पार। गेंद की लेंथ का अनुमान तो इन्होंने बहुत ही जल्दी लगा लिया था। बहुत ही खूबसूरत शॉट। फील्डिंग में परिवर्तन। बहुत ही आक्रामक बल्लेबाज हैं ये विश्व क्रिकेट में। लाइन और लेंथ मापने में तो 1 सेकंड नहीं लगाते ये। बहुत ही बढ़िया 6।
क्या बल्लेबाज एक और बाउंड्री का प्रयास करेंगे? देखते हैं।
ये शॉट गया हवा में और गैप में भी गया।
शानदार बल्लेबाजी। बॉलर को इशारा करके बता रहे हैं कि अगली गेंद कहां जाएगी।
ऐसे फॉर्म में खेल रहे हैं यहां, जैसे अंग्रेजी में कहते हैं फॉर्म ऑफ हिज लाइफ। वाह क्या बात है। बहुत ही कॉन्फिडेंट अपील यहां बॉलर की और अंपायर नॉट आउट देते हुए।
कप्तान ने बढ़िया फील्ड लगाई है और गेंदबाज भी फील्ड के अनुसार ही गेंदबाजी कर रहे हैं।
काफी हताश होंगे अपने आप से। सीधा स्लॉट में थी गेंद।
उठा दिया है 6 रन। जैसे ही बैट पे लगी थी कोई दो राय नहीं था, कोई संदेह नहीं था कि ये 6 रन है। बहुत ही सरल शॉट था ये बल्लेबाज का। गेंद की रफ्तार का पूरा उपयोग करते हुए गेंद को पहुंचा दिया है बाउंड्री लाइन के उस पार।
तेज गेंदबाज को लाया गया है दूसरे छोर से।
बल्लेबाज अपनी पहली गेंद की तैयारी करते हुए।
हवा में खेल दिया है और गैप में भी 4 रन। बल्लेबाज पूरे नियंत्रण में थे वहां। फील्ड में बदलाव।
ये एक ऐसे बल्लेबाज हैं जो ग्राउंड के किसी भी कोने में मार सकते हैं। चलिए देखते हैं अगली गेंद कहां मारेंगे।
गैप में खेल दिया है। क्या ये 2 रन ले सकते हैं यहां?
मेरा मानना है आउट है। बेहतरीन फील्डिंग का मुजाहरा क्षेत्र रक्षक द्वारा।
बॉलर ने तो बल्लेबाज को वापसी का रास्ता दिखा दिया।
कैच आउट हो जाओ, बोल्ड हो जाओ, लेकिन रनआउट कभी मत होना। अक्सर देखा गया है कि रनआउट मैच की परिस्थिति बदल देती है। बहुत ही बढ़िया शॉट, बहुत ही बड़ा 6। जाने जाते हैं ये बल्लेबाज ऐसे शॉटों के लिए, और जब फॉर्म में हो तो इन्हें रोकना नामुमकिन होता है।
बढ़िया टाइमिंग। खूबसूरती से गैप ढूंढा बैट्समैन ने। ओहो, जब ये मारना शुरू करते हैं इनको रोकना मुश्किल है।
बेबुनियाद शॉट बल्लेबाज द्वारा ठीक से पढ़ नहीं पाए।
गेंद की दिशा को थोड़ा समझ के खेलना होगा यहां।
बढ़िया शॉट। इसे रोक पाना तो मुश्किल है।
बेहतरीन बल्लेबाजी बल्लेबाज द्वारा।
और ये 6 रन। लगता है धीरे धीरे फॉर्म में आ रहे हैं बल्लेबाज यहां।
बल्लेबाज नई गेंद खेलने के लिए पूरी तरह तैयार।
बहुत ही नजाकत से उठा दिया है वहां। 6 रन।
फील्ड में बदलाव।
बहुत ही बढ़िया टाइमिंग और शॉट सिलेक्शन का प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं यहां, लेकिन थोड़ा संभल के। लय में है, बड़ी पारी खेलने का पूरा मौका है, कहीं उसे गवा ना बैठे।
बल्लेबाज यहां काफी आक्रामक मूड में लग रहे हैं।
बल्लेबाज निश्चित रूप से 2 रन ले सकते हैं।
बहुत ही बढ़िया फील्डिंग। ऐसी फील्डिंग से टीम का आत्मबल बढ़ता रहेगा।
बल्ले का बॉल के साथ अच्छा तालमेल। 6 रन।
बहुत लय में नजर आ रहे हैं। ये वाइड होगी भैया। चलिए दोबारा डालिए गेंद।
इस आक्रामक फील्ड के साथ तो बहुत ही सूझबूझ और नियंत्रण के साथ गेंदबाजी करनी होगी यहां।
ये शॉट गया हवा में और गैप में भी गया।
एक बड़ा शॉट तो ओवर का लगा चुके हैं, लेकिन अब उन्हें इस पारी को एक लंबी पारी में तब्दील करने की कोशिश करनी होगी।
पूरी तरह मिस किया वहां।
बॉलिंग में बदलाव, तेज गेंदबाज का आगमन।
बैटिंग पावर प्ले की समाप्ति। फील्डिंग टीम अब 2 से ज्यादा फील्डर दायरे के बाहर रख सकती है।
बॉल हवा से बातें करती हुई सीधा बाउंड्री लाइन के पार 6 रन।
क्षेत्र रक्षण में तब्दीली।
क्या बल्लेबाज एक और बाउंड्री का प्रयास करेंगे? देखते हैं।
काफी हताश होंगे अपने आप से। सीधा स्लॉट में थी गेंद।
ओह, ऐसा लगता है गेंद को देखा ही नहीं वहां पे। खतरनाक गेंद और सीधा बल्लेबाज के शरीर पे लगी।
कवर पे फील्डर तैनात किए हैं कैप्टन ने।
बड़ा शॉट लगाया। ऊंचा भी था, लंबा भी था, बल्ले का बीचों बीच से था।
बहुत ही बढ़िया तालमेल दोनों बल्लेबाजों के बीच। एक महत्वपूर्ण पारी बैटिंग टीम के लिए।
बहुत लय में नजर आ रहे हैं।
खेल दिया है गैप में और ये 1 रन।
ओह, ये तो बहुत ही क्लोज हो सकता है। बल्लेबाज की पारी यही समाप्त हो सकती है।
निराश होकर पेविलियन की तरफ लौटते हुए।
स्पिनर को लाया गया अटैक में। देखते हैं इस पिच से कितना लाभ उठाते हैं।
कैच आउट हो जाओ, बोल्ड हो जाओ, लेकिन रनआउट कभी मत होना। अक्सर देखा गया है कि रनआउट मैच की परिस्थिति बदल देती है।
बल्लेबाज को पता है कि कौन सी गेंद खेलनी है और कौन सी नहीं।
चुरा लिया है 1 रन। बढ़िया रनिंग बिटवीन द विकेट्स।
ये बहुत ही कठिन फील्ड है गेंदबाजी करने के लिए। गेंदबाज को अपनी लाइन और लेंथ बड़ी सटीक रखनी होगी।
बल्लेबाज की आंखें तो चील की आंखों की तरह हो चुकी है। गेंदबाज के हाथ से ही बॉल का लाइन और लेंथ समझ चुके थे वो। बहुत ही प्यारा छक्का। ये एक ऐसे बल्लेबाज हैं जो ग्राउंड के किसी भी कोने में मार सकते हैं। चलिए देखते हैं अगली गेंद कहां मारेंगे।
दाद देनी होगी कीपर की यहाँ पे। तेज स्टंपिंग। बल्लेबाज टाइम में अंदर नहीं आ पाए।
बहुत ही निराश लग रहे हैं।
बल्लेबाज नई गेंद खेलने के लिए पूरी तरह तैयार।
ओहो, उठा के खेल दिया है। खूबसूरत शॉट और ये सीधा बाउंड्री के पार।
ओहो, जब ये मारना शुरू करते हैं इनको रोकना मुश्किल है।
बल्लेबाज ने इस गेंद को पड़ा भी और जड़ा भी। लगाया छक्का।
स्पिनर को दूसरे छोर से लाया गया है।
डीप पॉइंट पे फील्डर लगाया है कप्तान ने।
क्या चाबुक शॉट लगाया है। ऐसी शॉट की आवाज सुनते ही मन मंत्र मुग्ध हो जाता है।
फील्डिंग में परिवर्तन।
बेहतरीन बल्लेबाजी बल्लेबाज द्वारा। होल्ड कर दिया, शानदार गेंद। बल्लेबाज पवेलियन की ओर जाते हुए हताश, निराश, उदास।
बल्लेबाज तैयार अपनी पहली गेंद का सामना करने के लिए। बहुत ही खूबसूरती से मारा है इस शॉट को।
बहुत ही बढ़िया टाइमिंग और शॉट सिलेक्शन का प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं यहाँ, लेकिन थोड़ा संभल के लय में है। बड़ी पारी खेलने का पूरा मौका है, कहीं उसे गवा ना बैठे।
बल्लेबाज पवेलियन की ओर जाते हुए हताश, निराश, उदास। स्पिनर्स के खिलाफ काफी आक्रामक रवैया अपनाया है इन्होंने।
और ये 6 रन, लगता है धीरे धीरे फॉर्म में आ रहे हैं बल्लेबाज यहाँ।
इस शॉट को पड़ा भी है और जड़ा भी है। बढ़िया स्ट्रोक।
बल्लेबाज यहाँ काफी आक्रामक मूड में लग रहे हैं।
दूसरे छोर से तेज गति के गेंदबाज को लाया गया है। बल्लेबाज नई गेंद खेलने के लिए पूरी तरह तैयार।
ये बॉल तो लगी होगी उनको।
बॉलर को अपनी लाइन एंड लेंथ सटीक रखनी होगी इस फील्ड के साथ।
पहला रन तेजी से दौड़ते हुए दूसरे रन की कोशिश होनी चाहिए यहाँ।
खुदकुशी करने की तमन्ना थी यहाँ पे। खराब रनिंग। कप्तान ने अतिरिक्त सुरक्षा के लिए डी पॉइंट लगाया है।
खेलने की कोशिश और पूरी तरह चूक।
गेंदबाज अच्छी लय में दिख रहे हैं। क्या ये विकेट ले पाएंगे? चलिए देखते हैं। समझदारी से गेंदबाजी कर रहे यहाँ गेंदबाज। बल्लेबाज को वो गेंद समझ ही नहीं आई। अच्छी तरीके से खेला, आसानी से 2 रन मिल सकते हैं।
आला फील्डिंग। फील्डर चीते की तरह बॉल पर लपके। तेज गति के गेंदबाजों को काफी आसानी से खेला इन्होंने।
बहुत ही भाग्यशाली रहे वहां, मिस कर गए। बहुत ही बढ़िया गेंदबाजी।
अतिरिक्त सुरक्षा के लिए डीप एक्स्ट्रा कवर पर फील्डर लगाया गया है। बढ़िया शॉट, बस सिंगल मिलेगा यहाँ। बॉलर अपने पसंदीदा छोर से गेंदबाजी करते हुए। बल्लेबाज की अच्छी कोशिश, पर बॉल सीधा फील्डर के हाथ में।
निराश होकर पेविलियन की तरफ लौटते हुए।
इस विकेट ने बड़ा अच्छा खेल दिखाया है, थोड़ा बहुत गेंदबाजों के लिए भी था और अच्छे शॉट लगाने के लिए भी। आत्मविश्वास भरी अपील, लेकिन अंपायर ने नकारा।
जोरदार अपील, काफी नजदीकी मामला, और ये रिव्यू लेते हुए।
Checking for a no ball. Fair delivery. No problem. Reaching outside. Impact in line. Not hitting. You can stay with your decision. You'll be on screen now.
बिल्कुल भी जरूरत नहीं थी यहाँ ये शॉट खेलने की। लगता है अपनी एकाग्रता खो बैठे।
ये लगा हवाई शॉट, खूबसूरती से लगाया।
दमदार शॉट। जिस तरफ इन्होंने मारा है उस तरफ की बाउंड्री बाकी के बाउंड्री के मुकाबले बहुत ही लंबी है।
बहुत लय में नजर आ रहे हैं। ये देखो बल्लेबाज का रौद्र रूप, उसे मालूम है कि गेंद का क्या हश्र करना है।
जब फुल फ्लो में खेलते हैं तब इनकी बल्लेबाजी देखने लायक होती है।
बहुत ही उम्दा कार्य स्टंप्स के पीछे, बैट्समैन के बल्ले से कहीं ज्यादा तेज। एक लंबा रास्ता तय कर रहे हैं पवेलियन की ओर जाते हुए। तेज गति के गेंदबाज वापस आते हुए।
बल्लेबाज अपनी पहली गेंद की तैयारी करते हुए।
बल्लेबाज पूरी तरह से चूक गए। बढ़िया बॉलिंग।
निराश लग रहे हैं वहां। मेरी माने तो अपने आप को खुशकिस्मत समझे जो अभी क्रीज पे ही खड़े हैं।
बल्ले का बॉल के साथ अच्छा तालमेल, 6 रन। क्या बल्लेबाज एक और बाउंड्री का प्रयास करेंगे? देखते हैं।
बहुत ही उम्दा शॉट, 6 रन के लिए दर्शनीय शॉट।
खूबसूरत शॉट, बैट्समैन अपनी खूबियां दिखाते हुए। बड़ी अच्छी बैटिंग फॉर्म में लग रहा है बल्लेबाज।
बहुत ही बड़ा 6, मानो कह रहे थे कि जब तक तोड़ेंगे नहीं तब तक छोड़ेंगे नहीं।
बल्लेबाज ने गेंदबाजी को साधारण बना दिया है। चलिए देखते हैं आगे क्या होगा।
फिजियो को बुलाने की आवश्यकता हो सकती है। बैट्समैन घायल।
स्पिनर को दूसरे छोर से लाया गया है।
बल्लेबाज नई गेंद खेलने के लिए पूरी तरह तैयार। बहुत ही उम्दा कार्य स्टंप्स के पीछे, बैट्समैन के बल्ले से कहीं ज्यादा तेज।
बहुत ही निराश लग रहे हैं।
डीप पॉइंट पे फील्डर लगाया है कप्तान ने। और ये स्टंप बाहर निकलने की कोशिश थी यहां बल्लेबाज की, और बहुत ही अच्छी स्टंपिंग।
पवेलियन का लंबा रास्ता तय करना पड़ेगा बल्लेबाज को अब। बॉलर अपने पसंदीदा छोर से गेंदबाजी करते हुए।
यहाँ तो नाक के नीचे से एक रन चुरा लिया बॉस। बल्लेबाज हमेशा रन चुराने के लिए तैयार रहते हैं।
बहुत ही जोरदार अपील, लेकिन अंपायर का इशारा, नॉट आउट। स्लॉग ओवर्स के लिए विकेट बचा के रखना बड़ा जरूरी होता है। गैप में खेल दिया है, क्या ये 2 रन ले सकते हैं यहाँ? काफी अच्छी अपील फील्डिंग साइड द्वारा, और ये नजदीकी मामला हो
इसी के
सकता है।
साथ पहले इनिंग्स की समाप्ति। ये देखना बहुत ही दिलचस्प होगा कि क्या रणनीति के साथ आते हैं बल्लेबाज यहाँ इसे चेस करने।
Welcome back. We had an interesting
हम आपके सामने फिर से हाजिर हैं एक इनिंग्स ब्रेक के बाद। लक्ष्य तय है और सफर होगा रोमांचक।
और ये आ रहे हैं 2 अंपायर्स फील्डिंग टीम के साथ, और उन्हीं के ठीक पीछे सलामी बल्लेबाज। विकेट संभाल के खेलना होगा यहाँ। मैच एक बहुत ही रोमांचक तेज गेंदबाज को लाया जा रहा है इस छोर से।
यही एक चीज बिल्कुल नहीं चाहेंगे, रन आउट।
बॉल सीधा फील्डर के हाथ में, कोई रन नहीं।
इस आक्रामक फील्ड के साथ तो बहुत ही सूझबूझ और नियंत्रण के साथ गेंदबाजी करनी होगी यहाँ।
ये बढ़िया रनिंग, अद्भुत रनिंग। ये हैं जो बाउंड्री से इश्क फरमाते हैं। ये बात विपक्षी टीम को बखूबी मालूम है।
सीधा फील्डर के हाथ में, कोई रन नहीं।
बहुत ही आक्रामक फील्ड लगा रखी है विकेट की तलाश में। ये एक बहुत ही अच्छी रणनीति हो सकती है। उम्दा शॉट, लाजवाब प्लेसमेंट। फील्डर तो वहां दर्शक बने रह गए। दर्शक इनके दीवाने हैं, और क्यों ना हो, इतना खुल के खेलते हैं मानो हर बॉल पे छक्का मार देंगे।
फील्डर के बाजू से रन चुरा लिया इन्होंने।
बहुत ही दिलचस्प होगा अगर इन्होंने अभी एक शॉर्ट पिच बॉल डाल दी बल्लेबाज के।
अच्छा शॉट था ये, पर गेंद स्पिनर को दूसरे छोर से लाया गया है। कवर पे फील्डर तैनात किए हैं कैप्टन ने।
उठा के खेल दिया है, गैप में गई, और ये बेहतरीन चौका। इनके तो बल्ले से सिर्फ चौके और छक्के ही जा रहे हैं। चलिए देखते हैं अगली गेंद कहां मारेंगे।
बॉलर अपने पसंदीदा छोर से गेंदबाजी करते हुए।
गैप में खेलने का प्रयास, लेकिन फील्डर मिले वहां पास।
कप्तान की आज जितनी तारीफ करो कम होगी। बहुत ही अच्छे फील्ड प्लेसमेंट्स लगाए हैं आज यहां।
सीधा फील्डर के पास खेल दिया है, गैप ढूंढने में असमर्थ।
और दूसरे छोर पे भी तेज गेंदबाज को ही लाया जा रहा है।
बहुत ही खराब गेंद और ये वाइड बॉल।
इस आक्रामक फील्ड के साथ तो बहुत ही सूझबूझ और नियंत्रण के साथ गेंदबाजी करनी होगी यहां।
बढ़िया लीड बल्लेबाज की।
ओह, बहुत ही बेहतरीन कप्तानी यहां। इसे कहते हैं होमवर्क करके आना। बल्लेबाज को देखते हुए कवर्स पे फील्डर लगा दिया है।
बॉलर अपने पसंदीदा छोर से गेंदबाजी करते हुए।
खेला तो ये बढ़िया है, लेकिन अंदरूनी फील्डर को मात नहीं दे पाए।
कप्तान की आज जितनी तारीफ करो कम होगी। बहुत ही अच्छे फील्ड प्लेसमेंट्स लगाए हैं आज यहां।
अंपायर का इशारा, नो बॉल।
ये गेंदबाज तेज गति से गेंदबाजी करने के लिए लाइन लेंथ से समझौता कर बैठते हैं।
चतुराई से गेंदबाजी कर रहे हैं गेंदबाज। बॉल को जाने दिया बल्लेबाज ने।
स्पिनर को लाया गया अटैक में। देखते हैं इस पिच से कितना लाभ उठाते हैं। फील्डर है कवर पर। बहुत ही बढ़िया ढंग से खेला, सिंगल के लिए।
जो मदद इस गेंदबाज को इस शोर से मिली है, जायज है कि ये उनका फेवरेट एंड होगा।
ये शॉट गया हवा में और गैप में भी गया।
बढ़िया टाइमिंग और शॉट सिलेक्शन का प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं यहाँ, लेकिन थोड़ा संभल के। ले में है, बड़ी पारी खेलने का पूरा मौका है, कहीं उसे गवा ना बैठे।
सिंगल लिया, बल्लेबाज स्ट्राइक रोटेशन बड़ी अच्छी कर रहे हैं।
बहुत ही बढ़िया कैच। फील्डिंग कोच आज बहुत खुश होंगे इस प्रदर्शन से।
बल्लेबाज पवेलियन की ओर जाते हुए हताश, निराश, उदास।
बल्लेबाज अपनी पहली गेंद की तैयारी करते हुए।
कुछ अलग करने की कोशिश में गेंदबाज अपनी लाइन नहीं पकड़ पाए। वाइड बॉल। गैप में खेलने की अच्छी कोशिश, लेकिन फील्डर वहां मौजूद। बॉलर को अपनी लाइन एंड लेंथ सटीक रखनी होगी इस फील्ड के साथ।
सीधा फील्डर के पास, बल्लेबाज सरलता से खेल पा रहे हैं इस शॉट को।